The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Name a project or an idea that you've been sitting on for a very long time now. What's keeping you from getting started?
This is Monday Morning Moxie from the one and only Coach Jennie. Each week, Coach Jennie shares a new challenge designed to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and more confident in every aspect of your life. Not next month, not next year, this week, and every week after that, so you can actually accomplish what matters most to you.
Hello there, and welcome to my new show, Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie. My name is Jennie Mustafa-Julock, if we haven't met yet, but everybody just calls me Coach Jennie. And I am so freaking excited to be producing my very first episode of Monday Morning Moxie here on 100 TV. My vision for this show is to give you kind of a weekly kick in the pants of a way to kind of kickstart your week and think about something a little bit differently. I'm going to be providing you with different challenges and different experiments that you can tackle for the next 7 days that could really kind of turn up the volume on how productive, decisive, focused, and ultimately confident you can be. Each week, I'm going to do a little teaching, a little coaching. I'm going to answer a viewer's question or two. And most importantly, I'm going to challenge you with one of those experiments so that you can see what you're really made of. Before we dive into this episode and I start telling you different things to experiment with, I think it's only fair that I tell you a little bit more about myself. So I am not one of those coaches who went out and got a certificate last week and put it on a website. I have been at this for a long time and I have some real professional chops behind what I do. I launched my coaching practice back in 2006. And since then, I have been working with impatiently ambitious, amazing individuals who want to do some really great things in the world, things that really matter to them, and they want to do it their way. I was a one-woman show from 2006 to 2021. And in 2021, my wife, Meredith, who you may know, she retired from her career in education and decided to work with me full-time as my business partner and CEO, which means I hired my wife to become my boss. In order to make that happen, we had to do something kind of radical in terms of making it financially feasible. So we left our LA apartment and the ridiculous rent prices of our LA apartment behind and moved into this beautiful Airstream trailer. Okay, it wasn't that quick of a thing. There were a few more steps in there, but you get the gist. So Meredith, myself, and our cute little puppy Sadie, we live in this Airstream trailer and travel all over North America running our coaching empire from right here. A couple more things you may want to know about me is that I do not believe in telling people what to do. That is just not a coach's place. Even for my clients who beg me to tell them what to do, I just won't do it because I don't have all the answers. You do. That said, I do enjoy bringing new ideas and challenging people who want to do more of what matters with these new ideas and new experiments that they can try on and see what fits them if that's going to help them get further faster. So each Monday Morning Moxie experiment that I share here is just that. An experiment. Some of these experiments might not work for you. Others might change your life dramatically. It'll vary human by human. But trust that everything that I share here has been tried and tested and proven and validated with my hundreds of coaching clients over the years. And I promise that I've personally put myself through 100% of the experiments that I'm going to ask you to do. So let's get into our experiment for the week ahead. Name a project or an idea that you have been sitting with for some time now. What's keeping you from just getting started? There's a whole lot of reasons why it's terrifying to start something new, especially if it's something you've never tried before. What if it fails? What will you do with all the embarrassment that comes with yet another failure? Or what if it succeeds faster than you're ready for? How will you keep up with that success? What if it's okay or even pretty good, but just not great and perfect right out of the gate? And what if you're just not ready for it? I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there's no such thing as ready. Whatever that project is or that idea is that you've been sitting on for some time, I would like to give you a permission slip to get started. And we're going to do that by building the plane while you're flying it. And I'm certainly not the first person that you've ever heard say build the plane while flying it, but I have my certain Coach Jennie twist that I would like to share with you now. I want you to get started before you have it figured out. Get that freaking plane up off the runway in the air and then perfect it later. This lets you stop waiting to be ready, since that's not really a thing anyway, and start learning on the fly as you go, midair. More importantly, it lets you start making the impact that you really want to make right now, not when everything is just so, and not after you've built up some confidence. You actually collect the confidence while you're in the sky. And now for the meta part, here's a case in point. This 100 TV network. Our fearless leader, Ross Brand, approached me a couple months ago, inviting me to take part in this collaboration. The idea is to put together this network of indie creators who individually are making as big a splash as they can right now, but collectively could make a much bigger splash. He had this idea of what would happen if a bunch of indie creators got together and pooled their time and their resources under one umbrella. What could happen there? How could we monetize that? How could we make that really interesting to sponsors or find other ways to monetize our genius as a collective instead of a bunch of individuals? When Ross proposed this idea to me, I had a ton of questions, and he was welcoming of all those questions. And in fact, all of us still have dozens of questions. At the time that I dropped this video that you're watching right here, it's day one of this new network, and we are still not completely sure where it's going to go. But we are building this plane while we're flying it. We started anyway. As I mentioned before, I live here in this Airstream, and many of my colleagues probably have these really cool professional looking studios with the fancy cameras and microphones, and I don't have all those things. My wife, myself, and my puppy live in 180 some square feet. We don't have room for all that stuff. So if I waited until we had all of the equipment and the best lighting and the best audio and the best hair and makeup, then I wouldn't be sharing this message with you right now, and you wouldn't be able to hear it. I'm sure as I produce this show over the next few months, I'm going to get better at it. And I don't feel completely confident and great about what I'm able to produce right now, given my new circumstance. But for now, published is better than perfect. Okay, my friends, pardon the interruption. I have to interrupt this video because my wife had to stop me and take these photos because she wanted to capture what she was seeing behind the scenes. I was getting really frustrated while editing this video. I felt pretty good yesterday when I filmed the video, but now that I'm editing it and trying to make it really sing and make sure it's really good and hopefully make sure that my message is coming through, I feel like this video is nowhere perfect. And I started to really get in my head about this video not going perfectly while I was editing it. And I recognize that this is layering meta on top of meta, but go with me on this, because not only is the video not up to the quality I wish it was, there are trains going by every few seconds. And I don't know why this train operator needs to lay on the horn like he did, but he does. And then there's a neighbor, hopefully he can't hear me, who is playing the saxophone so badly. And he's playing like the same freaking song over and over and over again. And gosh, if he's in middle school, I hope he gets better at this, but we're at a campground. Just stop it. And then on top of that, the dog will not stop barking. And my dog is adorable and cute. Here's a picture of her if you would like to see her. But she doesn't really bark as much as like she chirps, and she's in the Airstream, which is aluminum, and it's just echoing. On top of that, there's some kind of weird construction in the next site over that is making this bizarre, crazy smell that I can't quite put my finger on. And that's very distracting as well. Okay, I'm done complaining. So here's the thing. Meredith just called me out because this is what's really going on. Here I am. I'm a coach. I coach people about perfectionism daily. And I've been doing that for almost 17 years. And I am not immune from the creep of perfectionism coming in. I'm putting this video out there. It's so freaking important to me. The message I'm saying is so important to me. I truly believe in building the plane while you're flying it. And because I'm having to look at a video of myself for a very long time and just try to cut out anytime I said the same thing twice, and every time I go kind of clear my throat and stuff like that so that it's a lovely video. As I'm doing that, all of my inner critic is coming up. I call my inner critic Hilda. If you don't know about Hilda, I literally wrote the book about Hilda. And Hilda is flooding my brain with, this is the worst thing ever, and you need to just scrap it and start over. So what could I do? Sure, I could rewrite and reshoot this video. I could hop in the shower and go fix my hair and put on a little makeup and start from scratch and do it all over again. Could I make that happen? Sure, it's only 2 o'clock here and I'd have plenty of time to finish all the other things I wanted to do today. But then I would not be practicing what I'm literally preaching in this video. And it's very important to me. It's very important to Meredith. It's just very important to who we are as coaches, that we do what we would ask of our clients. I literally just edited this bit, and you just heard this a minute ago, where I said, I've done 100% of these experiments, and somehow here I am doing it again. We want to be right there in the trenches with you. And so my other choice was to do what we're doing right now, which was to pause and say, okay, how can I move forward and finish this video in a way that shortens the dread of this perfectionism? And that's really the key. It's about shortening the amount of dread, because the truth is I'm still worried about what you're thinking. Right now, as I'm talking, you can hear it in my voice a little bit. I'm still worried that some people are going to think, what the hell is happening here? But that's okay. I have to push through, because what I have to say could really help someone. It could inspire change in somebody else's life. It could help them get out of their own way. It could help someone else who maybe is struggling with perfectionism, with what they want to put out in the world right now. And so this example could give them a push. Okay, I know that this is meta on top of meta on top of meta, but whatever. I just want to be really honest. So you can see which choice I went with. It turns out that now that I'm doing this, I think that I like this happy accident. I think I like this video even more now than I would have a new reshot version, because this is what it's really like. This is real. This is what we all face when we are trying to do something that matters to us. We deal with this perfectionism. It comes in, it drowns out and tries to stop us. That Hilda voice of perfectionism is trying her damnedest to stop us in our tracks. And if we will just listen to her, then we won't have to be embarrassed, but we also won't get to do that thing that really matters and move the needle towards what we want to make happen in the world. So our job is to shorten the dread, shorten the amount of time that we listen to this inner Hilda and do something about it. Doesn't mean I instantly feel confident, but I'm going to move forward. So see what happens when you actually execute rather than trying to make it perfect. You never know what will happen. All right, enough already. Back to the video. Building the plane while flying it also requires that you get started and you take action before you feel confident. And honestly, that's the correct order. You don't get confident at doing something before you do it. You get confidence as a result of taking action. Right? It's a byproduct. It's something that you earn, not something that you hoard and figure out beforehand. And so by building the plane while I'm flying it, this show is going to get better and better. And I'm going to get more confident at it as we go. So I might be a little nervous and making a lot of mistakes and making sure to have lots of things for the blooper reel at the end of this video. Spoiler alert. But I'm also earning some confidence in the moment. And if I'm being honest, it wasn't always like this. When I started my business, I would spend an amazing amount of time and effort trying to come up with the perfect idea, the perfect launch, the perfect rollout, the perfect suite of services, the perfect website with the perfect picture. You get the idea. That perfectionism held me back so much. And I used to tell myself that that was a strength because I cared so much. I had this really high standard for myself, and that must be a lovely thing. And there's probably a few of you right now listening to me nodding along, right? We've been taught that that's a positive thing. And this idea of building the plane while we're flying it is way too risky and way too crazy and way too imperfect. But when I was in that headspace, a lot of my really great ideas never got off the ground. How many of your projects or half-baked ideas that you've written down on a sticky note or on the back of a napkin are collecting dust somewhere? Maybe it's a business idea that you've been thinking about for a long time, but you're just too scared to attempt it. Or it could be as simple as a video idea or a blog post that's collecting cyber dust on your computer as we speak. Maybe it's a new activity or a new hobby that you've been meaning to try, someday when you get around to it, when you have that thing called spare time, whatever the hell that is. Maybe you're waiting until you lose the weight or get in shape or find the perfect mentor, or until something else is in place external to you that says, okay, now I'm allowed to want that. Now I'm allowed to try that. Now I'm ready. Whatever it is, I implore you to just get started. Once you embrace this approach of, I'm going to approach everything as an experiment and build the plane while flying it, you're going to experience a creative freedom that you may have never experienced before. You'll get started on things so much faster because you're no longer waiting until you have all of the resources and everything figured out. Your perfectionism is out the window. There's no room for perfectionism when you're midair trying to figure out how to keep the wings moving. And there's a freedom in knowing that it's not going to be perfect. It allows you to try new things and experiment and laugh at yourself and enjoy the fact that not everything has to be just so. The other thing that I really love about building the plane while you're flying it is you actually start to learn as you go. You're not learning from somebody else who's going to tell you the 27 perfect steps that you need to take because those are the steps they figured out. All that crap is gone. You're no longer strategizing, you're experimenting, you're just getting started. And so you get to learn your path, your way. You get to make mistakes and dust yourself off, but also really internalize, this is how I show up. This is how I do things. This is what works. This is what doesn't. Let's try something else. In my opinion, what's most important about this is you're going to take some bigger leaps. Again, using this very meta example, when Ross Brand said, you know what? I really want to go for this. I'm not really sure where it's going to go, how quickly it's going to build, but I have this vision, I have this idea, and I want you to be a part of it. It was pretty hard to say no. And in just the first few months before we got to day one, we've been doing a lot of iterating and figuring things out and making mistakes and kind of bumping into the walls while we try to figure out, okay, how do we need to get started? But we got started. After you watch this episode, there are a ton of other amazing episodes from creators that I'm just getting to know who are dropping all kinds of really great stuff here that we don't know where it's going to go because we are building the plane while flying it together. And this bold, crazy, nebulous idea might not work. It might not, but it might just be the best terrible idea ever. I'd like to also share an example of how I have personally used the building the plane while flying it idea to radically change my life. So while I'm sitting in this gorgeous Airstream, this is not the first RV that we were in. In 2021, when we decided, hey, we could be RVers, I'd been watching all of these YouTube videos about schoolies and Airstreams and all these things, but my wife and I had never gone camping together, and I don't think that we had ever really been camping. I mean, we still haven't been camping at all. We didn't know anything about this industry. We had never, ever towed anything in either of our lives. And we didn't have anybody even around to teach us how to tow a trailer or deal with the wastewater tanks and all of the different things that go into RVing. But there was something about this lifestyle that was appealing to us. But that said, since we had never done it before, we didn't know whether or not we would love it. So here's how we approached that as an experiment and designed the way that we were going to figure out whether or not this RV lifestyle was for us in the first place. When we started out, we were in Los Angeles. Meredith had just left her job, and we got a teeny tiny 16-foot trailer. I mean, this thing was so small. It's probably smaller than your spare bathroom. And in the 16-foot trailer, we decided, okay, this is going to be the way that we test drive and see whether or not we enjoy this lifestyle as much as we imagine we might. Now, this was terrifying because we put all of the really important belongings into storage, including my Barbra Streisand record collection, and said, okay, we're going to leave this here in LA and we're going to hit the road and head towards Birmingham, Alabama, where Meredith's parents live. And in that journey, decide whether or not we like this RV thing and we can do this full time. And we designed that experiment very, very intentionally. We decided that we were not going to make any decisions until we got to Birmingham because we just instinctively knew that this was going to suck. We were going to struggle. We were going to make a lot of mistakes. We were leaving in July and driving towards the desert. It was going to be so freaking hot, and oh my gosh, it was. And it was going to be very, very difficult. So we decided we were going to hold off on making any decisions from LA to Alabama until we got to Alabama. But by the time we were in Flagstaff, Arizona, I remember this very clearly. We had done enough experimenting, made enough mistakes, but had enough smiles to realize that this is what we wanted to do full time. And when we got to Dallas, Texas, we were already shopping for a bigger boat. We didn't wait until we were ready. We didn't wait until there was some kind of perfect course that we could take where somebody could show us the ropes. We didn't wait until we had it all figured out. And we certainly didn't wait until there was a man around to help us out with this stuff. We decided that between the two of us, we were really smart students. We could watch a lot of YouTube videos and we could figure it out. That's the key to all of this. It's saying I don't have to have all of the answers. What I have to have is a lot of questions, the willingness to ask for help, and the willingness to, laugh at myself when I make mistakes. What makes me so proud to share this story is that in the past, we would have sat around thinking about doing this someday. I mean, how many of us have these ideas of things we want to do someday when everything is sorted out? We didn't wait for someday. We said, you know what, let's try this. And in this particular case, it turned out that we loved it. And now we are full-time RVers living our digital nomad life right here and now. There's been other instances where I built the plane while flying and said, ooh, I don't like this. No, thank you. I would like to not do that again. But I learned that lesson quicker. And that's what I want for you as well. For you to be able to figure out, do I really love this? You're not going to figure that out while you're planning your perfect strategy in some spreadsheet somewhere. You're only going to figure that out by getting the plane in the air. So your first Monday Morning Moxie challenge from me to you, if you choose to accept it, is to start building the plane while flying it. I want you to take one of your big, juicy, crazy ideas, one of those bold projects that you've been thinking about doing, or if you're Southern, fixing to do for as long as you can remember. I want you to dust that thing off and get it up in the air. That doesn't mean you're going to have it all figured out. And that doesn't mean that this project has to absolutely exist by the time that you're back here next week. It just means that you're taking those very first obvious steps that make it real. Those first steps could include something as simple as telling somebody else about this crazy idea of yours. It could be like Ross did and inviting a handful of people to collaborate with you and say, you know what, I have this idea, help me build this. It could be dusting off one of those ideas that you've had for a product or a service for a very long time, but you're afraid to put it out there because you don't know if somebody's going to buy it. And this week you could put a really quick video together and a buy button with pre-sale dollars where people could buy it before it's even ready. This challenge could be something that you've never tried before, something that's completely uncharted territory. Or it could be something that you've tried before and completely flopped on. It totally failed. It didn't take off because the circumstances were different. It could be something that you've been thinking about since those early days of the pandemic when you thought, oh, as soon as the world opens back up, then I'm going to do it. Or it could be something that you were working on before the pandemic that got completely interrupted. What I want you to do is really think about all the different ideas and projects that are sitting around that are really opportunities for your greatness to come through. And take one out for 7 days and see what happens if you just get it started. Here's what's so interesting about that starting line. Once you cross that starting line, there's a bit of a point of no return feeling that comes with it. And once you've crossed that Rubicon, that's really when your creativity kicks in. And again, because we're approaching this as an experiment, we don't know how it's going to go. When I say approach things as an experiment, by the way, I just need to be really clear. I don't mean any fancy highfalutin college level science experiment. I'm talking like 4th grade science experiment. Here's what I think could happen. Here's what I'm going to try. Let's test it out and see what happens, shall we? So there's your challenge for the week. I would like to know, what experiment are you going to put up into the air? What plane are you going to start building? In the comments below, leave me a comment and let me know about your 7-day experiment of what you're going to take out for a spin. Now, if you couldn't tell, I am ridiculously excited about my new show, Monday Morning Moxie. And I just want to pause here and say thank you so much for tuning into this show and listening this far. Moving forward, I'm going to be adding a few more segments, and hopefully you're getting a taste of the kinds of things that we're going to be talking about. But in the future, I'm going to be giving you challenges that are designed to help you be more productive, and not productive in the kind of hustle way, but actually accomplishing things productive, the kind of productive on the things that really matter to you. I'm going to be challenging you with different tools and techniques that can help you become more decisive. And I'm going to be also offering you different challenges that are all about maintaining your focus and shifting your focus to the things that really matter most for you. And overall, every single time that you do one of these challenges, you're going to be earning confidence along the way. And I also have some very particular challenges I'm excited about sharing with you that are going to help poke at your confidence and let you see how confident you already are, even if it doesn't feel that way. Each week in my show, I also want to do a little bit of an experiment with an Ask Me Anything segment. This is where I'm going to invite you to go to the comments of these YouTube videos and leave me a question. Just ask any question that you would like to know. I am an open book and I'm happy to share anything you would like to know about me, but I'd be more interested, and I think the audience would be more interested in questions that are all about helping you be more productive and making more of what matters to you happen. So I invite you to leave a comment below with a question that I can answer in an episode in the future. So there you have it. That's what I have for episode 1 of Monday Morning Moxie. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did, give it a like and subscribe and all the YouTube-y things that you can do. And until next time, keep making things happen, no matter what. Oh my God, I am, but that's okay.
Okay. Oh my God, you have to add bloopers.
I have to add bloopers. Oh my God. Yes. Okay, here we go. I would like to tell you a little bit about, and pardon me that today, we're gonna try it again. Okay, I've been coaching for a long time now, and I've collected a lot of different, we're gonna try that again. I've collected a lot of different ums. What is the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Trying again. I'm going to be inviting you to look at things a little bit differently. Maybe try on a new productivity system, or I'm going to get into my groove any minute now.
Yeah. Did you write stuff down?
I am literally looking at what I wrote down.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you reading the things you wrote down, or are you
Yes, I'm reading the things I wrote down.
with also other stuff in there too?
A little bit ad-libbing.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So if you're watching the bloopers, I was clearly nervous when I was starting this. We're going to try this again.
Take it from the top.
Hello and welcome to my new show. Okay, sip of water. One moment, please. I have been coaching as Coach Jennie since September of 2006. So at the time of this recording, I'm well into my year 16. Year 16, is that right?
You're in 16.
I'm in 17, aren't I? Doesn't matter. I'm going to try that again.
I don't know.
Why don't you know? You're my CEO. We're going to try this again. We're going to try that again because that was a lot of sentences. I didn't really write this part down, so I'm riffing. But trust me that everything that I have, here is where I'm going to put the picture of Ask Coach Jennie. Each week in this new show moving forward, I would like to build this plane while flying it myself. And no, we're going to try that again. Each week in this new show moving forward, I would like to add a segment called Ask Coach Jennie. What's my name? Coach Jennie. Did you like that? Seriously, how many times is that train going to go by? Now, in order to approach that experiment, we said a few. How was that?
Yeah.
More?
Right? And so all these things are worth it. Because turns out we actually started instead of sitting on our couch in Los Angeles talking about starting something.
Here are a few different ideas of those very first steps. And I want you to give it a go. We're going to try that again because I don't want to tell you what to do.
Hi, I'm Jody Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw.
Running 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company has given me so much experience with what it takes to be successful on YouTube. And in addition, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know what it's like to be a solo creator, doing everything on your own with no resources. I want to share with you all of my best practices, tips, and tricks, so make sure to tune into my show on 100 TV.
Trust Factor with Rob Greenlee focuses on all aspects to building human trust in online communications. Only on 100 TV.
Hi, I'm Rob Greenlee here. Your trust factor in your life is very important, and the lack of it or abundance of it has a profoundly impactful feeling in the quality of your life. So in this video series and coming audio podcasts, I'm going to focus on all aspects of building trust in human-to-human relationships and that connect you to your business, to your personal life, or your professional career. So I'm dedicating this show, it's a brand new show, this is my premiere episode, to helping online content creators create content that reaches other people at a deeper level and to grow those connections and loyalty as well. I'm excited for you to join me each week to learn and bring more positive human experiences to our lives and others here every week. So, why is trust so important? That's the first topic that I'm going to talk about today. And what causes no trust? So you kind of have two ends of the spectrum, right? So you have the causes of trust and why trust is important, and what causes no trust. So let's start off with why is trust important? And this is a very fundamental aspect of any healthy relationship, whether it's between individuals, groups, or organizations or companies. Trust is essential for building strong connections and establishing effective cooperation between individuals or parties or groups. When you trust someone, you feel comfortable sharing information and being vulnerable to them and creating a sense of personal closeness or a level of almost like a romantic intimacy almost. These kind of trust relationships can span all sorts of types of relationships. But the core is being able to share honest kind of impacts with others and build that closeness. So when trust is present, people are much more willing to communicate openly and honestly, and they feel safe in expressing their thoughts and feelings without fear of being judged or rejected. So this leads to much more effective communication and a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives. So trust is crucial for effective collaboration and teamwork as well. So when members trust each other, they are more likely to share ideas, work together towards a common goal. So I think we've all probably experienced this at some level. And so, maybe what I'm saying to some degree is a little bit redundant to your experience, but building trust can also help reduce stress in your life as well. You don't have to worry about a person's motives or intentions. This leads to a sense of security and peace of mind, which can be beneficial to both your physical and mental health. So trust is really essential for building a good reputation. When people trust you, they are more likely to recommend you to others and speak positively about you. And this can lead to more opportunities in your personal life, in your business life, and also builds a stronger network of connections too. So in summary, trust is vital for building strong online and offline relationships and building effective communication with others in your life. It can also build teamwork. It can also reduce stress in your life, which we all certainly need. In this world today, we're full of challenging situations, trust is at a premium right now, and that has a lot to do with why I'm doing this podcast or this video show. Is trust, I believe, is the number one challenge that we have in our culture and our society today. We don't tend to trust others. We don't tend to trust organizations. We don't tend to trust leaders in our world experience. And I'm not exactly sure why that's being eroded at such a significant level right now, but that's what's really driven me to do this show and this podcast, because I believe that it's so important for all of us to really think about these things, because it may actually create a more positive experience for all of us in our lives, as well as build a better culture and better society that we all feel better about living in, right? So these don't have to be anything outside of the realm of taking personal responsibility for what you are bringing to the world and what you're contributing to the world. And I think that is really key, and it's kind of very traditional in values as well. So whether or not you're a liberal or conservative, I believe these trust issues are key to anyone that may be in interaction with each other. And I think, somewhat the divide that's happening in our culture and our society today is trust is really the glue that can keep us glued together. So that's why I feel this in my own life at a very deep level as well. And I try and build this with others in my life. So what I would like to do next here is, what are some of the causes of no trust? And that'll help us kind of get a better feeling for what are the things that we're doing in our lives every day that maybe are eroding these aspects of trust that can really help propel us individually, as well as organizationally, or as well as societal impacts, and keep us from moving forward and keep us apart or keep us distrusting each other. And I believe that there are several reasons why someone might have no trust and difficulty in trusting others. And these come from their past experience or real-time experiences that are either traumatic or negative experiences from their past. So if they've seen something that has challenged them in their perspective of being able to trust others. For example, someone who has been betrayed or hurt by a close friend or a partner may struggle to again regain any kind of trust, especially as they look to the future. If they've been betrayed, if they've been deceived, if they've been manipulated, those areas erode trust and also erode your confidence that others can be trusted. So I think that these are aspects that are things to think about. I think also people with low self-esteem may find it challenging to trust others because they just don't believe that they are worthy of trustworthy relationships. So it's one of those things that develops over many years of time. A person maybe doesn't develop a strong self-esteem, and so they tend to not trust others because, for whatever reason, it's a complex emotional aspect, but they may feel like others will eventually betray them or abandon them, and so they feel like that they have to put a wall up, right, and not trust others or take a risk. And I think a lot of people in our personal relationships, especially now, probably feel that way because I think that there's a feeling that people have a hard time trusting each other and what people's intentions are, especially in the online world today. I think that there is a lot of activity in the online world that betrays our trust. There's always, it feels like anyway, and this is, from a little bit of personal experience, there's a lot of messaging and a lot of communication that happens online that you just can't trust. And I think that's really key to this creating maybe a low self-esteem as well, because people just feel like hopeless, in how they interact in the world and what the world brings to them. And some people may have personality traits that make it challenging for them to trust others. For example, someone who is very suspicious or cynical may find it difficult to believe that others have good intentions towards them. So, and then there's other aspects of cultural and societal factors that can influence someone's ability to trust others too. For example, growing up in an environment where people are very guarded and where trust is not valued, and can make it very challenging to develop trust later in life. So, that gets back to kind of the earlier things that I was saying, that people are very suspicious, very guarded, and really make trust really kind of almost impossible. And I think that's one of the big challenges that we see in the world today is being able to trust is sometimes, in many people today, just too much to ask. And it's just too much of a hurdle to get over to trust anyone with their attentions and be able to take an emotional risk. Because in a lot of ways, that's what you're taking. Even taking on a new job or a new role, or being involved in an organization or something like that. That person may feel very guarded about putting themselves out there and taking a risk, and even speaking up in a group and taking a position on something, especially with the fear that exists in our society today that you may be attacked, or you may be somehow hurt, lose your job, or other aspects of impacts of societal and cultural factors that influence one's ability to trust others. If you just don't trust others that what you say will be respected by others, and that you will be maybe potentially canceled, or you could potentially lose your job because of something that you said, trust is going to be very difficult to come by in our society and our lives. So I think another aspect of this is also lack of communication. So if an environment that you're in is lacking in just kind of open communication in any kind of a relationship, whether it be business or personal, if the communication isn't there, that can also create misunderstandings, that can create a lot of distrust in people's motives, what they're trying to accomplish, and can make it challenging to build trust and to feel like that you're part of something or part of a group that people trust each other. If people don't feel like that they know what's going on, right, in any kind of organization or in any kind of situation, if they feel like it's like, I don't really know what's going on here, so how can I really trust what is being said or what I'm being told? Are they being told the full truth, or is there something being left out? They may struggle to trust, and that's one of the big risk factors here. Trust is a very complex and multifaceted issue. The reasons why some people might have a difficulty trusting others can vary widely from person to person. So it's making life and being able to navigate life very, very challenging right now. And I think, you know, I I do believe it's really put our society and culture at risk right now. And I think it's leaving the opportunity for I think people to come in and take advantage of people, because there isn't trust builds strong bonds and connections, with others. And if you or someone may struggle with trust, um, you may want to seek, kind of counseling or therapy, type of support, because those type of people can sometimes help you work through these issues to be able to maybe build your self-esteem back again and help you understand why you're feeling the way that you're feeling. So, so I think that, to kind of go back a little bit, and continue talking about the fundamental aspects of healthy trust, is so important to all of our health and the direction that we're going in our own lives. And I just, from a podcaster, I have a long history in podcasting. I've been inducted into the Podcasting Hall of Fame. Um, I I have not done a lot of solo video shows, so this is a challenging thing for me to do. I've done a lot of uh, I've done live video broadcasting. I do another show called the New Media Show, and that show is something I've done for about 10 years or so. But doing a solo cast like this, and I plan on bringing on other guests into this show over the course and over my plan of talking about topics in this program, to really expand on this topic to a level that hopefully, and it may involve even bringing in psychologists and bringing in people that can pull this apart. I'm not a psychologist, but I've spent a lot of time working in a lot of different environments, a lot of different types of situations. I've owned my own businesses. I've worked for major corporations like Microsoft. I've been involved in podcasting for a long time, so I've been sharing my perspectives on things for many, many years. But I also love to bring people together to talk about important topics and things. And that's one of the big shifts that I'm making in my own personal life right now, and why I'm doing this podcast, is that I want to be able to help others build on some of the challenging topics that are facing all of us today in our personal and professional lives. How do we help ourselves be able to identify people that we can trust? How do we create environments around us in our companies and our careers that can facilitate the development of trust? I think building trust is one of the most important aspects of building a successful podcast or an online program. And I'm going to dive into as many of those details and those aspects as I can find. And this is a journey for me as well. I mean, I really want to dive into these topics and have a deep understanding. So when I talk about this, I can talk about it, without any kind of outline or any kind of a pre-planning of this. I mean, a lot of what I have done with the video podcasting that I've done has been free flow thought of information. And that's one of the advantages of doing a podcast with another person that I trust and that will share information that could be helpful to someone that's watching and listening. Because this show will also be an audio podcast too. So I plan on doing this in video as well as in audio as well. So look for that in the future. It's going to be, under the same name, Trust Factor, but it will be identified as an audio series as well as a video series. So, I think another big aspect is that you just need to find in your own life people that are wanting to trust. I think that's a very important factor here. And it's sometimes it gets back to how you talk to other people about these topics, and people that are willing to be vulnerable, or people that are willing to open up a little bit. And I think if you open up as a person yourself and be friendly and be supportive of others, I think what you will do is you will attract others that have a common thought process. And then over time, you will be able to trust other people in your group. And then as you build your network of people that you can trust, that helps build, I think, a much more solid life for you. I think you're more likely to find a relationship that is one that you can build on and that you can align with. And I think that it's really all about communicating openly and honestly, and at the same time feel safe about what you're saying to others. And that can, the honest truth about this too is that you may be burned a few times on going through this path of being open to trusting others, because not everyone you can really trust, and that is an unfortunate fact of life. But there are people out there that are basing a lot of their life experience on fear, and if they fear too much, trust is going to be very difficult to come by. And that is something that it's very difficult to overcome. And that's part of what we're experiencing in our world today is I believe that there's an interest in creating fear in our lives. And when that happens, it's just much more challenging to trust, because if fear is built based on false information or misleading information that generates fear, and then that it's later found out that that information that was shared with you that generated that fear was false information, guess what that does? That causes a antitrust reaction in your life. And that is really toxic to all of us. And I think that's a lot of the reason why I'm doing this show is that if we can get back to a trust level that is more normal, then I believe that like I said earlier here, there's a much lower level of stress in people's lives. People have stronger peace of mind in how they live their lives. They can build more confident relationships with employers. They can build more confident relationships with family. I think family is another aspect that I haven't really talked about in the aspect of trust, is that family needs to be able to trust as well. And sometimes it's really easy to break trust with family because there's already this closeness that exists. And humans make mistakes. Humans don't always do the right thing. Humans don't always make the right decisions. And humans make mistakes. And that's those things and those aspects of our lives can also cause an erosion of trust. If others see those mistakes, experience those mistakes and those errors, then they're more likely to not want to either be around you or trust what you say or trust what you do. And that can be a very challenging thing for any person to kind of get through. But like I mentioned earlier too, I think it's also a health issue too. I think if we live under this stress level of not being able to trust, that is going to cause kind of a physical reaction in our body too, that erodes our ability to live a healthy life too. It creates a heightened level of what they call cortisol in our body. It's like a stress hormone. But if we feel like we're living in a world where we can't trust anyone around us, we can't feel comfortable, we can't feel secure, we can't feel like we have a peace of mind, that's going to have a negative impact on our bodies and how healthy we are. So those are definite aspects of things that we have to think about, as we try and really focus on this important aspect of trust and that trust factor in our lives, and thus the name of this show. And I'm going to come back with this show next week and talk about specific aspects of how to build trust, and how to really establish trust at a deep level in various aspects of of um, of the concept of trust and communication, and building an audience for your show built on the concept of trust and open communication, and being able to build a strong reputation with others out there, and to build up others and give others a forum to learn and to communicate and to share. And that's what I want this show to be all about too. And that's why I feel it's very important to share with you that you can send me an email if you want. You can share your trust practices that you have, that you want to have me share, through you, to the listeners of this podcast and this video show. So please, if you feel compelled to send me any kind of ideas or experiences that you've had around trust, I would be happy to talk about them in a future episode of this show, because I plan on having, let's say, like a listener feedback section of this program as well. And you're certainly welcome to send me an email, rob.greenlee, Greenlee, at gmail.com. And you can certainly send that. I'm also on all the social platforms as well: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all those. And those are terrific platforms to send me feedback on as well. And so I can get some comments back to you. Maybe I can take those questions or those comments and I can share them with a psychologist here. You can get answers to your question. If you just cannot trust, then it's really important for you to ask those questions to figure out how you can trust and what your next steps are to be able to get over maybe some past experiences that you had that were traumatic or negative, or you felt betrayed, or ways that you can build your self-esteem up, that will create an atmosphere for you where you will feel like you can trust again. So like I said, my email address is rob.greenlee, Greenlee. You can see it in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. You can send me an email at gmail.com, and I would love to share your feedback and your ideas on the next episode of this podcast. And we can talk about this. And I think creating a conversation with you builds trust. And that's what I want to foster in this program. And all of the programs that I do going forward, I'm going to be doing multiple podcasts and multiple shows on a couple of different topics. But the big thing is being able to speak to you and communicate to you in a way that builds trust in an interactive kind of feedback process. So I want to thank you for watching my premiere episode of Trust Factor with Rob Greenlee. And I definitely look forward to having you back and being a part of my community here. And thank you so much for spending time with me.
Hey there, my name is Coach Jennie, and I'm the host of Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, Mondays only on 100 TV.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
What are the top 5 trends video creators must know in 2023? We'll talk about it right now, only on 100 TV. Let's do a show.
It's time for the StreamLeader Report. Discover the hottest trends in digital media. Here's your host, Ross Brand.
Thank you, Jody. Welcome to launch day on 100 TV. I'm Ross Brand from Livestream Universe, and we've got a great show for you as we kick off the launch of StreamLeader Report right here on 100 TV. We'll be talking about the top 5 trends for video creators in 2023. Not sure we're going to get through all 5 today, but we're going to get started. Number 1's got a little bit to do with what we're doing with 100 TV, and number 2 has a special new feature coming up to talk about with YouTube. So a lot going on. Let's get right into it. We're going to start with collaboration. And this gets into why we created 100 TV. Let's look at how the system works for content creators, for solo creators, for independent creators. We can pretty much use those terms interchangeably, as most content creators either work alone or with a very small team. And so how does this thing set up? Well, each content creator has their own channel. And on their channel, they do their best to push out perhaps one long-form video, one live stream, maybe a couple of shorts per week. And that's on a really good week. So what happens is you have about 100 different creators, let's just say, on 100 different channels, each pushing out a small volume of content. Well, this is great for the platform because the platform, in this case YouTube, gets a ton of free content, but the creator, him or herself, doesn't really monetize to the extent that they could because it's a very low volume of content. It's a big volume for YouTube, but on each channel it's a small volume, and so YouTube wins, the creator not so much. And so the way to overcome this, or the way we're flipping the script at 100 TV, is we're gathering a bunch of creators into a collaborative network, and that network, starting out, we're going to have more things in the future, including a podcast network. We'll get into that more in a bit. But in the beginning, we're starting out on YouTube. And so we're gathering all these creators into one single channel. Now we have a channel where instead of the audience subscribing to dozens, hundreds of different channels to watch their favorite independent creators, they have a single destination where they can come to watch independent creators. That channel, in addition to being a convenience for the viewers, that channel can organize itself so there's no overlap. There's not 10 of us going live at the same time, or everybody dropping their episode at 5 in the morning on a Tuesday or whenever it might be, and having to keep track of all of those notifications if you actually want to stay on top of what's going on in the creator community. Instead, we arrange a lineup, and we come to you streaming that in live linear fashion starting on Monday. We're going to build it out. Every month we're going to add another day. So in June we will launch Tuesday's shows. In July we'll launch Wednesday's shows, and so forth, until we have 7 days a week of live linear programming. So you can show up at the destination for your favorite show, the destination being our YouTube channel, or you can come by when you know that we are live, and you can enjoy show after show by some of the best independent creators around. Then from Tuesday through Sunday, we're going to have uploads. We're going to upload episodes, single episodes, a few times a day. And what it all comes down to is, on a single channel, you have programming, you have new content every single day, feeding the algorithm, providing a single destination for viewers to go, and also making life easier on vendors who want to reach independent creators and their audiences, which is in part made up of other independent creators and a part made up of people who enjoy viewing live streams and on-demand videos from independent creators. There will be both the live linear delivery and the ability to watch each show on demand. Every show will have its own playlist, and we'll probably have playlists organized by topics as well. So this is where the power of collaboration comes in. It's the ability to create a volume of content that triggers the algorithm, that leads to monetization, all much faster, with much more earning potential, and a much better service to the viewer and to potential sponsors. So that's a part of it. I mean, being a solo creator is hard. It's really hard. And sometimes it almost seems like it's near impossible to be successful as a solo creator. But it can work when you collaborate. Let's talk a little bit more about what this collaboration looks like, okay? We talked about the value of having everybody on a single channel. We talked about that being a value to viewers, having a single destination to go. It also gives vendors a single entity to work with. Instead of having to sign 100 contracts with 100 different creators on their own channel, they now have a single entity that they can do a deal with and get the potential exposure on a whole set of shows and benefit from the combined reach of all of these creators and much more. And what we're saying here is 100 is the goal. That's why we named it 100. Our goal is to get 100 independent creators working collaboratively on as part of one network. And we're starting, about 15, 17, I think. And, some of whom are already preparing to launch their shows in June. And, we get to 100. I want to keep going until we have, a new show every hour of the day, 24/7, 365 days a week or close to it. The other benefit of network is cross-promotion. All the creators in the network now have a built-in group of colleagues with a vested interest in promoting their content. And that brings us to the fourth reason. Why do they have a vested interest in promoting the content of their fellow creators on the network? Well, this network is a creative partnership in which all the hosts and a few people in some other creative roles share equally in the revenue. We all stand to gain from the success of the network, and that means we all stand to gain as each other develops great content, gets viewership, reaches out to advertisers within their network. It's all about growing viewers and attracting sponsors, and the collective is able to do something greater than the sum of the individual parts when this all works. And that's why number 5 is elevate everyone. As people bring their skill sets to 100 TV, we can take an agency approach. One person might be great at optimizing YouTube titles and descriptions. Okay, that person sets the standard that every show will follow. Another person could be outstanding at doing promos and teases and little production segments. Okay, that person will be in charge of video editing the promotions, and so on and so forth. You get the best of everything in the network. No solo creator, myself included, is good at every aspect of this, or even really good at most aspects of it. Usually we have 1 or 2 areas where our talent really shines. Now the network gets the best of those areas of each person and brings it together in a way that everybody gets the best, because, again, solo creators can't afford to hire big teams. They don't have the budget. They're going to hire a little bit of assistance, but now they get the same advantages of a much larger network or big media organization, which is the best of everything. People have different roles, and those roles elevate the collective and each individual. All right, so now I hear the objections coming, right? Well, this is a cute idea, Ross. You're putting a little network together, and, what are you going to do with that, right? I mean, how is your network going to challenge CBS or NBC? We aren't. That's not the goal or the purpose of this. That's not even possible. 15, 20, 100, 150 creators, even the most talented group of independent creators together aren't going to defeat the behemoths that are CBS or NBC. And we aren't trying to. What we want to do is give the solo creator the best chance themselves and together at success. The best chance of making a good living by providing an extra stream of income that could become significant to leverage the combined reach, influence, and skill sets to create a whole that's greater, again, than the sum of its parts. Radio and TV have their areas of unique strength. There's no doubt that radio and TV are really good at certain things, really good. Not only do these huge teams that work on television shows have the best of everything, they also are on networks and channels that have had audiences for not quite a century, but many decades. They have so much name recognition. There's so much viewer behavior in going to those channels that there's no way an independent network can compete with that. And again, that isn't the purpose. I mean, think about their sets, their studios. Having a unique studio for every show that they want to do. The ability to get footage from all over the world, ingest that footage, in next to real time, and have somebody type that up into a script, drop it into a teleprompter, and they're live with breaking news moments after it happens. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to compete with those visual images. What we're looking at are the strengths of live streaming that may not be strengths of traditional broadcasting and cable television. What can live streaming and online video offer audiences that television and radio can't? Access, engagement, behind the scenes. At 100 TV, we live streamed all of our pre-launch production meetings. There were live production meetings and live business meetings. We live streamed all of them. Total transparency. You could look in and see exactly how we were building this network, the policies, the procedures, the discussions, the debates, the disagreements, all out in the open. Now, we didn't really promote it much. This was a soft launch, you could call it. But the idea was to document this. And as this moves forward and it works, there'll be a blueprint through those videos that people can look back on and say, how did they do this? And what can we take from it that will help us also put together some type of collaborative endeavor that works to elevate solo creators from a position where they're struggling and the economy now is getting bad and all these other things are weighing in on top of it, to a position in which they can leverage their combined influence, their combined talents, and their combined audiences to really make an impact that's greater than they could alone. What you'll see going forward with 100 TV's programming, you're going to see that which online video and live streaming is best at. You're going to see behind the scenes of how business really works, how creatives plan and strategize. But there'll also be diverse topics. You'll see behind the scenes of travel. You'll get insights on some of the best books. Many of them are created by solopreneurs and solo creators like the ones who are part of 100 TV. We have a show about wine. TV creates an illusion. There's so much that goes on behind the scene that's scripted, that's planned, that's, that really, there's just that illusion of those few moments when the camera is rolling, the set is together, and it's all focused on what is between the lens. So TV creates an illusion. We're going to get personal and take you behind the scenes and show you stuff that's raw and real. That doesn't mean it's unpolished or it's unprofessional. Just means there is no curtain in the type of shows that we're putting on. Rebecca Gunter's show follows this one and kicks off with the first of 12 episodes featuring Rebecca working with a client to rebrand her business.
Janine is craving something that will have fruitful returns. She's seen what she can do in leadership roles and public service. She's seen what she can do nurturing a marriage and family. She knows her worth and her value that she consistently brings to her communities. Her voice has impact, and that is clear. She has seen her own victory gardens, both literally and metaphorically, bring forth abundance year after year. She feels free, open, and optimistic. It is her time. Time for reinvention, time for revolution. And this time, she gets to create the life that she wants, rather than react to the life that she already has. Join me and Janine as we embark on a grand brand venture.
That show is called Business in the Raw, and you're really seeing the process of rebranding, of positioning, of, revitalizing an approach, all happening on video week after week through 12 episodes. It's a phenomenal series. You have to stay tuned after this one to watch that. Just one more example is at 2 p.m. Eastern today. You'll get a look at the difference between being a solo YouTuber and managing multiple channels for a big corporation. Nicole Sanchez does both of those things, and she's going to let you in on what she's learned along the way. The show's called What You Need to Know with Nicole. So now you know not only why collaboration is crucial for solo creators, but the benefits of forming a network and what 100 TV has to offer. I'm super excited to be a part of it, as I've said over and over again, and I really, really mean it. But the success of 100 TV is in no way guaranteed. Let's put aside all the outside challenges, all the outside factors. Let's put aside the economy. Let's put aside the algorithm. Let's put aside whether or not, and it's kind of a roll of the dice, the content that we do hits home with viewers and gives us a chance to build an audience. And let's look at the things that are in our control that could keep this venture from becoming successful. And that is, will I, as a solo creator, put my whole mind, heart, energy, and time into doing the best that I can for this network? Will I buy in and believe in it enough to do the things I need to do to make this work? Will I support other creators? Will I be a team player? Will I promote other hosts and their shows and whatever else the network has going on? Or am I just here to find another platform for promoting my name and my products and my services and dropping an affiliate link from time to time, and really just here to exploit this network for whatever I can get out of it while doing the least that I can and not really believing that this is going to be something that I will gain from if I lift others? And that's the question. And in fact, that is another sort of behind the curtain, behind the scenes reality aspect of all of this, because you, the viewer, will be watching and you're going to be judging about what the creators are doing. Are they buying in? Are they really part of a network? Are they bringing unique content, exclusive content, new content, original content? Are they giving their best to the network? What are they doing to promote other creators? You can see this happening over the next several weeks and months and year, and you'll be able to kind of get a sense, is this working? Are the majority of people bought in and contributing? And that's where you kind of get a sense of, have we done everything we need to do to test this model out and see if it can be successful? There are factors that work against any type of video that's put online and any type of creative process. But are we doing everything we need to do within ourselves to make this a success? Are we operating with the long game in mind? And that's why we called our shows, our live production and business meetings leading up to this, we called it, quote unquote, egos aside. Because the question is the solo creator in this simply for ego gratification, or is the solo creator in this in order to create great content and really make money as being part of a business? And so can the solo creators, who are part of 100 TV, can we put our egos aside enough in order to do what's best for the network, which will ultimately be will ultimately give us the best chance to do what's best for our business and our incomes. So that's going to be interesting. And that's why collaboration is one of the top 5 video trends you do have to know about in 2023. Because the space is changing fast, and it's really going to be hard going forward to do this on your own. I don't know if there's anything quite like 100 TV that's been formed that's this type of creative partnership. And I'm really thrilled to be a part of it. Let's move on to number 2. Not sure if we're going to get to all 5 today, but let's roll into number 2 on our list of the top 5 trends in video creation for 2023. And number 2 is podcasting on YouTube. YouTube traditionally has been the video platform where people upload videos, and there's obviously a huge audience on YouTube. But podcasting had its own ecosystem. For those who might not be familiar with the RSS feed and media hosting, basically what happened traditionally when somebody launched a podcast, they would pick a podcast host, and they would take an MP3 file that contains the audio of their podcast, and you also had some hosts that would host actually video podcasts that would be distributed through an RSS feed. But in this case, let's just think about the audio side of it. You have an MP3. It's a file that contains the audio podcast, and you upload that file to a media host, and then that media host creates an RSS feed for you. And what the RSS feed does, it's called real simple syndication, is it allows all the podcasting apps out in the wild to, when someone clicks in those apps to request to download your audio, to download your episode, or to listen to your episode, the RSS feed refers back to the host. So it's pulling the audio from the host rather than, say, the podcasting app copying it onto its own platform. So that's what the RSS feed does. It syndicates out that media file that contains your podcast episode to all the different places where it's in a podcast app called Podcatcher, Podcast Directory, when you embed it on your website, and so forth. So that's the way podcasting has been working for, I'd say, close to 20 years. Now, Spotify has changed the game somewhat, and Spotify made hosting video podcasting without going through an RSS feed possible. But for all the attention Spotify's gotten, for all the impact that it has made, signing celebrity podcasters, buying networks, and so forth, Spotify isn't YouTube. YouTube has, I think, 2.5 billion active users. It's the second biggest search engine on the planet after Google. It's owned by Google, so, YouTube videos often do very well in the Google algorithm as well for search. And it has a very good way of recommending people's videos, YouTube. So we've gotten through 2 of the 5 top trends for video creators. We've got a lot more to do. We will continue this next week. So far, we've discussed collaboration, and of course, in our specific case of 100 TV, forming a network. And we've also talked about podcasting on YouTube. We've got 3 more to go. We'll get through them next week. Thank you so much for being a part of this launch of 100 TV, as well as the launch of the StreamLeader report. It's great to have you with us, and we will see you again next week on another episode of 100 TV. Now stay tuned for Business in the Raw with Rebecca Gunter. Take care, everybody.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and Jon Harris, founder of Buzz It Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Gunter. I am a brand and business coach, a copywriter, and an all-around creative type, and your host for Business in the Raw. Like my mentors and their mentors before them, I have crawled through the glass on my own entrepreneurial journey, experimenting and iterating and doing everything in my power to carve out a brand that I can be proud of. I've come a long way, and I have a long way to go. I believe the transformation is in the journey, not the destination. Come along with me as I give everything I've got to one entrepreneur on the brink of revolution. And it will be televised, like literally, only on 100 TV. Janine is craving something that will have fruitful returns. She's seen what she can do in leadership roles and public service. She's seen what she can do nurturing a marriage and family. She knows her worth and her value that she consistently brings to her communities. Her voice has impact, and that is clear. Fundraising, advocacy, and social rights issues. She has seen her own victory gardens, both metaphorically and literally, bring forth abundance year after year. She feels free, open, and optimistic. It's her time. Time for reinvention, time for revolution. And this time, she gets to create the life that she wants, rather than react to the life that she already has. Join me and Janine as we embark on a grand venture. Okay, we are absolutely recording. Go ahead about digging in.
Yeah, well, digging in, and like I said, initially I was just sort of, I can't say, fear. That's where I was. It's not fear, it's trepidation. I think they mean the same thing, but just, the unknown. How successful will it be? Well, it what? And that's what kept coming back to me. It what? And that's why, I sent you those clips earlier. That's just part of me letting things go and not to get so caught up on, I'm not sure whether or not I'm going to be able to show the whole me. Well, we don't know what that is yet. And maybe there is a way to mesh it. And I think we've talked about that. Maybe there is a way to mesh it. And what does that mean? And I even went as far not to sort of start scripting things, but just thinking about legacy story gifts. What is it? You know what it is now, but this process will allow us to delve deeper. Maybe legacy story gifts was built. I may be getting ahead of myself, but can I say this, or is it?
You say whatever you want. I'll get my pen out.
All right, check this out.
I'm ready for you, Janine.
Okay. Legacy Story Gifts, obviously, it was created because I love voiceovers, but I also love to sing. I was trying to find a way to mesh those things together. I had some really cool clients that allowed me to delve into their families' lives, celebrating birthdays and basically more birthdays than anything. And, but it was just me, one deep. I'm the voice talent. I'm the researcher. I'm the script writer. I did everything except for the audio engineering. So what about, and this is what I've been thinking about, what if that idea is just one element of Legacy Story Gifts? What if Legacy Story Gifts is actually, and we talked about this part before, adding a video component. And I'm not trying to script everything out, but I just started to open my mind. Well, yeah, maybe you would open it up because I need someone to do video. I need more researchers. I need someone who can, talk to families. They can't all just be one deep if it's to be successful. And it still can be boutique-ish, right? It still can be, that we focus on families or retirements, the celebrations of your life and all that. But I still need people who know how to tell a story or who has that passion for telling stories. There are a lot of people out there who wants to do that, may be a part of Legacy Story Gifts, if that's even the name moving forward. And you know what I call the researchers? Look, I'm telling you, I was like a scribe. I was like, God, this is not me. This is all you. I called the researchers root gardeners. They're the ones that they're literally looking for roots. They're searching for the roots. What is that story behind that individual? So anyway, and then the folks who are writing the script, it doesn't have to just be Janine, but that's the way I started just with me. But that idea can be expanded. Then I started thinking about the whole gardening thing. It was like, okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be a part of this. This all came from you. All right. I'm just here to tell you that whole concept around gardening, harvesting, and all that we were talking about last week. I thought, what did I write here? Look, I'm not kidding you. This just happened. Look at this. Do you see this? This thinking and going, she's right. How can, so what did I call it? A garden and arts demonstration center.
You can see the gardening come to life in copy in the Meet Janine art, the bio that we did for this show, where it's really you can really see where like rooting, gardening, harvesting, propagating, all of those things are coming to life within the brand. We're not even expressing what the business model is yet, but it is absolutely feasible for you to integrate all of these passions into one business model. And I already see something shaping up for you.
Thank you. I'm and I'm seeing it shaped for myself, whatever those possibilities are. And I don't know if those other spaces are. Is it a foundation around the gardening and music art stuff? Is it a nonprofit that ties in? I don't know. And then I sing, because I even wrote, maybe you do concerts for fundraisers, for the nonprofit. Maybe you do. So it all does. It ties in. So I'm excited. I don't know how many times I can say excited without putting exclamation marks behind it. So, but I'll stop there.
If it is a foundation or a nonprofit, do you see yourself as the person who initiates it, works in it for a little while, and then leaves to go maybe do a different project or write a book or go on a speaking tour or whatever? Or do you see yourself as the kind of person who has a nonprofit or a foundation that you have to run it forever? This is your legacy. This is your child, in a way. And this is something that's like, I can't even the foundation in me. Where does the line begin? Where does it end? Or do you see yourself like setting up an impact organization and then going and doing a different project?
Wow, that is a great question. I think I see myself as the one who designs, develops, starts it. But in order for it to flourish, there has to be other players and someone who is willing to take it over. 1, 2, board, all of that, moving it forward. And to be honest with you, Rebecca, given who I know I am, I'm going to have to change. It will almost drive me crazy if I can't start something, develop it, and then sort of push it away, because I know something new is going to be coming down the pike. Related, maybe, but down the pipe. So I'm thinking it could be a legacy. I'm just going to use Legacy Story Gifts, knowing that it might be something else. I can see Legacy Story Gifts being a business. Yes, a business that I run, but it's soon operated by someone else, but a true business, not foundation. But this garden center thing, and again, this is not written in stone. We know that. But the garden and music and art, sort of that demonstration center, I have that in my mind as a foundation, or that's the nonprofit, that part of it. But so answering your question, yeah. So I see more of the garden center and all that really being handed off soon to someone else. But Legacy Story Gifts may be spending more time developing that. The hiring of art of other voiceover artists, hiring of. But working at this level, and having other sort of directors, the director of audio, the director of whatever. And yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes. Do you see the demonstration center as a brick and mortar? And if so, what's your vision there?
I do. My vision there, I absolutely do. Okay, so I'm going to take you back a little bit. A few years ago, like 2018, I literally developed a whole big old business plan around a recording studio. Okay, I was going to own a brick and mortar recording studio. Thank God it didn't happen because of COVID and all that, and things would have been real funky.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you?
That was going to be the Janine Sound experience.
That's right. And
Yeah.
that recording studio, I also wanted an element of, so just listen to this, of having like a community space where people would rent some of the space out, where there also be a place for people to record, similar to what I had downstairs, which is, I have that space, the whisper room and all that, but expanded. Adding this gardening piece, I literally see it as a place to teach gardening. I mean, really having room in this place. I don't know if it's a warehouse that people can learn to grow. So let's say you're interested in container gardening. Yeah, a lot can be done online, surely. We got YouTube, surely. But can you see either older adults, parents with kids, literally playing in the soil, learning how to grow hands-on? And then you have the opportunity to buy some product there if you want, or go anywhere you want. I don't know. That's what I'm saying now. But and then start your own mini garden, start your own mini container gardening, so it's more of an educational space. So like I said, I don't know if it's a warehouse, but someplace big enough that one part of it will be like a clinic, like a gardening clinic where there's learning all the time, even about sustainability. And I think that's where some of the climate change discussions will happen. And that's where I see that happening. And then music, perhaps having some spaces where young people, young and old, can wrap their lips around a mic, either to sing, perform, tell stories, or whatever they choose to do. But really, and I think, I'm going to describe it right now as clinic. Did I give you? Was that clear?
I'm getting there.
All right.
Do you have the connections to the capital you would need to do a brick and mortar at this level?
Yes.
Okay, good for you. Another suggestion I would have, if the answer was no, I was going to suggest that perhaps we consider a organization like a cultural center within a cultural center, or that we pop up somewhere. Maybe we find a public-private partnership where like they're giving us, some space within a building, or within like, what was that place in Arlington that had that funky art center?
Yeah. I'm thinking Alexandria, but the not Torpedo, like Torpedo Factory-ish.
or something similar. Or again, I could see a public-private partnership, like that's around DC Sings, or I'm making that all up. But if the answer is yes, that's a whole different ballgame.
Okay, but let me say, yes, the answer is yes, depending. So this is what I was going to say, caveat. How much of your own do you need to invest?
That's why I said connections to the capital. I didn't say your money, girl.
Yeah, right. Okay. and that's what I thought. And so I hung in that space. So yeah, connections to the capital.
Maybe like, do you have it? I've got a banking relationship. I've got a philanthropist who would love to invest in something like this. I have connections to a grant writing person. I don't know, but I'm asking you, is this something that you can, that's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, that you can make it happen? Or do we need to figure out a way to like, do a little something, get some attention, do a little something, get some attention, do a little something? Or are we like ready to present something?
I would prefer the do a little something, make something happen, do a little something, make something happen, because I think it's unique, but the tools, I'll just say gardening, arts, or whatever, those might be somewhat unique, but people are doing that, in some capacity, whether or not it's community gardening, whether or not it's, I think there's a place somewhere in Maryland where I think young people can record music and whatever. Is it the Arc? Do they have that there? Is it?
The Arc is in DC.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's the Arc, but I know there's a place, theater something, in Maryland. I guess the point is there are places that are doing some of this separately, but maybe not together. I like the idea of identifying a partner of some way. I'm not sure. I don't think you described it as partner necessarily, but an organization. What did you call it?
What I call a pop-up or an organization within an organization.
Yeah, I like that. You bring, we bring gardening to that space, or we bring the, I need a bit to tool it, but I like the pop-up concept, and I like the idea of bringing something unique that complements another organization's mission.
Do you have somebody in mind with a bunch of extra real estate?
I don't, but I have a few friends. I have one friend in particular that I would call in a heartbeat to say, what do you think? She knows someone who's building on another, expanding their business. It's more of a community focus. It's not in Virginia. It's in DC. I actually would prefer if it doesn't matter. But so the answer is yes, and that may lead to to something else. It's like, that's a great idea. You may want to talk to so and so. So I know someone who knows someone who's operating in that space, who has and can churn ideas.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is, if we build something that has a revenue generating component to it, now maybe Legacy Story Gifts and whatever it evolves into is a separate business entity for you.
Mm-hmm.
And then this kind of like roots to fruits idea of a cultural center is a separate thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe they work in tandem. I think that we would have to have, again, revenue generating stuff. And here's what I'm thinking for you. Yeah, like the Legacy Gifts. That's huge.
Mm.
Audio, video, etc. We've done a lot of work towards that brand already, which is pretty cool because it sets us up for success.
Yeah, I went back just earlier today looking at some of the stuff that you shared with me just to get a feel for. It's like, yeah, that's right, and I was like, damn, that Rebecca, she's so good. But no, it really, your writing, copy editing, all of that, but it comes from listening, and you listen, but you know what to do with it. You know how.
What'd you say? I wasn't paying attention.
I know.
So we have that aspect already, and in fact, what's kind of shaping up in my mind is this kind of what I've written down here. Nothing. Oh yeah, passion for storytelling. Story. You know where I have that written down? Somewhere else. But essentially, that it's got a number of services under this umbrella. That the Legacy Gifts is one of those services. Voiceover, podcast, whether you end up doing production with Keenan or not, but there's some aspect of podcasting. There could be some live streaming if you want to get into that, or some video components we had talked about. Mm-hmm. That thing living, as a living entity, that's like the pizza place that funds the fine dining restaurant.
Yeah. Wow.
And then we can use the roots to fruits concept, the cultural center, the clinic, and the money-making activities there could be like, maybe the gardening clinic is mobile and you can pop up in a gardening store. You can pop up at like Homestead Gardens. You pop up in schools. Maybe you have after-school programming. That's an idea.
Wow.
You could, like go find a community garden plot and host an event, a seed swap, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, maybe you've got a very low cost to entry newsletter.
Yeah.
It's like, like from March to Smarch.
Wow.
Planning your victory garden, to feed your soul or so, again. All that up. So maybe there's like a book, a companion podcast, programming that's in the community, maybe some school-based stuff, etc. Then over here you've got recording, like storytelling, podcasts, singing, songwriting, voiceover, commercials.
Yeah.
Audiograms. I mean, it would be very cool to kind of mesh the idea of a what is that service?
The singing telegram? No.
Oh my God, that
Remember?
yeah, the singing telegram. But I was trying to think of I lost my train of thought on that one. But anyway, so I can see where those two things could be separate.
Mhm.
And then as you grow momentum
Yeah.
towards a brick and mortar, maybe you're seeking out grant opportunities, maybe you're asking Bread for the City to give you a dedicated, you know, a thousand square foot space.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, whatever we kind of figure out. If you've got connections, which I believe you do, then you can work your network for that. And then as we grow into that, perhaps you're able to bring in like the sound design, the sound experience. I mean, I've always loved that, Janine, sound experience, the sound experience into the community center. So maybe there are, you know, gardening space, like, you know, sow your grow and find your voice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
And maybe there's like a recording studio situation where people can go and make their own podcasts or their own shows just like this, hands-on stuff.
And you're still talking mobile for you?
No, at this point, I want a real place.
A brick. That's what I thought you said. I'm sorry.
And this place, like kind of almost like community center meets art school meets co-working space meets
yes,
just like so like if senior center and daycare had a baby and then add like college level opportunities to educate yourself in some kind of way.
You have, yes. So that answer is definitely yes. And either to start, yes. Could I start out that way and I know I'm talking, so the borrowing of space or the collaboration, I should call it, with other organizations, that helps to get, you know, my mojo going, you know, and folks knowing who I am, what I do, make a name, respect, trust, and all of that, right? And then sort of moving into the space of a real brick and mortar that allows all those elements that, you know, I've been doing on the road, if you will, but bringing it home to, you know, to then nurture, but in a different space.
Exactly. Now that might be the 3 to 5 year plan, but there's nothing stopping you from starting that today. One, we could put out a price sheet tomorrow that's like voiceover work, legacy gifts, podcasts, you know, original song and storytelling, those 3 pillars. We can put that out tomorrow under a brand. I'm still like really loving Janine's sound experience.
Oh my God.
I'm like loving that. At the same time, there's nothing stopping us from having once a month live stream from your own garden to just start the foundation. There's nothing stopping you from hosting a virtual concert just to start something. There's nothing stopping you from doing, like, calling up the folks at Food Prints, which go into elementary schools and help them grow their own garden.
Oh, okay.
Be working. Food Prints is awesome. Very DC focused. I think it's a nationwide program, but I'm not 100% sure. But the funding helps a school plant a garden. And then in the case when we were on the Hill, I feel like the school, you know, kind of supplemented the salary, but we had a chef who would like work the garden and then teach Food Prints once a week. And the kids would come, they would go pick the carrots and then the art teacher would come, then they would draw the things, and then they would take them upstairs and then make carrot salad or whatever it was. So I could see you doing something with Food Prints. I could see you doing something with Duke Ellington School of the Arts. I could see you just kind of exploring your world. The thing that's going to be really important for you, is to not feel overwhelmed by having a big vision. I understand that this might feel like, oh, what? Like a brick and mortar and the thing and the Duke Ellington and the partnerships and the Food Prints and all of that can feel overwhelming.
Yeah.
Know that we can put a business model in place tomorrow that utilizes your voice for hire.
Wow.
Voiceover, songwriting, storytelling. Okay, we can do that tomorrow. Know that you can start whatever you decide to call the demonstration center.
Yeah.
You can start that tomorrow
Yeah.
with one webinar. It's all that we can do. It's all it takes to just start. And then for yourself, it'll allow you to then breathe into what can the programming be.
Yeah.
You know, your bigger picture is going to be a brick and mortar space eventually. You know, politically, that in the face of like this economic and cultural crisis we're facing here in America, the answer is not, you know, wait for the government to actually advocate for people, because that's not a thing. And the answer is not wait for big business to like finally get a moral standing, because that's not going to be a thing. The answer is in interconnected hyper local communities and bartering, seed swaps, clothing exchanges, things like that. So while I didn't hear you say I kind of want to get into a church space in terms of, you know, helping the community, I do think that the things that will make the most impact in the next year to 10 years will be third places, not home, not work, but third places.
I have never heard a design so tangible and, for me, less overwhelming. So what you just described, you're right, it's all doable. I love the Janine Sound experience, and that could happen any day. The thing with the Janine Sound experience, I think what I'm realizing is that I still remain one deep. Or not. I don't know. The other concept of the demonstration garden and music experience or whatever, that has more potential initially. And I'm not trying to, build some or create some hierarchy or one being better than the other. But in terms of what I believe communities need from, and it really is an energy. This ties into my heart strength, I think, is bringing younger and older, the generations, intergenerational opportunities in communities to bring us together. And actually, that's one note I made to myself: intergenerational. That has been sort of my, just theme for many, many, many years. And I think that sort of space, it is mobile enough starting out that, and pliable, that I can reach many communities. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you is it's really nice that we can throw together a business model that will generate some income for original voice storytelling and blah, blah, blah. But that's really not where I want to spend my time right now, because this is my chapter.
Yeah. You're going to make me, I'm going to scream, because I have really been thinking about where do I really want to spend the majority of my time? Because to split my time is like, well, I can do this. Like you said, we can write that in a heartbeat and we can get going, right? It still takes time. It takes energy. It's like, where do you want that production, the level of effort? Because you still got 24 hours. So where would I like that to be? I believe it's in the space of gardening / music. I'm calling it music education or whatever I'm calling it. Gardening. I think gardening art center is what I call it. But again, not wedded to that at all. But that is where I want, because I think that's where the even discussions around the whole climate change and whatever term we have to use that people can rally around, just can we try to shift, what's happening on the earth, a little, including our own backyard. That is highly important to me. And somewhere along the line, the Janine Sound experience and all that, I think it's going to find its place. I really do. Yeah.
I hope it's open for business just enough to do the voiceover for this show.
And that's what, okay, so check that out.
I hope you're open for business just enough to give me the voiceover for this show.
And see, listen, check this out. So if I focus in that Janine Sound experience space, it would probably only I would probably only take gigs for just voiceovers.
And
Maybe
you
not all.
You could cherry pick it.
Could cherry pick it, but that in terms of a level of effort, I mean, like, hey, let's start to move this thing forward. It's like you said, roots to fruits. I love that. Oh my God, the roots to fruit model. But yeah, the voiceover could still have its space. You know, I would love to do more voiceovers. You have more control of your time. You have more control, because if I wanted to build that up, I know what it would require. And that's what started to overwhelm me, but also excite me, I'll be honest, which is, I mentioned the research, you know, needing more people that's going to do the research with the family members, who's going to write the script, and if it were to be something bigger than what it is. But presently, me doing all, and I'm not going to stay in this space for too long, but me, you know, doing the reaching out, the interviewing, scaling it down to, you know, a script, you know, then recording a draft, and then getting it to the family, getting it back. And then, you know, then I'm ready to, you know, work in the studio with Keenan, the whole audio piece that he's adding. Cause then I'm looking at music. I need someone who can help research music. I can have a vision, but I need that, because that takes a lot of work to determine what I want in the backdrop of these different pieces, you know, because you're telling somebody's life. So when they were in their teens, they, you know, the daughter told me that, man, he used to love to listen to some Nat King Cole. Right. So somewhere in that background, there's going to be some Nat King Cole or genre, you know, music in that space, in the circa rather. So all that to say, to make that happen big, it's going to take a little bit more time, but still doing voiceovers, I can still see happening. And yes, for Stone Fruit, anytime, any day. I would love to. So I'm just offering that up. I mean, that's
a wrap. That's a wrap.
That is a wrap. But, and maybe, you know, yeah, I don't want to keep talking about voiceovers, but yeah, that's a wrap. I can do it. I can get it done. I probably would have to hire someone, and which is, you know, who can do the audio sort of on the fly. It's like, hey, I got this gig coming up, you know, let's do this thing. Fair enough. But then there's this whole space that I embrace, and I literally can feel the connection more easily. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know, and still have, you know, it requires work, you know, and thinking and making connections and all of that. I love that. And I'm more ready to do that in that space. Yeah. So.
Okay.
That's a great question.
Couple things. Yeah. Couple things. First of all, I don't feel like we have to go full ham on legacy story gifts to make that a viable business. You, like you said, you could only do voiceovers. There is a real niche, I think, or need opening up for original music, original songs and original music. You know, we're all like, if I hear the stock music from the podcast intro one more time, like, I'm gonna lose it. And I'm probably gonna, if this piece actually makes it into the show, they're gonna be like, but Rebecca, your music is stock. Like, I'm sure,
which is fine.
It's just fine. Or, you know, Jennie does a song, I'm on my way. So you don't have to hire somebody to get the researchers, blah blah blah. Somebody can come in and just tell their story to you. I got Grandpa here. He can't wait to tell you about the time he ate stinky fish in Alaska, you know, with the, you know, and got snowed in or whatever. So it doesn't have to be that huge of a lift.
You're absolutely right.
In addition to, go ahead, girl. Go ahead.
No, I just want to correct something about the original music. What I do with legacy story gifts is I will take, let's say, a song by Nat King Cole, and then I will recreate it to tell the story of that individual.
Yeah, like, that's pretty hot. But also even just regular old, dang, I wish I had an original song for my podcast.
Oh, absolutely.
That's also a thing.
Yeah, no, and I would prefer to work in that space because I'm working with original music, because there's copyrights and all that other stuff that's involved in the other space, which is why I really wanted to let a lot of that part of it go. Anyway, that's a conversation for another time.
I mean, well, not necessarily. I feel like legacy story gifts could be just a small maybe you only offer it at Christmas, or something, or maybe you only offer it like, whatever. I'm just making that up.
No, but
all of that is, I'm sorry, Justine, I'm talking all over you.
No, I'm talking over you. Excuse me,
darling.
No.
All of that to say, my gut instinct with you is that riding 2 horses with one ass is going to make you fucking mental.
I don't think
you're going to like that. I think it's going to be like neither one of these gets the best of Janine.
I agree with you.
So that doesn't mean you can't go make some money for yourself, because the Rooster Fruits Community Center, whatever, that's not going to be a big income driver. Like putting, maybe you can sell some t-shirts or a garden clinic, or you could get some webinars going, but that's going to be a passion project where you're going to need public-private partnership. Yep. Eventually, when you have the building, you're going to need public-private partnership. You're going to need some grant writing. You're going to need some ways to make money there, and we can figure all of that out, but it's not going to be like, ooh, I'm consistently getting income from this thing on day one, where you could with the voiceover thing.
You're right.
That said, there is nothing on God's green earth stopping you from being a freelance voiceover artist for another agency, or just as a freelancer. You don't have to have a business. You don't have to have services. You don't have to have a website. You don't have to have an onboarding process. You don't have to do any of that, because there are employment agency type situations. I don't know what they are directly, but we can figure them out.
Yeah.
Or just go sign up and be like, I'm a voiceover artist. Here's a sample.
Yeah.
And then maybe you get work and maybe you don't, but all you need is your studio.
That model will make me less crazy than trying to do it all while knowing that my heart is also in this passion project space.
Yeah. There's nothing stopping you. Just go.
You're right.
Sign up as like pick me for voiceover. I'm one of 1,000 million. Hopefully you like what I bring to the table. We don't have to market it. We don't have to price it. We don't have to LLC it. We don't have to make a business model around it. We don't have to find a staff. We don't have to do anything, but it still gives you an option to make some money.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, when I first started doing voiceovers, I signed up for it's like a pay to play. You pay like $100, maybe it's $200 now, I guess, maybe $200. And what they do is voiceovers.com and the voices 123 or something, voice 123. And so you pay to play. You pay like $200, and then they send you gigs every day. There's gigs, and you initially have to fill out a profile. African American woman or older adult woman. I'm just going to say sexy voice, and I don't think it's written like that. But anyway, so some profile, some description. And then they start, it's based on algorithm, and then they base, what they direct to you based on what you say you are. Because you have to support it with, you have to bring receipts with your demos. And so they send it. And I got a few gigs from that. And I would love to return to that space, because it's similar to how you described, of what you described. And I would love to get to that space. The reason why I sort of stopped, like I said, you need to be able to turn on the dime to bid it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I know it sounds like that this has been like my crutch, but I want to get back into that space for all the reasons that you've mentioned. But I know that I would need to bring someone else along, which is fine. I'm open to that.
I hear you. Like, I hear you. If I had to be on a copywriting site that was like respond within 1 hour, there's no way I would be able to do that, stop what I'm doing, and kind of pivot to their direction. But perhaps there's something more artisan, more tailored, some other list you can get on. I definitely have a few podcast connections of producers who I can connect you with and be like, look, if you're looking for something different for a commercial, like Tony does voiceover work all the time for webinars. So maybe that could be a niche. I just want you to have an independent way to make money in case you want to, so you don't have the anxiety of like, I'm dipping into my savings right now. I don't want that for you. But I also don't want you to be like, I started a circus and another circus all on the same day, and I hate both of them, and Rebecca can suck it.
No, you... So I'm glad to have this discussion. You're right, because at first I didn't want to delve into the whole voice over thing. But no, you're absolutely right. I'm glad to have this discussion, and I see myself thriving because I do want to make money. I mean, I want to make money. I like passion stuff, but I want to make money. That's for sure. Sometimes I just don't think I can have it both. But working with you and having these discussions, I'm learning that they both can happen. But one, the level of effort that I know that I want to put in going after, and then building those relationships and all that. I know that that's in this other space. And in the other, let me define, in the, what do you call it, roots and fruit space, and
the roots to fruit space.
Yeah, roots to fruits. But
that doesn't mean that project can't bring money to you.
I would love to discuss that.
Yeah, let's discuss that. You could form a benefit corporation instead of a nonprofit. A benefit corporation taps into great venture capital funding. You just have to be for real about your triple bottom line impact. Yeah. And it's a nice way to do nonprofit type vibe without the restrictions of nonprofit, because the only way you're going to make money from the nonprofit is to pay yourself a high salary, which is absolutely acceptable. I'm so for it. However, that's not like the sustainable wealth I see for you.
No.
I'd like whatever your effort is here to provide legacy financing for your intergenerational vision.
Yes.
So I guess I'm saying Roots to Fruits does not have to be poor.
Okay.
And we can start small.
I would like to start small so that I will not be poor based on passion.
And you would be providing a business model.
Yeah.
For other people. Like, just imagine, like, you and I we're excited about this show. It's cool. It's a cool concept. Like, awesome. We're going to have a TV show on a network that's dedicated. We're going to have the only 1 hour television show on the whole entire network. The only one that's like multi-episode arcs over the course of the season.
Yes.
So that's exciting. What if somebody saw this and was like, finally, I see a way to follow my passion without being poor.
Yes. Oh, God.
So I hope your story inspires somebody else. Let's work through it for us. Let's work through it for future generations.
Yes.
And let's work through it for anybody at all that might be watching, being like, I have bigger dreams, but I also don't want to live on ramen noodles.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Because I'll tell you what, when you're doing, like, if you have a grant and then you have to write up your report, there's usually a category that reads unanticipated outcomes, right? So those are the things that, okay, they fall sort of outside of what you expected to happen. But then you find that it was a mother, she didn't have to be single or whatever, but a mother found your program, and then she introduced that program to her mother. And then they decided to go into business together. But let's say the focus was only on women of a certain age, let's say 35 to 55. But then this person, that's that one almost anomaly, if you will, but maybe several anomalies, say it right, that then took what you did, your effort, and made it into something else. They saw the possibility. Wouldn't that be great? I am right along with you.
I think that would be really great. And you have something real to share. Even if we just look at gardening, just look at that only.
Yeah.
How many people don't know how to grow their own food? How many people don't know you can supplement your own food just from vegetable cuttings you get at the grocery store?
That's right.
Who knew that was a thing? So many people who need to be bartering in the food crisis is coming.
It's real.
Food crisis is coming. If you cannot cook and you cannot grow your own food and you are completely dependent, they're talking about unifying banking under the federal banner.
Oh.
So if you can only bank at the government who can turn on your card and turn it off,
that's right.
Better learn some self-sustaining techniques. So I think what you're offering, even just in that space, is so valuable to humanity, and then the expression on the other two sides of it, of song and story and art. Yeah. Some entrepreneurs, I think we could find a way to integrate these two ideas into one. I feel like I feel like God has given you the gift of singular focus. That's something you've never had before. You've always had your mom, your parents, your sibling, your children, your husband, your job, your dog, your car, your house, whatever it is. All of those things have split your time and attention. Right now, this moment in your life, those things have cleared, and you can put all of your genuineness in one project. I mean, is it Christmas? Question mark.
Rebecca, that's truth. That is true. And not that I would turn back the hands of time, or, I don't regret any of it, but to be given the opportunity to be singularly focused, it is a gift that can be somewhat overwhelming, but going through a process like this, and very rarely, even if I did, which is why I started exploring, started the nonprofit before my life changed, started the Janine Sound Company before it changed, but I never had the opportunity to delve in and do one thing. I think, you made a comment the other day. You said this is really a unique opportunity to engage in this way for 100 TV network, because I don't necessarily have a business. I have business concepts and worked, within the business. I have some examples or samples of the work, particularly in Legacy Story Gifts, but it's not an already established business. Therefore, you are also, I don't know, you tell me, your approach may be a little different working with me, because you're not working from an already established company, whether or not it's brick and mortar or not, but an established company. So,
well, mommy can start brands from scratch. That I can do. What makes you unique is that you're not, your project is beyond the scope of, I need to figure out a tight business model and get this thing going. You're unique. I think you have entrepreneurial flavor, like ribbons through you, but that's not your singular focus. That's not what drives you. So that's the difference between you and like my regular clients. Is their entrepreneurial adventure is uncompromising. Like they can't not. Like if you sent them on vacation, to the lake and you were like, you don't have to do anything. There's no Wi-Fi. There's nothing but this lake. They'd have a canoe rental place set up like in a week and a half. Like, oh, well, I just found these 3 canoes and so wanted to rent one. So like they can't not be entrepreneurial.
I get it.
What makes you unique is that what's driving you is a passion for your community first.
Yeah. And
the holistic perspective and the understanding that if that thing is not generating revenue, we ain't helping nobody.
That's absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, I love the uniqueness, as well as those folks who have that strong entrepreneurial sort of spirit and almost can turn, like you say, a vacation on the lake into a business, because we need those too. And those people are those that I may read about and go, wow, because it's possible how to turn innovation. My turning innovation is different. And turning ideas or being innovative.
But we're going to use the same framework. We're going to use the same tools. We're going to treat it like a business, regardless.
Okay.
Because that's how it wants to be treated. It doesn't want to be. We're not going to talk down to our little enterprise right here. That's what's so fun. And I do think that even if you are like so entrepreneurially driven that you can't help yourself, you got to have a canoe rental place. Within 3 days. Watching someone build this from scratch, from a place of true heart-centeredness, will inspire any business.
I
hope so too. So I my big picture for you right now is I think we need to sit with this, like that's the truth. That this is now our absolute truth.
Yeah.
That this is what we're working on. This is our project. This is our co-creation space together.
Yeah.
You may wake up tomorrow and be like, what did I do? We got to do the voiceover thing. Like, and that's perfectly fine. This exercise helps you try on the different ways of existing.
Right.
I will see, you know, as we go on, let's both keep in mind, is there a way to integrate voiceover stuff or, you know, legend, you know, is there a way to integrate that here that makes sense? Yeah. If the answer is yes, fantastic.
Right.
If the answer is no, fantastic.
Fantastic.
We have a plan for otherwise. So this is what we build. This is what we're going to build.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, and I love the opportunity just to sit with it. And I don't know if I wouldn't be able to hear all of what we have discussed, but I've made some pretty good notes. And also, it's here and it's here in my heart. Where I really would like to spend more time, where I really see myself. I do see the voiceovers still continuing, still moving forward, identifying someone who can do the editing. But like you said, it might be some, what did you call it? Artisan, you know, sort of spaces maybe to operate in, where maybe the immediacy of turning around something may not be as necessary, but I still want to, you know, operate in that space.
And there are VAs who can do that stuff. Keenan can train people. We can figure out where his key piece is. You can grow that as you want to, dip your toes in it. That's fine. But I do want to avoid riding two horses with one ass.
I thank you.
Thank you. Because it is a true gift, I think, as a woman, and the truest act of sovereignty that you can ever imagine is the freedom to focus entirely on whatever it is that you want to focus on. Wow. So let us embark on that adventure.
Let us embark.
Fabulous.
Yep.
Fabulous. So I've invited you to the table here to talk about Janine. I'm really excited because we've only just begun in our journey together, and I wanted to bring you into the fold of Business in the Raw, into the fold of the show, to talk about as a meta moment in which I'm coaching Janine in the meat of the show, and you are my coach and also resident coach on this show. So a good time to connect with you about coaching as a whole, and maybe share with you a little bit about how it's going and getting you ready for your work with Janine. That's going to be all around that Mox magic.
The Moxie magic. She's got it coming.
She's got it coming. Here's why she's super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the entrepreneurs that you and I work with on a daily basis, you and your coaching practice, and me over there at Stone Fruit, doing my consulting gig and all the things. Women and men, but generally it's all women in my case, come to the table and they've already got a business. They already have a model started, whether it needs to be refined. They already have a business idea started. It needs to be refined. They already have a brand in mind. So they come already ready to go and positioning. Who are my people? What do they need? Who am I? What do I deliver? Why am I special, different than the one? Janine has like a completely different story in that she raised a family. She worked for the federal government for decades and decades until she reached retirement. She participated in her church. She has a garden. She raised 2 children. Mm-hmm. She has all of that. And now she has a whole new chapter before her for the very first time, and she doesn't know exactly what to fill in that blank space at all. So we've got
an exciting place to be.
It's so exciting. She's got podcasting and voiceover work. Her voice is I can barely describe the effect that her voice has on your soul when you hear it. So she has that. She has a recording studio in her house. So she's a gift for voiceover. Her son's a podcast producer. She also is a singer. She does this project called Legacy Story Gifts, which is going and talking to like senior members of your family. At this point, it's senior members of your family, and creating a legacy gift around their story.
Oh,
she's an avid gardener. She loves music. She loves art. She's community driven. She's passionate about social justice. She wants to elevate Black voices. She is just an all-around multi-passionate entrepreneur with a total blank slate.
Does she want to be an entrepreneur?
Yes, entrepreneurship is calling. She wants, I think the thing that's so remarkable about her story is that she wants to participate in the agency of her own next chapter, in which she's going to have some fruitful rewards. It's time for this investment of my time, my life, my energy, my bandwidth, and all of that to be, yes, for in the service of other people, because that's how I'm wired, but it's for me. She keeps saying, I'm so excited to see what I can give the world and what the world can give back to me. And then what I can give back to the world again.
Sounds to me like she's really in a place now where she's ready to choose herself and do it her way. And this is, this is something that I am just so obsessive about.
Your way and the highway. I mean,
your way and the highway. Exactly right. That's what the podcast was going to be called, wasn't it? Originally, my podcast. Funny.
Yeah. And then we had a group.
Anyway, but what I mean by that is that she has had a corporate background. She's done all of those things, all the stuff. And she's now in this really, really beautiful position of recognizing that she can curate her own next chapter and she can sculpt it into what she wants it to be, what works for her, what works for the people she wants to serve. It sounds like, coming to you, coaching with me, it's all part of that process of her realizing her own sovereignty around this and her own capability to claim what she really wants moving forward. So I absolutely love this idea of this blank slate for her, even though it almost sounds like it's this quite a packed life that she's bringing to this blank slate. So part of the challenge for her might be really looking at all of those things and picking and choosing what she wants to take forward into her entrepreneurship journey. Because I can guarantee it won't be all of it. So.
Yeah, I forgot to mention she co-founded a nonprofit in women's health advocacy that she also runs.
Oh, one of those. I
forgot to mention that. Yeah, but her kids are grown. She has space and bandwidth right now to do the thing. So I'm actually almost a little jealous of Miss Jean Payne, because she really gets to paint with a blank canvas and not come presupposed with, well, my resume proves that I can make a business doing this thing, so I might as well beaver away at a light version of myself instead of this full fat version she gets to create. So I'm super excited for her journey, and I'm so glad you're going to be a part of it.
Thank you. I just want to comment on that. You say, I'm jealous of her being able to do that. And of course, we all can do that, right? We all can do that. And it doesn't matter that we can all create a blank slate for ourselves if things are not working the way they are at the moment. So for anyone watching, it's important to remember that whatever stage you are at and whatever framework you have right now doesn't have to be what you move forward into. It's just that for Janine, it's very heightened because she has a literal blank slate. She doesn't have to disentangle herself from anything right now. But yeah, this is available for all of us. We just don't always choose to claim it.
That is beautiful. I had a former mentor would say, rip up your resume and start again. And I love that.
I cannot wait to get started.
Me too, Jilly. Me too. We'll see you on episode 2.
I'm ready for it. Tell Janine it's happening.
Okay. The revolution will be televised. We'll see you then, Jilly.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Step into the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets. Discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Whether next-gen or fundamentals, each week, Sue Ann will help you grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV.
It's time for What You Need to Know, where you'll learn the strategies and tools you need to grow your YouTube channel. Here's your host, Nicole Sanchez.
I want to help you create like a pro. I run 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company, and I also have my own YouTube channel. It's luxury hair care and lifestyle, so totally different topics. So I've been on both sides of the fence where I have every resource you'd probably want. I have editors, motion graphics designers, copywriters, production manager, a fantastic in-house studio with a studio head, and wonderful crew. And then when I do a video like this, I'm doing it all on my own. I'm the crew, I'm the talent, I'm the editor, I am the social media person, I am all of it. So with this very vast realm of experience that I have, I want to help you learn from my successes, my mistakes, to help you grow your channel as best as you possibly can. I also have years and years of experience doing social media, also for a major tech company and myself. And that is also a huge part of growing your channel, is kind of understanding kind of the kind of guerrilla PR, that you can do using different social media channels to help your channel grow. So those are some of the topics we will be covering. Oh, another one is live streaming. I've been live streaming pretty much since live streaming was a thing, and that is also a wonderful strategy that you can use. So whether you are a person who is starting a YouTube channel for fun, just for a topic that you're super psyched about, or if you want to start a business of it, or if you're a small or medium-sized business that is wanting to grow your social media and video presence, I'm here to help. It's been around for a while. I'm here to be your channel coach, your screen strategist, and look forward to teaching you everything I possibly can. Now, the first thing that I want to reassure you about is that whether you have every resource in the world to make the perfect video with the perfect audio, the perfect lighting, everything, or you're doing it all on your own, you still have the same obstacles to become successful on YouTube. I have launched 3 of the 4 channels now at my current company, and it is hard to ramp up and get those views. And even when you have a full team working on that kind of thing, the team that I lead, that is our focus, right? I mean, we also do lots of videos for, all of our company's events, for social media, other things. It's not just YouTube, but, we have YouTube shows that have episodes that are kind of like a series. We have one-offs, we have everything in between. But we still are dealing with the same things that someone just doing YouTube on their own does. We need to reach our audience. We need to convince people to subscribe, and more importantly, watch the videos, right? Because watch time is really what YouTube is looking for. The reason watch time is so important is because that is keeping people on YouTube, and that's what YouTube really wants the most. So you could have, a million subscribers, but if your watch time is low, and it's not just the views, because someone could view for 30 seconds on a 5-minute video, or they could watch 4 minutes of the 5-minute video, and there's a big difference. That YouTube looks at all of that. They are going to serve the videos out further that have more watch time. So there are a lot of things people are doing now, you'll see, to kind of increase that ratio. People are no longer starting with huge long introductions and graphics and things like that. They're not sitting there yammering on about themselves, which, at some point might be interesting for you guys to know more about me personally. But right now, what you really want to know is what I can teach you to grow your YouTube channel, right? So it's things like that that you have to think about. The main thing is to serve that audience. Whatever your thing is, whether it's beauty or it's food or it's something about business, or I don't know, I love those ones like where the attorneys are commenting on cases and looking at what's happening on cases that go on, or Dr. Mike, the doctor who talks about things and reacts to things. Regardless of what your channel is, you need to serve that viewer. Now, speaking of different kinds of channels, let's talk about the purpose of channels, right? So when I started my channel originally, I wanted a channel just kind of to have a creative outlet. I love beauty. I didn't feel like there were many people in the over 40 age range at that point doing very much on YouTube. So I kind of wanted my voice to be heard. It became a creative outlet for me. There's a lot going on in my life at that point that was kind of difficult, and it was just kind of a fun, creative outlet that I could do at any time, day or night, when I had time. And then it kind of turned into a whole thing, and we'll go get more into that sometime. Now, on the business side of things, when it's a large company, you're doing it to get your messaging out. You're doing it to promote different events. It's not so much about, hey, we're trying to make money, get AdSense, like a solo creator, or a small creator probably would do, right? When I started getting, AdSense revenue, I was like, hey, this is cool. When I started getting affiliate link revenue, I was like, this is amazing, because you can make way more on that than you can on your AdSense in many cases if you're a smaller channel. It's actually, we really have to talk about that, because it's amazing how deciding on what you're talking about can make such a difference to your AdSense, and then of course also your affiliate income. So, people start channels for different reasons, right? So it's not always about the AdSense and starting a business. So that's one thing that was, very interesting, because of course, at my company, we want the channel to grow. We want to engage viewers. We're trying to put the best information out there. We have one that's an overall kind of corporate channel. We have one that's very much towards the developers and builders that use our product. And then we have an international one for non-English language. And then we have another one that is more of a network thought leadership platform. So they, even within those 4 channels, very, very different purposes there. Now, when I'm looking at what I'm doing on my personal channel, which is, by the way, the Nicole Sanchez on YouTube, in case you're into luxury hair care and kind of over 40 lifestyle, that is something very different. Again, I kind of started that channel just for fun, for me to have a hobby doing something and talking about something I really loved. And then as it began to grow and I was watching some of my friends make real businesses of it, that is when I was like, oh, okay. And I really started with affiliate links and things like that. So one thing I would say to you is, from day one, don't wait like a year to kind of tune into that like I did, because I was just kind of having so much fun with it and the experience and the friends I was making and the things I was doing and going to, look at it with a business eye. One of my my good friends who has a really large channel, she was super smart. She went in there and she really looked at it as a business, and from day one, and she's doing extremely, extremely well. So look at what you're talking about, and don't choose your topic because of the money you think you're going to make at all. You have to talk about something you really care about and like, because that's going to come through. And that's another thing that you might not realize, that even for just looking at AdSense on YouTube now, so depending on what you're talking about, that's the different types of ads that get served to you, right? So, it turns out that, you and I could each have videos that have the same amount of views, the same amount of watch time, and the same amount of ads run. But depending on the ads, the CPM, what you're getting paid for, per thousand, views of the ads can be very, very different. You could make, cents, or you could make dollars. And it's interesting, there's an analytic in YouTube that we could look at what your AdSense kind of average is. And one beauty creator I know, and mine, I just happened to talk about high-end makeup and hair care more, and she talked about more drugstore, and we were talking about the different rate that we were getting paid at. And mine was quite a bit higher. And then I had also happened to, just because I wanted to share it, I'd done some videos about Rakuten, which is a company where basically, as a person, if you go, let's say you're going to shop at Macy's, let's say, right? And before you go shop at Macy's online, you start at Rakuten. It used to be called Ebates. And the percent can vary. It could be 2%, 10%, 20%. It just varies on that platform depending on what's happening. But if you go through there and then you place your order, you get cash back, okay? So I thought it was really great because I was getting cash back just for doing shopping I was doing anyway. And then they also incorporated where you can do that just going into a store. You just kind of link your credit card. So if I paid inside of Macy's, it's usually a lower rate when you're in store, but I would still make money on what I purchased, right? So if you spend $100 and it's, I don't know, 5%, you'll get $5 back. And it adds up, and every quarter they send you a check or a PayPal or however you set it up. But I was talking about that, and that somehow made what I was getting paid spike. And I also happened to do this right around kind of Thanksgiving time frame, before the holidays. And it wasn't on purpose, really, other than I thought, hey, people could use this. Again, there wasn't any strategy behind it. I just got lucky, and it shot up the ad rate. But what was really cool was that I had, of course, also told people, hey, use my link to sign up. You get, I don't know what it was at the point, $15 or $30, the first time you make a purchase for a certain amount. And then I get a, commission also, but it doesn't affect what you make. They just kind of like a bounty, I guess, for bringing someone onto their platform. Well, those started to really, really, really add up. So it's really interesting how you can do this, as well as normal affiliate links. If you don't know what affiliate links are, basically it means that you get a link. So when someone clicks on the link and goes, let's just use Amazon as an example, right? I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be Best Buy. It could be Nordstrom. It could be, I don't know, Moroccan oil, whatever. But you can get these affiliate links. I'll tell you kind of how to start doing those also in a moment. But the affiliate links are really, really great because, if you're talking about something anyway and you want people to know where to get it, you put that link down below. And if people click on that, then you make a small percentage off of what they order. And it doesn't affect their price at all. And the cool thing with, some of these, retailers like Amazon, I think it's like 24 hours. So like, let's say you had a $5, wooden spoon or something you do cooking channel. Let's say you're doing a cooking channel. And if someone clicks that link for the wooden spoon and goes to Amazon, well, they might not buy that wooden spoon, but for a certain amount of time after they've used your link, anything they buy on Amazon, you'll get credit for. So if they go buy a $1,000 television set, or, maybe they buy some other cooking things, that kind of got you down that rabbit hole, then you earn on that. I wasn't using any affiliate links or anything like that. And when I started, there were some barriers to entry to getting affiliate links. Now it's not that difficult anymore. It seems like that's opened up a lot more. But there are companies like Magic Links. It used to be called Rewards Style. Now it's LTK, like it's for like to know, that you can get affiliate links for most anywhere on. And then a lot of companies, if you are promoting their products, they will do individual ones with you. Like there's one beauty product kind of supplier for makeup artists that I absolutely love, and they have their own affiliate program. So a lot of people have their own affiliate programs. Like Beautylish has their own, but you can also get links for Beautylish through LTK. So you kind of can look and see maybe where you're getting your best percentage. But hey, look, this is becoming a show about affiliate links. Didn't plan this, but I think it's important if you're starting out to know that there's opportunity to make money on YouTube right away. You don't have to wait till you have a certain amount of subscribers, because you're not going to get your AdSense until you've hit those certain, view and subscriber counts for YouTube. I know it's different for shorts versus long form content, but there's a barrier to entry on AdSense now. When I started, there wasn't. They started a few years after I started. I started on YouTube a long time ago. But that's something that, it starts to add up. It seems like a little bit here and there. And then also look at people's affiliate programs. There's one company whose products I absolutely love, Herbal Face Food. They have a killer affiliate program. And they pay you, they don't make you wait a month until you hit a certain amount. Some of the affiliate programs, they pay you after you're up to $50 or $100 or whatever, right? Which is fine. But they pay you immediately every time. And I just did a video about the products because I really liked them, and I threw my affiliate link down there. And that has done super, super well for me. Now let's talk a little bit about getting your setup together for filming. You do not need to get the best camera. Audio is important. It's actually more important to have good audio than video. A lot of people start on their cell phones, and that's totally fine. And one nice thing about your phone is that it's easy. I started out using my husband's camera that happened to, also do video. And later I upgraded that. And it was like a $1,000 camera, and it worked great for me for years and years and years. I've now upgraded to a much more professional type of camera. But I have to say, learning to set that up and kind of all the stuff that went along with getting that kind of a camera was a giant pain. It was really difficult because I'd learned it all myself, right? Because I hadn't used that kind of camera personally before. Crew around me uses even better cameras all the time, but it's a lot more tricky. So you can totally get started with kind of beginner setup. And for lighting, honestly, that is the one thing that I wish starting out I would have put more money into. I kind of started with a window in front of me. I started adding some lights, and by the time I added this light and that light and the other light, it kept making it better. And then I bought like a super great ring light. I was doing beauty. But really, what I should have just done is bought a really good light to start with. And that's what I'm using now, because when I added that light to my old camera, it made my old camera before this one suddenly look a billion times better. It made such a difference to have the good lighting. Like over the top difference. So I would do that. The other thing, I started my channel, I did not know how to video edit. So I went down different roads with some different editing softwares, and now I use Premiere Pro. And that's one of the things I think I would explore before you get started, because I don't think anyone ever understands how long it takes to produce a video. You've got your whole setup, and now I'm lucky enough to have a room where I just leave it set up most of the time, unless we need to use this room for something else, which we just did, but anyhow. But overall, now I can leave it set up. It is so nice, because if you have to drag everything out, set it up, tweak your lighting, tweak everything again, it takes a big deal. So if there's a little corner somewhere in your home or office that you can leave it set up, it will save you so much time. And also, if you suddenly want to record something or a portion of something, like let me just use, kind of hair care. If I suddenly was using something and wanted to show something because I was doing it, I could just run here, turn it on, get it, and I have that clip for B-roll or, part of a video that I'm doing. So it's very, very handy. Now, audio-wise also, that is so important, because you can watch a video. I actually did a video about how important audio is. You can watch a video where people, you can hear them super well, and maybe their video doesn't look the greatest. Maybe they just didn't have a very good setup, or their lighting's bad, or whatever. But if the content is intriguing to you and you can hear it, you will listen. But if you can't hear them and the content's intriguing and it's difficult to listen to, you're gonna probably turn it off, even though you were interested and wanted to stay on. Let's do a little experiment. In this video, the video might look good, but the audio sounds terrible. So think about how long could you put up with this kind of sound in a video. Now in this video, the video looks terrible, but you can hear me really, really well. So you can still gain value from what I'm saying. You might stick with it if you're interested in what I'm talking about. You really could keep going with it this way. It wouldn't drive you nuts like the bad audio would. I should go grab it 1 second. I'll show you what I started with for audio. 1 sec. Okay, so I just went to go grab the other mic, which I had charging in a different room, and the door is somehow locked, and I can't get it open right now. But it's this Rode mic that you just slip on top of your camera, plug it in, and it's really good. And if you're about like 4 feet away or so, it works great. I've now switched to these little, let me just show you. Rode wireless Go 2s. So this comes a set of 3. So there's one of these plugged into my camera. Then I have this one that I have the little lab mic on. And I'm probably making horrible noises now moving this around, sorry. But these are fantastic and they're wireless. So you want to test them, like before I started filming this, I filmed like a minute or so just to make sure I went over my computer, make sure everything's working. But these have been flawless. I really like these. The light that I have, it's a Kino Flow. I will put the description of that down below, but I love that. And then I have a window here next to me on my right side that has, just like kind of curtains there, but they're not really light blocking. So I do have a couple other lights here on my other side just to kind of help balance that out. But that's really my lighting setup. If it's dark at night, I can use just the light kind of in front of me, and it does kind of all the work. So that's kind of what my setup is. And then for my camera, I'll list that below in the lens I use. But that one is kind of stupid expensive. But I really wanted to upgrade, and I wanted to upgrade to something that was an actual video camera. I wouldn't have to keep stopping, because the problem with the old camera I was using, it's wonderful and I would highly recommend it. It was a Panasonic Lumix. I think it's the FZ1000. I'll list that. It's a really good camera, but after like 15 or 18 minutes, kind of depending, it'll turn off. So you could be in the middle of a sentence or a thought and you're like, oh shoot, I need to stop and start recording again, because it could only go for a certain amount of time. So I wanted to invest in a video camera that would just go, no matter how long I was yammering on. And that's how I ended up with this one. But I saved up my AdSense, and I saved up my affiliate money for a while, and then I bought it. But I really think you can get started with just a very basic camera, or your phone if you got a higher level iPhone or Droid or something, and then just again make sure you have good audio. And I can't really speak to. I never really used my phone for any video shooting, other than like I would do cooking videos once in a while back in the day, and I might use it for B-roll. I have this cool mount thing where you could click your phone in and turn it upside down, and I could put it on to what I was doing with my hands or cooking. So that's really kind of all I used it for, was some B-roll, and audio wasn't very important. I have a lav mic for when I was live streaming from my phone that I could actually put down below for you. It's one of these, looks like a little Rode lav like this, but it's made to plug into your phone, and it could go into a Droid. I have to use actually an adapter for the iPhone, so that is really a great thing to have. And then the other thing I would say that I feel like I didn't do enough of in the beginning was, not that you have to script out what you're talking about, but give yourself a little outline, because it does two things. First of all, it keeps you on track, which will make your editing far easier. Because if you're just completely off the cuff, I kind of scoped out what I wanted to talk about here in the beginning, and I figured it would kind of go where it goes, and we would address different subjects over the course of the show. But if you give yourself an outline like that, and you just maybe just stick a sticky note in front of you, and then in between your subjects you just could look at it, okay, and then you go to the next one. Really keeps you on track a lot more, because I noticed when I did a sponsored video that ended up doing really, really well. It was I think one of my first sponsored videos. I had to do that because the brand wanted to sign off on what I was going to say and be talking about, and so I had to script it out, and that ended up being one of my most successful videos because I really thought about it, and I put some storytelling into it that I think I was kind of lacking before, because I wanted to tell people the story of why I had been using this product for 30 years and how successful it was and how it worked for me. And by doing that, it really, really made it better, because it's super easy to turn on the camera and just go. And some people are super good at that. But then a lot of times I'll be like, oh shoot, I missed this. And then I'll go back, and then you have to edit it in, and it's really a pain. So I would highly recommend outlining it. And when we do stuff at my company, it's scripted. Well, for most people, scripted. We often use teleprompters or confidence monitors. So teleprompter, sure, to read a complete script, great. But also maybe just to have the bullet points there for someone, right? Because when you're doing very highly technical types of interviews and things like that, the person doing the interviewing usually wants to go through a certain process. So it's fantastic. And usually for our anchor, we'll have a confidence monitor behind the person they're interviewing, so so he can kind of glance over there and make sure he's staying on track. And that's something I think is really, really important to really think about what you're saying, because again, you want to serve your audience and give them the best viewing experience possible. One other thing I have to talk about, being that I'm coming kind of from the beauty background on my YouTube channel, is take a little bit of care with your appearance. I'm not saying you have to go like full glam and do tons of makeup or whatever, but do brush your hair. If you look shiny, get a little powder. Even you guys, it'll just look better. I can give you guys some recommendations on that. We can in fact do a whole deep dive on kind of appearance, another time. But definitely do that. Before you go on, I always check my teeth, because in the beginning when I started this, suddenly I'd be like, oh my God, as I'm editing, there'd be like lipstick on my tooth or something, right? And nobody wants that. Also, kind of check your clothing. Do you have a smudge from your lunch on there? Things like that. Just look at that. It just looks better, more professional, regardless of what your genre is, right? I mean, even if you're out doing some fun, sporty thing, you don't want to look at a little stain on your shirt or something. So definitely make sure to look at that. And then also kind of what you're wearing color-wise. You don't want to blend into your background. You don't want crazy vibrant prints, tiny florals, things like that'll bug out people's eyes on camera. Take a look at that. One great thing to do is you're going to need a thumbnail picture. So maybe take some photos of yourself in the setting ahead of time so you can see what you look like. And thumbnails is another thing we're going to talk about. They are hugely, hugely important to capturing people's attention and having them click on your video. So we will delve deeply into that in another episode. And in fact, some creators are planning their thumbnails basically before they even do their video. They've figured that out completely to make it super, super compelling. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. I know this was very broad and we covered a lot of different topics, and from now on we'll probably more kind of hit one topic per episode. But I wanted to give you an idea of what we're going to be going over on my show, and I hope that you enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.
We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and Jon Harris, founder of Buzz It Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
My name is Coach Jennie, and I am so freaking excited to tell you that I am one of the original creative partners on the brand new network 100 TV. My show is called Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, and it's happening on, Monday mornings. Each week, I will be delivering you a quick challenge direct from me to you to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and ultimately more confident. I hope you'll tune into my show, Monday Morning Moxie, exclusively on 100 TV.
Hi, Trust Factor is a new video series and coming audio podcast show hosted by me, Rob Greenlee, that focuses on all aspects related to building trust in human-to-human and business-to-human relationships. I've dedicated my past year or so helping online content creators to create content that reaches other humans at a much deeper level. And this exploration for me, and hopefully for you too, in joining me each week to bring a more positive experience to people in our lives. So look for me here on TV 100 on Mondays at 11 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, or 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here on YouTube.
You're watching 100 TV. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out, see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw.
I'm a content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and Jon Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
All right, welcome to the Resilient Events Show, exclusively on 100 TV Network. This is our first show, so we're not going to get too much into that it's our first show and that we're having fun, but my name is Marisa Cali. I'm the head of virtual production at Be Present Events, and my co-host is Jon Harris. Why don't you tell us a little bit about you, Jon?
Sure. Yeah. I'm founder of Buzzit Event Sites. So I got bit by the event bug way before the pandemic and then fell into the rabbit hole of online events and then hybrid events. And that's how I met Marisa. And the rest is a really, really long story.
Yeah.
So here we are today.
We'll probably get into that story, but yeah. I think myself, in terms of events, I've been planning events, for my friends, for my social groups. There's always some event that I'm involved with planning. So it was a very natural transition into planning virtual events because I was very involved in the marketing space ahead of the pandemic. And it was just a matter of, okay, well, people need to get online, and now they're coming to me and they need to do virtual events. And I already knew how to do all this stuff, being a marketing consultant. So I get to use tools like Buzzit Event Sites, and I've just also formed a friendship and relationship with Jon, and we had talked about launching this show or launching something, and this came about, and now we're on a network. So we hope that the value that we bring here is going to be, super impactful for you in any industry you're in, but also get some takeaways. So we're excited to be here.
Well, I'm excited. And then I think today's show is going to give like an overview of what the first season of our show is going to look like, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll give kind of brush over some of the details, and then we can get a lot deeper in the next couple episodes. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, it's a show about a show about planning an event, and so it's super meta, like Inception, like and how much planning we've gone into, just planning our events show has been pretty lots of events on our calendar to do this. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, I want to get right into it. We're really talking about two main topics here. And why don't I let you kind of overview the two main topics, and then we'll get into the first one. So.
Sure. And so starting, I think Marisa's said this a lot on social media in the past, I've seen, starting out with purpose. And then how your purpose kind of converts into your goal. So that's the big first topic that we'll be addressing, right? And then the next one is from your purpose and your goal, deciding on a format that matches your audience,
right?
And those goals at the same time.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna be surprised if we can get through all that in 29 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, those are very big concepts. I think, we were talking about right before we went live, it was, it's kind of known in this space, like you do need to know the purpose, because then we can get to the goals and break those down. But a lot of people that are starting events or trying to do events, they don't think about that goal first. They think about, they want to do an event, and they don't think about all the things that need to be put together in order to get to that goal. And so that's why we're going to try to help guide those things. So my first question is to, if you are thinking of planning an event, what the heck are you doing this for? Why are you doing this? And it's not, it's okay. Yes, we want to sell tickets. That's general, right? But like, what else are we trying to do? So what are some things that people might want to plan an event for?
Right. Well, yeah, the first one you already mentioned, some people might be running the events for money. That is definitely a legitimate reason to run events, but most of the events we've worked with in the past at Buzzed event sites, at least, there's more of the purpose is a lot behind getting a message out to a community, or building a community around a brand. So we work with a lot of people that are running events with the goal of kind of establishing themselves as like a leader in their community, whether that's in person or online, right?
Right. Yeah. And another thing is I've worked a few virtual galas, and I think almost all business wants to be national or global. They want their brand to reach, different countries, and they want to impact all these people. But in order to get everyone into one place, regardless of pandemic, they didn't understand how to be able to deliver that message. And so there are ways to do this in a virtual sense, and you're celebrating the accolades of the people in this case, it was a nonprofit that benefited a specific audience. And so how can you get that information out without flying in 2,000 people and spending all this money to, put on an event and, still make it worthwhile? So doesn't always need to be, okay, we're setting up this and we're spending money, we're doing it properly to make money. I mean, obviously that's the goal, but sometimes it's a celebration. I mean, there's a lot of different examples I'm sure that you can give in that sense.
Definitely. Yeah. So one that we've worked with in the past is like graduations from startup accelerators. So obviously the accelerator is built to make money off startups over the long run. But for just that event, the real goal is to get as many people enthusiastic about the startup accelerator as possible. Right. And so it's on the way to profit, but the event in itself, the goal is totally different. Right.
Yeah. And I think that, a lot of people are like, well, I can just do that without, going on Buzz It and putting the content on there. But you think, I just saw today a newsletter from Julian Solaris, which if he ever watches this, hopefully he'll be able to see our shout out. We're super fans of him. Thank you, Jon, for introducing me to him. But people create events to generate content, not just for that event, but throughout the rest of the year. So those people that did that startup accelerator, they have a pitch of their company on video that they can use over and over and again, like
Absolutely,
each
yeah.
month, and if it's not done professionally or with the thought that it can be used over and over again, then you're just wasting your time, in my opinion. So
Totally. Or just not making the most of it. Like, let's face it costs money to run these events. And if you know what you can do with that content afterwards, and then you can set yourself up in the right way, then you're ready to really earn a lot more off your investment than you otherwise would, right?
Right, exactly. So there's, a lot of knowledge between the two of us and a lot of experience in the different types of events. And I've been really amazed with a lot of companies who are thinking outside the box in terms of innovating in that sense, and not just saying, hey, we're back going to events in person. We don't need to think about the long-term goals. Like, what's the purpose of this?
Right.
There's people I have a client right now that's actually thinking about doing a hybrid event for next year in March. And it's like, okay, well, that's 4 years removed from when the pandemic starts. So it's not something that, in my opinion, is going away. So it's always good to see that. And I get encouraged by that stuff. So
yeah, absolutely. One final topic we didn't touch for like, why are people doing this events? A lot of what we see is raising money for charity as well. And so that could look completely different than just a celebration, right? If you're raising money for charity, one of the key considerations, how are you going to make it easy for people to give you money during the event?
Right. Yeah.
So there's all these little considerations that come in. But so I think once you've got your the reason, the overall purpose why you're doing this, the next thing is like setting specific goals that you're working towards. Right.
And you can have many of those goals, because depending on the second part, which we're going to talk about, the format and how that aligns with your audience, you can have multiple goals and they can all really be accomplished depending on how you integrate that into your event strategy. I mean, there's event planners, event strategists, event marketers, there's event project managers. I mean, there's so many different roles in that sense. And I think sometimes it's good to know like who you need and where you need them. But one of the goals that I see a lot is making sure that there's some capture of an email, whether it is registration, and make it the simplest registration as possible. Whether they show up or not, hey, we have their email and we can put that event drop it in their email box year round.
It happens, especially with live streaming only, right? People will start promoting their YouTube link. If that link gets shared, maybe you get a ton of people to watch, but if you don't know who those people were, it's kind of like a bunch of people drove by your billboard. It's like somebody saw it.
Right.
But who was that? Like
we said, a lot of people, their goal is to raise money. So the defined ticket sales, what are we doing? Early bird sales? Are we doing free in the beginning? Is it free after it's live? Or do you have to pay free if you pre-register and then paid after? I mean, there's a lot of different models. And that would all factor into the original purpose and how you want to, from an audience perspective, how easy is it for them to do this without, how can I show up, and how easy is it for me as someone to watch that? If I have to go through hoops to watch it, I probably won't do it. I can turn on my TV and watch something. Do I have to go through all these hoops to do the other thing, to watch something on my computer?
For sure. And then, some other goals that people might be looking for if they're running these events consistently over time. And one that is, I think, good to add in as like a secondary goal to all events is having a high net promoter score, or like post-event survey results. So essentially, so that you can track whether what you're doing during your events is making people think that they're going to come back to the next one, or that they'll share it with their friends, or they'll promote it themselves, right?
Yeah, I think, you bring up a good point, because, sometimes people plan events and then they don't think about what went well, what could change, and what can we eliminate? And those are standard things in all projects, from marketing campaigns to rollouts of products. If you're not doing that, how can you grow, and how can you improve on that? And then 2, you don't even care about the people you're trying to reach. It's also proven to be beneficial for, 1, for me to improve, but now I have some marketing copy that I can use that's straight from the customer's mouth. So,
Right. Yeah.
You got to think about all of that stuff when you're planning.
Very beneficial. Yeah.
Mhm.
One key thing we want to put here, we're putting a lot of weight on everybody's shoulders. If they were like thinking events were going to be easy at this point, the most important thing is to not just be a planner, is to also be a doer.
Yes.
So like, you got to consider these things, but then have a timeline, make a decision, and just start going. And then, yeah, if you're just track your results and just try to be better the next time. So just don't let perfection get in the way of getting started. Right.
Oh yeah.
Because you'll never get there.
Yeah.
And we were guilty of that. And thank you to the 100 TV network for setting a deadline so that we actually had to get this first show out on time. Otherwise,
by the time you see it, maybe a few weeks old, but it's just, you're right about doing, because I think as a natural planner, I'm not in the conceptual side and I'm not in the doer side. I'm kind of in between. So I can like do both things, but then I'm like, but getting to the doer, I need someone else to either say, all right, let's schedule a meeting to do this. What we just covered was, making sure you understand the purpose and what the purpose is and how that relates to your goals, because it can change, but I think starting out when you're planning an event, that's needed. And us as event pros, we're going to always ask that. Those are our first questions asked. But a lot of people who are not in this industry don't do that first. They think about the format or how many speakers am I going to have? And you're like,
why?
No. Don't think about the speakers yet. Let's figure out, because then you can align everything with that. So the second point. What's the second point? Go ahead.
Second point, format, audience match. So once you have your overall purpose, you can define some goals, and then you need to start making decisions. That's why you have those goals, so you can make decisions more easily, right?
Yes.
And then so it's matching the format of the event to your audience.
Right. I mean, it makes sense. But I think what we're trying to do here is to speak to a wider audience that may want to, navigate into any type of event. I mean, one meeting could be an event. Multiple meetings are events. You still have to have some structure. So tell me what would be the first considerations when thinking about the event, when determining your format for your event.
Right. Well, we've already got the why. And so I think the next steps are the where, the who, and the when. Right. So where is your audience? We just had that example of the charity in New York. Who is your audience? So what format do they prefer? What technology are they comfortable with? Right. And when is your audience available? So for us right now with this podcast, live show, the when is kind of anytime. Like, this is going to be valuable to people, ideally when we record it, when it goes live, and then into the future as well. It'll be a starting point for a ton of people. And so that's why having a live show on 100 TV is a great fit for this episode, right? Because it'll be persistently available to all kinds of people across the world.
Right. Exactly. Where, who, when, why. And that can, it can all change. I think it's getting some type of framework to then start, getting into, what type of format it is. And that, this is where, the Buzz It sites, or, if it's just a strict live stream that I've done on a lot of them, how that factors in. So are we doing a virtual versus in-person only event? Are we doing a mix of both? Is it both running succinctly or like at the same time? Because then it's two different events, in my opinion, because you can't have an MC in person and an MC on virtual unless you have a camera attached to their head, and it just concepts that it just logistically doesn't work well, because people in person will wonder why this person's talking to a computer the whole time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think, only in person is great. But you can't start then thinking, hey, let's live stream it and not consider how that live stream will look.
It can't be added
or
in at the
sound.
last moment. That's for sure.
Yeah. I have, I've seen a few live events live streamed, and to me, it's not a virtual event. It's not even a live stream. It's literally a video feed of a live event.
Yeah.
And that's very specific. And not to talk down on those people, but it's always an afterthought, oh, let's go live with it because we can, but they don't think about the experience for someone that might want to sit there. And, honestly, like our show is 29 minutes. We want it to be, I think it's going to be tough for us long-winded people, but we want it. We know that, like, I know my behaviors. I can't sit longer than 29 minutes sometimes when we're talking about a concept. So you have to think about that. Yes, I can sit for a movie, but like, you know what I mean? Like these are
movies are good.
It's tons of value in such a short time. You watch a sitcom, even like Ted Lasso's 40 minutes, and that's like quick, right? We're not sitting there for an hour and a half.
Let's be honest, there's hundreds of people working on that and editing it for days, weeks, months,
millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars. And for most of the people we work with, $1 million events are out of the budget, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That said, we don't want to discourage anybody from getting events out there. The nice thing is, like, although you are sometimes, if you're running a live stream, you're in some ways competing with Netflix or whatever is out there, right? But what you do have is something that Netflix can never have, and that's extremely targeted content, right? So you could be, if you're talking to people that are supporting charities in New York City, that's already a small target audience. And then a specific type of charity, that's even better. And then you give them also the opportunity, if you go level up your live stream to make it interactive, or use an online event site like Buzzit, then you can actually make it so that there's some connection there. There's some camaraderie that people aren't going to be able to find just by browsing through Netflix, right? So event creators really do have an advantage in terms of how niche they can be with their content, right?
And the event creator also has the locale of where they are. Like, you're in Canada, I'm in Tennessee, and we're creating this together, and they have, like, there's not really like a barrier that I have to go through to get this, for us to get it out, right? It's like, oh, we're creating this, and you can essentially do that. Any business really can, and allow people to access you and your content or your message or whatever it is online. And we don't have that in the network side, maybe 100 TV eventually, but you know what I mean? It's just the access of allowing us to create is exponential now. And I think that needs to be considered. So I'm mostly doing virtual events and not a lot of hybrid events like you may have been involved with. I want to make sure that it's clear that when we talk about virtual events, or when I talk about virtual events, it's different types of virtual events and virtual content. So to me, a virtual event could be a podcast, which is what this originally was going to be. We were going to not do video, and Jon kind of pushed me to do video, and the 100 TV thing came about, which I'm okay with. And also, going live. And this is, when it comes to branding, it could be we created this overlay, so it says the name of our show, and we kind of talked a little bit about how we want it to look, but that can also evolve. It does represent the brand. It will come across like that. You don't want it to look like you're just putting your Zoom on online, right?
Leveling it up a little bit,
yeah. And what are some other way that you
Yeah,
think?
so yeah, we are starting off with the idea of a podcast. It ended up turning into a recorded live show, which I'm super excited about. And then there's other things you consider are webinars, and online events, and so we can kind of talk about the differences between those couple. So podcast, it's like everybody's very familiar with podcasts at this point. We all have a podcast app built into our iPhones, our Androids, whatever. It's the beautiful thing is they easily live forever. People can consume them on the go, right? And so it's pretty clear the formatting. A live stream or a live show is like kind of like one level up from there.
Right.
Awesome thing that we're doing this on StreamYard. It actually makes it incredibly easy to record a live show like this. But then, so right now this episode is not live, but when we start going live with these, we're going to be able to have live interaction between us and our attendees.
Right.
And that's going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
But so sorry, go ahead.
So no, like you're right. In terms of a podcast, we have a goal, we have a structure, what our run of show is, but there's not a lot of focus on getting interaction from one person.
Right. Everybody kind of consumes it on their own, right?
Yeah, just listen to us talk.
That's one of the coolest thing about a live stream is that like it can kind of be like a podcast that everybody consumes together, and so it's almost starting to border on an event, right? And then one thing about a live stream like this, we can kind of cut it and then turn it into a podcast to publish later, right? So if you're willing to go for a live stream, you get that added interaction level, and then you can still quite simply convert that into also having a podcast, which is why from like an efficiency standpoint for like content creation, I'm so excited about doing this like the way we are.
Yeah. And then webinar, we have a little bit left. I want to like talk about this really quickly. Webinar, usually is to a defined audience. You have a built-in audience or you have a target audience specifically. There's not a lot of focus on the general audience, but you are building engagement things into your webinar so that you can either, or there's two different webinars. I think there's a training webinar where you just listen and there's no engagement. And then you have a webinar where you're expecting people to be present there for your event, for your webinar and interact. And then your content kind of forms based on like, answer 1 through 4. What is your top, answer there? And then they form their webinar through that. And that can all be live too.
And so webinars can be great. I think like webinars, people mostly do those on Zoom or maybe, what's the other one? I can't remember, made by Cisco. It's
GoToMeeting.
Yeah, there's GoToMeeting. There's a couple
Teams.
others, right?
Yeah.
And Teams. The thing about webinars is show up rates are relatively low because people do things like that for work all the time.
Right.
And they're often not accessible. They're not accessible later. They're not accessible on mobile devices. So it's like you really kind of restrict your access. They can be really great for like if you have a very clear target lead group and you want them to show up and get interact with you directly as the content creator, and for you to kind of push them through your funnel. They can be really valuable for that, for sure. But they're not exactly like an event. They're kind of like almost like more salesy or more kind of workish, right? And then so online event, I would put it like one level above a webinar. And so the real difference, I think, between an online event and a webinars are almost always one-to-many. So it's like me talking to my potential customers and then them talking back to me. Whereas an online event, I think the definition is when those customers or those attendees, whatever they might be, get to interact with each other. And so you get that feeling like you get after you go to a football game or any sports game where you're in the stadium and you're enjoying the event and like
collectively
you get that exactly. You get that camaraderie of knowing that you're consuming something exciting with all those people at the same time. And then that's why when you walk out of an event like that, you can it's like you're everybody's best friend. It's like there's 10,000 of your best friends on the street and everybody's lived through that experience. And so that really just brings up everybody's level and mood, right?
Yeah. And I think, that's a good point because I've watched a few live webinars, so to say, whatever you want to call them. But there wasn't a chat option. And I was really, really disappointed because I'm like, if I'm going to spend my time 40 minutes watching you talk about a concept about in the industry or whatever, some learning, can I at least interact with the others that are there and kind of like bounce ideas or network? I mean, that's what we would do in person. So why is that not something available in a virtual sense? And actually, I think I even wrote to them like as a survey, they did the survey, which is great. But I was also like, well, what was the point of that? So you could showcase your product and then hope that I actually buy into your product. But what about if I want to network with people in the industry? I couldn't.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
I know it doesn't work perfectly for every product out there. Some people, they run webinars with no chats because they're worried that people are going to other salespeople are going to shark their kind of steal their clients, right? So that's a fair, if that's what you think your business is like, then that's fair.
Yeah.
Where I think the reason I got into events is because I loved going to events and having that camaraderie and talking with people. And so that's why I really like online events the most, and why I hope that we can do them together eventually as we build an audience with this show.
We could go on and on about events, but that kind of gives you an overview of what Resilient Events will talk about. We're going to go really granular and be very focused on all the aspects of events, different skills that you might need, different tools that you might want to use. So this is just an intro to Resilient Events, and you can catch us every Monday on 100 TV Network, and we will see you next time.
Okay, till next time. Bye.
Bye.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out and see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
This is 100 TV.
Step into the marketing mirror, because everything you do reflects your business and brand. Each week with your host, Sue Ann, experience a business exploration that promises to bring you insights, ideas, resources, and plenty of how-tos with take-action programming to simplify marketing. Marketing today isn't just what you communicate. More than ever, it's what others say about you. Although always a bridge to customers, your marketing now is more of a conversation directly with them. Establishing a positive and memorable image for your business isn't as crystal clear as simply communicating your brand message. Every action and interaction, each digital imprint, transaction, and all communications, verbal or nonverbal, or any encounter with your business or brand, is a piece of the overall picture you present. And the picture you paint with the actions you take becomes what the world sees and believes. Simply everything you do reflects your business and brand and speaks for you. The quality you provide through your products or services also reflects who you are as a business. The trick to marketing is pretty simple. It's about building a bridge to connect with your customers at the center of value, a place of balance, where you value your customers and they value you. So good business then happens. The voice of your brand and the image of your business grows with how you operate in business. Your business excellence reflects directly back to you. And when you embrace your customers and market with them and not to them, you can relinquish control of your brand image. Your community speaks for you and with you, giving your business a much more powerful voice in the world while making marketing easier. Make sure to step inside the marketing mirror weekly with Sue Ann, only on 100 TV.
Step inside the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets, discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use, next gen or fundamentals. Grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV. Only on 100 TV.
Okay, who is this fancy pants Sue Ann woman? Who does she think she is? Who who died and made her queen of marketing.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sue Ann, and this is the first episode of my new show for 100 TV called The Marketing Mirror. I'm so happy you're here, and I'm so excited to share with you everything I've learned spending more than half of my life as a business owner. And for the last 10 years, I've been creating content as a writer and in many capacities in the digital space, including my Mix, Sizzle, and Shake Your Business podcast, where I've been talking about everything business and content. And so marketing just seems like a natural transition and part of what I've been talking about all these years. And of course, as a business owner, marketing is part of everything you do every day. So I want to welcome you to the Marketing Mirror. Thank you for being here. And I want to tell you a little bit more about what to expect on the show. And so each week, I will take you a little exploration into the marketing mirror. And in that marketing mirror, we'll find all kinds of hidden treasures and gems concerning marketing. We'll sneak on in that mirror and we'll see what we can learn. We'll find out what we need to battle, what challenges we might have in marketing and how we can conquer them. We'll learn about bringing creativity into our business and marketing, because creativity, like marketing, goes hand in hand with your business. And we'll want to look at marketing intelligently so that we're keeping up on what's new and what's not, what's hot and what's got to go. So marketing can be so fun. And we can be creative once we learn how to be intelligent, creative, and we sneak out those marketing gems. We can then cook up some really awesome marketing to bring to our businesses and to delight our clients and our potential customers alike. So I can't wait to have you join me each week in an exploration, because when we learn about marketing, we'll find out that in the end, both us, our companies, and our clients can be more than happy, and it doesn't have to take much effort at all. And I'm going to tell you more about that already today in the Marketing Mirror. And by the way, marketing and business, ladies and gentlemen, can be fun. And of course, I'm going to talk about how to bling your blog and feed that hog, because I feel like your blog is the content hub that fuels your content marketing efforts. And so, that's going to be one of the topics I'm just going to have to cover here in the Marketing Mirror. Because, in the end, I want everyone to be happy and have marketing go as smoothly and easily as possible on you. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be fun. It can be creative. Whoops, I forgot to take my halo off. Sorry about that. It can be fun. It can be creative. And it can be a journey into the unknown. And when you are in something digital, it doesn't matter what you're doing in digital. You have to be agile. You have to be able to think on your feet and change as things change. The whole scenario of marketing is different than it was just a few years ago, and way different than it was when I started in business. I've been in business more than half of my life. So marketing is something that just is as natural as breathing once you feel like it's not as big a deal as you thought. And it can be fun and exciting. So for today, we're just going to go easy into the marketing mirror. We're not going to get too carried away over there. Not yet, but I have some really fun stuff in store for you coming up. And I'm sure that I think you'll find it fun and interesting. I want to give a shout out to Lee Love, who created the character you met earlier that didn't like my fancy pants. And you're going to be meeting Marketing Millie, which is also his creation. And then he gave me just enough information to do the rest of this chaos myself. But that's another thing. I want to make this fun and exciting for you guys to learn and go through this journey with me and use stuff to create your own unique marketing plan, because everyone is different. There's no cookie cutter answer. If anyone tells you there is, I don't think it's true, especially in this ever-changing, evolving, and agile digital marketing space. So I can't wait. Let's get moving. What should we find out about next? So I think that marketing is something that people need to flip the switch a little bit, change their mindset about how they see marketing in business. It's not a line cost item. It doesn't belong on the debit side of your balance sheet. Marketing, when done well, will be a profit center for your business. It will be a profit center that makes the CFO and the financial part of your business work and run smoothly. And it will also work to the benefit of your clients, who will be delighted with your company because of the way that you treat them. And marketing starts out super easy when you concentrate on your clients. And how do you concentrate on your clients and make it really easy to market to them? Well, it's simple. You just do the best you can every single day. You need to market to people by providing the best quality business, value, service, and products. It's as simple as that. When you deliver a quality product, value, and service to clients, they will be happy to give you their money. They will be happy to tell other people about you, and they will be happy to use you again. And so a lot of your marketing is done just by the quality and effort you put into your business, the product and service, and how you service your clients. Right there, if you get all of that right, you have really dropped down the level of importance that marketing as an effort is, because some of it's going to come so naturally through these other efforts to always deliver value, to always be bringing the customer exactly what they need, and to always be open to hearing the customer. Because now, in the digital age, more than ever before, marketing is a two-way street. It's a conversation with customers. You're not marketing to them, you're marketing with them. And when you embrace that feeling where you're helping people and you're marketing with them, and they are part of what makes you your brand, it makes you special, then marketing will be super easy. So again, today, I want to reframe marketing for you. I want you to change the way you think about marketing for your business. And that's why we're going to take a hard look in the marketing mirror and reflect on what's working. So today, as a starting point, I want to change the way you think about marketing. Reframe it a little bit, because I think that whether you're brand new to business, a startup, or just young in your business, or whether you're a seasoned business owner, I think sometimes we all forget that marketing and business go hand in hand. Your marketing is not a separate entity from business operations. Marketing and business is marketing, marketing is business, because every single thing you do is in essence reflecting back to you, back on your business. It's reflecting your business. It's reflecting your values. It's reflecting how you do business. And that is making a statement about your brand. And thus it is marketing for you. So if you change the way you think about marketing from that perspective, you'll then want to change the way you think about how you market, because you'll understand that marketing comes from a place of appreciation. It comes from a place of understanding that without customers, you have no business. So you need to have an attitude of gratitude, and you need to embrace the power of thank you. And in this way, when you change the way you think about how you market, you will then realize how important it is to hone on the needs and servicing of your customers. So if you adopt a customer-centric approach in everything you do, and you put the customers first, then you will really be proving the power of thank you marketing, because everything you do is for the customer, because you appreciate and understand that without a customer, you don't have business. And then you start to realize that happy customers means a happy business, because they want to do business with you. When they realize that you have a quality product and service and business, you have values that align with theirs, when your product is superb, when your customer service is excellent, and when your other services are, above and beyond, then customers are happy with you and they give you their money happily. And so happy customers is a happy business. So keep that in mind, that attitude of gratitude, and keep that thank you marketing power honed in your business, because when people love you, they become happy customers, they use you over and over, and then they tell their friends, their colleagues, and their family members about you. And that means you get more business. So now you have the power of word of mouth. Other people are selling your business for you, all because you're so awesome in the company and products and services you offer. So that thank you power becomes amplified by those happy customers. And then those happy customers are marketing for you, bringing you new business. If you concentrate in your reframe thinking, or your upgraded thinking, or your reminder thinking of marketing about the importance of concentrating on customers, you'll realize that if you work to deliver delight diligently for dollars, delight over dollars, you will have happy customers. And with happy customers, they want to pay you, they want to tell your friends, and now the money follows. So you follow delight, the money will follow you. Super cool. That's the power of thank you marketing. Because, as I said, everything you do in business is marketing. And I say, marketing is business, business is marketing. There's no purpose for a business if you don't have customers and sales. And so you need to think about how you behave and how you act in your business as the way that you're actually pulling in an understanding of who you are. Are you reliable? Are you on time? Is your product top quality? Is your service superb? Do you respond to customers? Do you take care of any problems? This is all part of framing your brand and acting as your marketing for your business. So overall, you're reframing your marketing, thinking that marketing is profit and not cost. It's a profit center, not a cost center. You're looking at a customer-centric focus, meaning you're providing the best you can to your customers at all times, because you have an attitude of gratitude and appreciate your customers. And if you look at delight as a goal, then you delight your customers and everything else follows. So then you're, again, embracing the simplest marketing concept I can tell you, the power of thank you. Everything you do in business is marketing. So keep that in mind. And in the digital age, what does this mean? It means that you have to be ever evolving and agility driven. That is the nature of marketing today. You have to meet marketing expectations. People right now have a me-centric attitude and they want 24/7 access. You have to realize what those me needs are for the customers and be able to be relevant in this digital age and space. You have to consider user experience and user interface, because it's not about what you're thinking that you're trying to do from back here. It's about how people can come in and interact with you. And so many businesses get this a little bit upside down. The concept is not really from the user's shoes. And it's hard to see yourself separately as a user. And you have to step back and really get into this thought. And there's a lot of shifts in the media focus and viewership. So you're going to be wanting to take advantage of these smaller channels that are now available. Anyone can be their own media powerhouse. You have to think about viewership with your media focus, because traditional media that a lot of big companies are in really aren't where the numbers are panning down to for where people are. So you have to really be aware that there are shifts in media focus and in therefore customer attention. You'll have to keep in mind that content acceleration and the overwhelming amount of content being pushed out is just so much that you don't want to be caught in just being a content mill. You want to really think about your content as a valuable asset for your business, and each piece needs to hold weight. It needs to have significance. You're not just a content mill. You're not just following trends. You need to know what's up with trends, of course, but if you're jumping on every shiny object and doing that at the stake of your foundation crumbling, then you're not really doing your business or your clients any good. And then maybe turn it back differently and think about things which will conquer some of these things I'm just already mentioned, but think about coming at things with originality from your own perspective. There's so much copycatness going on because, oh, that's how they're doing it in my blank industry. Think about not being a follower. Think about this digital frontier and the ability to be original and bring some originality to the table. Also, creativity matters so much in business. Like marketing, creativity and business goes hand in hand as well, especially if you are on limited resources. Then you have to be even more creative to do something that stands out and is original and is really doing its job to delight customers. Back to that user-centered, customer-loving attitude. And then, of course, customization and personalization, because again, customers don't care about you. They care about what you can do for them. So you really need to think about each customer as an individual. And of course, customization and personalization makes those me people who are all about themselves realize that you understand and are about themselves too. You are interested in giving them what they need and what they want. They are your priority. And through customization and personalization, as is more and more expected with what we can do with technology, that's going to come in to how you handle things from a marketing perspective. Customization and personalization will also come into play exceptionally so with account-based marketing when we talk about a discussion in that area. So you're going to have in the digital age, you're going to have a new toolkit for your business marketing. It's not going to look like your parents' toolkit. It's not going to look the same as it did in corporate America, even whatsoever, with the flattening of the hierarchy in business. We have to take into account that everything is agile and moving and changing, and people are putting their time and attention into the digital space. One of the reasons why you might want to make your digital presence and business show up, creating its unique and valuable digital footprint. One of the new things that you need in your toolkit for business marketing in the digital age is your website, because today a website is like having a business card. It's almost expected that if you have a business, what's your website? People want to know what's your website. They want to look at what you offer. And because there are double the number of touch points needed for a person to take an action compared to marketing just a few years ago, it's doubled. And part of it because of some of what we just talked about, the overwhelming amount of content, the overwhelming number of channels, the 24/7, excitement of everything. You need to have somewhere, therefore, that not only represents your business in the digital space, it allows people to peruse and shop and learn about your company 24/7. Your website is doing you a huge amount of work, making a 24/7 touch point for visitors at all times. And so people do expect it. So I look at your website as today's business card. I heard Geez, I got to check the name of this guy. He's from the Zoom kitchen. I can't forget his name, remember his name offhand to credit him, but he said today's business suit, and I think this is fabulous, is your mic, because of course your sound is most important. People need to hear what you're saying more than see you or any of the stuff. Your webcam, because they want to see you. They don't want to see the blurry, icky laptop webcam. And your lighting. By the way, your cell phone's perfect now for a webcam. If that's what you have, that'll do. These three things, and I've been fighting with lighting. I continually fight with lighting daily. But these things are now today's business suit. And that really does change your digital or your marketing toolkit, wouldn't you say? And of course, your blog is your digital content hub that fuels your content marketing. And so this is a huge content asset and huge part of marketing for many businesses. And even if you're a small business, you probably want to consider this. What's different about your blog and your website is that it is engaging, interactive, and moving. It's the activity center for your website. It's a place where you're keeping things going. There should be fresh content and new content. Again, it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It has to be continuing, so you keep it going. You do want some consistency. I know I'm the worst about it, but I write for all kinds of people. They're more important, my clients. But the point is that if you're using your website as your digital business card and a key part of your marketing, which it should be, your blog is also a key. It's just as important, I would say, as that website. And both of these are together so important because they're the home base of your digital business. Your presence on Facebook and everywhere else that you're gathering, some engagement and some community and whatever, that's all great. But those things can go away and turn on a dime, and it's all hectic anyway right now. You know this. So make sure that you have your home, your digital home, which is your website and your blog in place. What I'm saying is there's your marketing picture. It's a digital frontier out there. It's an empty palette. So how you paint yourself, your digital footprint, how you market your business right now is completely flexible. There's agility, there's evolution, there's AI and all these things that are changing things in the marketplace really, really fast. But what I want you to remember is most important about all of it is that you need to connect with people. Automation exists to connect with people. So when you paint this space, paint it wisely with people first in mind. It's not enough to randomly pick a social media marketing platform and post stuff. Not only does the platform you select for your social media marketing matter for a myriad of reasons, but your target audience also plays a major role in dictating the channels where you need to show up and participate. It's okay to start with a single social media channel. In fact, it's better to master one than flub up trying to juggle too many and doing none of them well. But one thing to remember is that each platform is a little different. Each has a different core audience who have different preferences for why they're there. Therefore, understanding what your audience wants and needs holds the key to success, not only for everything social, but for finding the perfect platform as well.
We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
What makes me so proud to share this story is that in the past, we would have sat around thinking about doing this someday. I mean, how many of us have these ideas of things we want to do someday when everything is sorted out? We didn't wait for someday. We said, you know what, let's try this. And in this particular case, it turned out that we loved it. And now we are full-time RVers living our digital nomad life right here and now. There's been other instances where I built the plane while flying and said, ooh, I don't like this. No, thank you. I would like to not do that again. But I learned that lesson quicker. And that's what I want for you as well. For you to be able to figure out, you know, do I really love this? You're not going to figure that out while you're planning your perfect strategy in some spreadsheet somewhere. You're only going to figure that out by getting the plane in the air. So your first Monday Morning Moxie challenge from me to you, if you choose to accept it, is to start building the plane while flying it. I want you to take one of your big, juicy, crazy ideas, one of those bold projects that you've been thinking about doing, or if you're Southern, fixing to do for as long as you can remember. I want you to dust that thing off and get it up in the air. That doesn't mean you're going to have it all figured out. And that doesn't mean that this project has to absolutely exist by the time that you're back here next week. It just means that you're taking those very first obvious steps that make it real. Those first steps could include something as simple as telling somebody else about this crazy idea of yours. It could be like Ross did and inviting a handful of people to collaborate with you and say, you know what, I have this idea, help me build this. It could be dusting off one of those ideas that you've had for a product or a service for a very long time, but you're afraid to put it out there because you don't know if somebody's going to buy it. And this week you could put a really quick video together and a buy button with pre-sale dollars where people could buy it before it's even ready. This challenge could be something that you've never tried before, something that's completely uncharted territory. Or it could be something that you've tried before and completely flopped on. It totally failed. It didn't take off because the circumstances were different. It could be something that you've been thinking about since those early days of the pandemic when you thought, oh, as soon as the world opens back up, then I'm going to do it. Or it could be something that you were working on before the pandemic that got completely interrupted. What I want you to do is really think about all the different ideas and projects that are sitting around that are really opportunities for your greatness to come through. And take one out for 7 days and see what happens if you just get it started.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
At the age of 5, Linda Sunshine West ran away from home and started a life of people-pleasing. At 51, she decided to face her fears and wrote the book, The Year of Fears. As a speaker and a 22-time #1 best-selling, award-winning author, she's now on a mission to empower 5 million men and women around the globe to share their stories. This is Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Can everybody see that?
Coinbase
All that is in.
Hey, it's Christoph Trapp. Thanks for having me on your live show. It was really my pleasure. Your production is just fantastic. Unbelievable how you guys are pulling that off. So organized with segments and transitions and all those different things. Right in line with what I'm talking about in my new book, Going Live. Live stream your podcast to reach more people. Hopefully people tune in for our conversations. Definitely worth the on-demand version, in my opinion, if I may say so myself. You guys are awesome.
I think this might be, I've been on over 24 different podcasts and radio shows in the last couple of months, and this has to be one of the most sophisticated, what the kids that I used to teach call bomb.com shows and presentations that I've ever been on. It looks fantastic. Thank
I
you.
love your
for having me.
introduction. How professional. That sounds, I feel like I'm on a beautiful show here.
Folks, welcome.
Available wherever great books are sold near you.
Oh my goodness, Ross, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And,
This is one of the most fun interviews that I've ever done. So thank you, Bridgetti.
Big pleasure. Ross, take care.
Thank you.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Books with Bridgetti for industry experts and award-winning authors only on 100 TV. I'm your host, Bridgetti Lim Banda from Cape Town in South Africa. And our live stream today is brought to you compliments of StreamYard and Live Media only on 100 TV. My amazing guest today is the CEO of Action Takers Publishing. Linda ran away from home at the age of 5, and she started a life of people pleasing. At 51, she decided to face her fears one day at a time and wrote the book, The Year of Fears. Linda is now a speaker, an executive film producer, a red carpet interviewer, and counting, a 22 times plus #1 international best-selling award-winning author. She's the CEO of Action Takers Publishing and on a mission to empower 5 million men and women to share their stories. Now, please help me welcome our amazing guest, Linda Sunshine West.
Hello.
Linda, thank you so much for joining me today. I love talking to you. We've become friends over the years. Your journey inspires me, and I know it's going to inspire millions of men and women out there. And I'm going to jump in right out of the gate, and I want to ask you, just knowing a little bit about your history, other people won't know it. And so I'd like you to tell us a bit about it. What inspired you to become a book publisher, and how did you even come up with a concept?
Okay, well, that's a loaded question for sure. First, Bridgetti, it's always a pleasure to be here. And 100 TV, awesome. I'm loving that. The book publishing was kind of interesting for me because I was never a reader and I was never a writer. As a matter of fact, I used to say for decades, I would say, I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer. So the fact that I moved into the book publishing world is kind of random. But is it really random? I think my path was leading me to this. Well, in 2015, I was breaking through one fear every single day for a whole year, as Bridgetti mentioned in my intro. And during that journey, I ended up meeting somebody who was putting together a collaboration book. His name is Greg Reed. He ended up becoming my mentor, but he was putting together this collaboration book and he invited me to be in it to share part of my story. And so I joined that book, and that was the start of everything. But as I joined that book, I thought to myself, well, I'm not a writer. So I was really grateful that they had a ghostwriter that wrote my story and I didn't have to do any writing. All I had to do is share my story. And so after I was in that book and then that year, when that year was done, the Year of Fears, my mentor, Greg, says, that's really cool that you broke through a fear every day for a year, but what are you going to do about it? And I was like, well, I think that's plenty. I don't need to do any more. But he said, no. You need to write a book about it. There are a lot of people out there who could really use your story to help them to break through fears. So I ended up writing that book called The Year of Fears. It took me a year and a half to write. Because one thing I noticed is that I was starting the story over and over and over again. So the beginning of the story was easy for me to tell, but I didn't know how to wrap it up. I didn't know how to finalize it. I ended up meeting somebody who taught me a very simple system to write and finish my book and then get it published in a quick time. And I was able to write it from scratch, finish it, publish it all within 2 weeks. So after that, I was like, wow, this is awesome. I was in a book. I wrote a book. what's my next natural state of progression? And that was to put together my own collaboration books, just like my mentor was doing. And so that's what started the whole thing. And then I just got addicted to it. I was having so much fun. And only a year and a half ago is when I decided to make it into like an official business. I did it for fun at the beginning, got really good at what I was doing. And then I said, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. And I just dove in, feet first. And like, here I am, like we've published 15 books. And this, as of last week was 15 books in a year and a half. And so just watch out. Here we come.
Oh my goodness, that is just tremendous, and looking back now at where you've come, I mean, in a short space of time. I mean, I think we've known each other for at least 6 years.
Yeah.
And I would never have seen you where you are now. So, I mean, I
Me
just
neither.
never imagined you'd be a big book publisher, but here you are, an incredibly successful book publisher. And if you could travel back in time, what advice would you give your younger self? That 5-year-old girl, what do you want to tell that 5-year-old girl now?
Yeah. There's, what's interesting is, so there was a pattern that started when I was 5, and that was the pattern of running away, right? I ran away at 5. I was gone a week. I was in Brownies for like a week or 2. I was in Girl Scouts for a very short period of time, patrol, soccer, like you name it. I tried a whole bunch of things and I never stuck with anything because I wasn't very good at it. Well, of course, you're not very good at it. When you first start something, you got to stick with it in order to get good at it. The only thing I did for a long period of time was in band. I played flute from 2nd grade to 12th grade. So if I had looked at that, like I became really good at playing flute because I practiced. I was, and I was just up there performing a lot. And so what I would really tell myself is to stick with something. If you're enjoying it, stick with it. Don't worry about how good or bad you are at the beginning, because you can get better and you will get better if you keep after it. So with the book publishing, I'll share. So I had 49 jobs in 36 years in the corporate world. And that was because I got bored, right? So if I'm looking back and like, there was a pattern again of running away. I was bored, so I ran away. I was bored, so I ran away. But then also I try to look at it from a different perspective. And that was that I was running to something better. So I was always running to something better. But if I had stuck it out, would the better have come? So what would I tell myself? I would say, stick something out for a period of time before you bag it and move on, just to see what happens. Because with the book publishing, that's what it was. I became good at what I was doing and decided to dive into it. Like I said, just dive right on into it. And I'm getting better and better at it. My systems are getting better and better, more tight. And just everything's going to get better as I keep moving forward with it.
So I want to ask you a question I don't think I've asked you before. You spent your life being a people pleaser. What kind of inner work did it take to get to the point where you are now, where you are more assertive, where you take action? That's where Action Takers Publishing comes from, because all your social media posts are always about taking action. And you can't be a people pleaser and be an action taker at the same time. And I think a lot of people are stuck in that. So how did you make the shift? What kind of work did it take to get to where you are now?
Yeah, well, you can be an action taker and a people pleaser at the same time, but you're taking the wrong action. That's the key there, right? Because you can still take action, but it's action for others, because whatever it is. Like for me, the hang up I had and the reason I was a good people pleaser is because I had a lot of fears. And I was afraid that they wouldn't like me. I was afraid they wouldn't want me to be around. And that was a driving force. And that was a huge factor in my life as, becoming that people pleaser. So the work that I did, yes, it took a lot of inner work to get here. It took me about, I would say 6 years of solidly working on myself to move out of the people pleaser. So here's what I did is I found people in my life that I was scared of, and I practiced on them. So for example, if I was going to an event and there was going to be somebody there that I knew that was somebody that I was a little bit scared of, I would go to the event with the intention of, okay, today I'm going to have a conversation with that person. And no matter how scared I am, I'm going to have a conversation with them. So that was like the beginning. And then after that, I would get better and better at doing that. But I would pick people. I shouldn't say I would. I still choose people that I'm going to step up to the plate on, and I'm going to practice on them. And this has been amazing for me because I have a lot of different people in my life that I want to people please, but I also know that I don't want to be that person anymore. So I'm choosing how I'm communicating with them, and I'm choosing that these are my people to practice on. It's been an amazing step.
That's powerful and very, very empowering. Now, is it fair to say that your own personal background and your identity influences most of the stories you write in the books, because they're not fictional? And how did you get over the fear of sharing? Because I think that's what holds a lot of people back. I think that's what held me back for the longest time from starting to write, is that fear of what's my partner gonna think, what's my family gonna think, what's my neighbors gonna think, what's my co-workers gonna think, all those things. How did you get past that?
Yeah, I'm still getting past that. So, the fears, I don't know if they ever really go away, but I've learned how to deal with them. And so one of the things I did during that year of fears, I'll just share with you like what the experience was like. And then I'll share a couple of examples of how I was able to show up differently without that fear, because I don't have the fear of judgment anymore, which is the number one fear. So every morning for 365 days in a row, when I woke up that morning, I asked myself a simple question, and that was, what scares me? Now, this was before my feet hit the floor. I was still laying in bed. It's just like, what scares me? And then I would lay in bed and I would wait until the first response came, whatever that first fear was. My commitment to myself was to break through that fear that day. So, for example, some of the fears popped into my head just like that, as if I had been dreaming about the fear, and it just like it showed up immediately. And sometimes it took 10 to 15 minutes for that first fear to pop into my head. And so no matter what that fear was, I had to break through it that day. And so some of the fears were like, one of them was like, perfectionist is actually not an issue. It's not the perfection that's the issue of the fear. It's the fear of the judgment that may be received if you're not perfect. So I learned that the judgment is really the number one fear in all the different fears that showed up. So I was a perfectionist. I was a proofreader for the court system for 25 years. And because of that, I was trained to be perfect. That was my job. That's what I had to do. So I remember one day, the fear was something along the lines of, do a social media post with errors in it, like errors intentionally. Because what I used to do is I would type up a social media post. I would read it 3 times before I would post it. And a lot of times my hand was shaking before I would post it. But I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and post it anyway. And so that day I typed up my post. I didn't proofread it, and I intentionally made some errors, and then I posted it. Just that action of something like that, of intentionally doing something that is against your natural, or not natural, because being perfect is not natural. It's something that we strive for, and something that's unnecessary to strive for, in my opinion now. But because that's who I was, this was going against my grain. And so I intentionally went against my grain to do something that would make me uncomfortable. That act right there was the start of, oh my God, guess what? Not a single person called me out for my typos. My greatest fear.
Wow, that is amazing. And I think, some people post thoughtlessly, and that's also wrong. I think one should consider before you post, before you hit the, not because of typing errors, but sometimes we inadvertently say things that are completely inappropriate on social media. And I don't think that's really what you were referring to. But
but I do that, by the way. I do that.
But in a good way. I've never come across any of your social media posts that made me cringe or think, oh, Linda, you shouldn't have said that. I don't think I've ever come across any of your posts that were like that,
That's true. I am mindful. Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Mindful. 100%.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because just getting on a little bit on that subject there is that, this journey that I've been on of self-discovery or self-remembering, as one of my friends likes to say, because I was brave at 5. I ran away and I was gone a week. Well, by the way, I only went to the neighbor's house, so I was safe. Okay. But I ran away because I didn't want to be in that environment. And sometimes I got to be reminded that I am a brave, strong woman, right? I am a brave, strong girl still. Like she's still inside of me. And so one things that I've worked on really hard is to discover, who am I? Who am I? As a people pleaser, I walked around pleasing other people and not even considering myself at all. Do I like it? Do I love this? Do I hate this? Do I even want to do this? Those were never questions that I considered. So now I live my life differently. It's like, is this something that I want to do? Am I doing this act because I want them to like me, or because I want them to be, I want to please them? Or am I doing this act because I want to do it? So now when I say yes to something, it's completely different because I've thought it through and I've decided, do I want to do this first? That's the number one. And then, do I have time to do this? And if not, I can say no. So that's just saying no was a hard thing for me to move into, but I do it now. But I do know with grace. I'll say that I do know with grace, and no is that, like, I cannot help you, but I know somebody who can, right? Or I can't help you, but I'm going to look for somebody who can.
I love that. Linda, I want to switch up a little bit and focus a bit more on Action Takers Publishing. How you actually went from being an author to starting Action Takers Publishing and what it took. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll be right back and get back to Action Takers Publishing. Stay with us. Don't go away. You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Welcome back. You're watching 100 TV, and we're talking to Linda Sunshine West of Action Takers Book Publishing. Linda, tell us a bit more about Action Takers Book Publishing, and how did you transition from becoming an author to a best-selling author, international best-selling author, to becoming the CEO of Action Takers Publishing? Tell us a little bit about your book publishing business.
Yeah, thank you for asking. First, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was in a collaboration book, and then I wrote my own book, and then I decided to do my own collaboration book to follow in my mentor's footsteps. And what I did is I brought together a couple of people I know. I just happened to be in a world where I'm surrounded by these incredible people, like the founder of UGG Boots, the inventor of the credit card magnetic strip, and the creator of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I reached out to all three of those people and I said, I'm thinking of writing a book called Momentum. Would you be in the book? And all three of them said yes. So I looked at that and I was like, oh crap, I got to put together a book now because I've made a commitment to them. So with it was because I committed to them. So from there, I went ahead and put together this collaboration book. And then after that one was done, I was like, you know what? That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Again, fun is really important to me. And I'm going to do it again. So I decided to do 2 more books, and Bridgetti's in these, and that's called The Fearless Entrepreneurs. And Invisible No More, Invincible Forevermore. And I decided to do these 2 books at the same time. Well, those 2 books launched 8 days apart. Both of them hit #1 international bestseller status in under 5 hours. And at the end of the day, I looked at that and I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. Like, I absolutely love this. This is so much fun. And I know what I'm doing. And I am damn good at this. This is what I'm going to do. And so I literally dumped everything else I was doing in business. I had been an entrepreneur for 7 years by that time. And I had failed and failed and failed. My husband and I almost became homeless because I was following that dream and passion of becoming a successful entrepreneur. I didn't want to go back to a 50th job, after 49 years. But we almost became homeless because of me following this dream and passion. And it was so worth it because finally, at the end of the day, here we are, publishing 15 books in a year and a half. But every single book that came up, like the titles that popped up into my head, were a part of my journey. As you mentioned earlier, Bridgetti, I was a fearless entrepreneur. I was invisible no more, invincible forevermore. I was creating momentum. One of our books coming up is Never Give Up. A lot of these titles are my story, and I want to be able to help other people to share their stories as well in the books. But there's no stopping us. We have 5 million stories to get out there. So we're only at like number 284. So we have a ways to go. But you know what? What do they say? You don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. Oh, you're muted.
Apologies. What is the most surprising thing that you think you've learned on this journey that you didn't, what surprised you?
Yeah, it surprised me that I'm a leader. that was really surprising for me because, when you're in business and you're doing everything yourself, and then you have this expansion period because you can't be successful by yourself. Like, you really do need a team to help you. So when I moved into this place of expansion where Sally Green, she joined me to help me out a little bit in the back end, my systems that I had created were for me. So all the work I had done was me only, right? And now I had to incorporate somebody else into that system. And then I had to learn how to delegate, and I had to trust myself to delegate. I had to trust her to do the work. And then I had to create more systems relating to other people, because now we have a team with 7 people on it. And my systems have had to grow along the way, but with the systems growing along the way meant I had to step more into that leadership role of how to show everybody how to use the system, how to show up in their own position as who they are, how to be able to bring the best out of people. So that is the most surprising thing, that oh my gosh, I am a leader. I do know what I'm doing. And it's so exciting to be able to actually admit that out loud and believe it.
Congratulations is all I can say, on what you've been able to accomplish. So what was something that you failed at? And what did you learn from the experience? Because I think, a lot of people share only the successful bits, but, there's a lot in between that's taken you to become successful. So could you share something you failed at and what you learned from it?
Oh my gosh, I failed at so many things. Here's the thing about stepping out and trying something new is that you may fail, and hopefully you do fail and learn something from it. So I've never really failed at anything. There's that saying, fail forward, is, what lessons did I learn? So every single time I did fail, I learned something tremendous. Sometimes it was very costly. I'll give an example. Like the very beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, I came out of the gate. Now, I had been in corporate for 36 years. I had, built this cage around myself, the corporate handcuffs that they talk about, and when I left that 49th job, which was working for a judge in the Court of Appeals, when I left that job, I had no idea what I was going to do, who I was going to serve, or how I was going to make any money. I had no idea. So I came out of the gate and I was so doe-eyed, and I had I had 7 different business ideas, and I embarked on all 7 of them at once. So that's the first failure right there, is that I thought I could do all these 7 different things. I didn't even know how to do one of them. So how was I going to be successful at all 7 of them? One of those things was that I hosted an event called Lemon Zest and Garlic Fest. It was an awesome event. We had over 700 people in attendance at my first food festival, because I wanted to do food festivals at the time. And we had over 700 people in attendance. But that day, San Diego, I'm in San Diego, California, we received more rain than we'd ever received in recorded history. So it was a rain out, and people still showed up, which was awesome. But at the end of the day, so it looked successful on the outside, but financially speaking, it was a bloodbath. I lost $70,000 from that one event. But I didn't quit. I said, okay, here's what we should do next time, and here's what we need to not do next time. So I really looked at that, and I took like all that information and compiled it to know like what were my next steps for the next time we did the event. So the next event I held was called Berry Best Chocolate Fest. It was almost a year later, and that event, I only lost $10,000. Now I say only because if you compare it to the previous event, I actually had a 700% gain. So I learned to look at it from a different perspective. What this meant was that I did learn a lot, that I did implement some of the things that I learned, but I also still had a lot of work to go. So those failures right there, those were the only 2 food festivals I did. But those 2 huge failures taught me a lot about planning, organizing, communicating with people. We had over 200 volunteers that we had to coordinate, right? Creating systems. They taught me so much. And I'm honestly so glad that I just jumped into the fire and did it that way. Because if I didn't do that, I'd be wondering, why didn't I do that? I should still do that. I would still have that on the back of my mind. But those taught me a lot going into what I'm doing today. Just creating systems was huge, huge.
Wow, that's amazing. And I think, I mean, those were huge, significant financial losses for you. It's not small change by a long shot. You said you were almost homeless, but
let me go before we go to the next thing, Bridgetti. I want to point out something also. During this journey, my husband and I, we've been together now for 34 years. So we had been together for about 20 something years by that time. And I had this dream and passion of becoming an entrepreneur. And so I looked at my husband after I lost all that money, and I said, you know what? I got to keep going. I had lost all of our money that we had in the bank, but I got to keep going. I can't go back to a job. And so we sold my childhood home. I was 2 years old when we moved into that home, and we sold that home so that I could follow this dream and this passion of entrepreneurship. We ended up buying a 28-foot fifth wheel trailer, and we became campground hosts at a local park here in San Diego, so we wouldn't have any rent. We figured out what we needed to do in order to keep following this dream and passion. I sold my childhood home. Most people wouldn't do something like that. But how badly do you want what you want? And that's the thing, is I wanted to be a successful entrepreneur, and I knew I needed to do something different than what I was doing. We sold 85% of our belongings. Like, we literally had 2 knives, 2 forks, 2 spoons, 2 bowls, like, so that we could fit everything into this fifth wheel trailer that we were living in. But I knew what I wanted. I knew what I wanted, and I needed to figure out what I needed to do in order to get what I wanted. It took 7 years of doing it, but I finally got here. So here I am.
And how did your marriage not fall apart in that process?
I know.
Because a lot of entrepreneurs, anybody who does a major 360 shift in their life, it puts tremendous stress on your marriage. So how did what did it take for you to keep marriage together?
That's a tough one. My husband came to me and said, because I was during this whole process, I was becoming a new person, right? I was shifting. I was no longer a people pleaser. I was gaining confidence. I was stepping up for myself. I was becoming a leader, but he was still living his life. And my husband's 18 years older than me. He's 78 now. I just turned 60 recently. And so at 18 years older than me, like, he wasn't changing his ways. But he came to me one day and he said, I don't think I like who you're becoming. I don't know if we should stay together. And so I said, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. I do like who I'm becoming. And what is it that you don't like about who I'm becoming? Well, you're not the same person I married. And I said, I know. And I'm never going back to that person. That was a person who would get stomped on, a person who would just take it, a person who was a people pleaser. I don't ever want to be that person again. So let's either figure it out. One way is to stay together and figure it out. The other way is to separate and figure it out, you know? And so we ended up staying together through this, but he came to me. That was an important piece right there. Instead of just leaving me, he came and said, I don't think I like who you're becoming. And then we worked through it. So it's been a journey. And I got to share with you, because of that statement that he made to me, I was embarrassed to do business around him. Any phone call I would go out to my car to do. Any like Zoom calls that I would have with people. I have clients at that time. I was running a women's mastermind, an online women's mastermind. I would go do all of my mastermind calls in the car because I didn't want him to hear me. I didn't want him to hear this confident woman, because that's not what he was used to. So one day, Bridgetti, one day I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of hiding who I am. And so we're in this 28-foot fifth wheel trailer, not very big. There's nowhere to hide. So I set up all my stuff. I actually had this background right here. I set it up and I'm doing my Zoom call. And there's my husband sitting like 10 feet away from me, doing his own thing. And I thought he wasn't paying attention at all. But when I got done with that call, it was a mastermind session. He said, wow, you're changing these women's lives. That was when he realized how what I'm doing is very important. It's because I stood up for myself and said, I'm no longer going to hide.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing. I absolutely love that. You know, I wanted to ask you that question because it's a place that people don't really want to go in. And, you know, it was much the same for me. You know, I had to make many shifts on my journey to where I am now. And my husband still doesn't like listening to my interviews because, you know, he doesn't know this woman. It still makes him feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, I know that he's incredibly proud of who I've become. But, you know, making that shift is quite an uncomfortable journey, and you've got to be ready for the uncomfortable parts, because without the uncomfortable bits, you can never become successful. And I want people to know that, because, you know, it really isn't an overnight thing, and you need to be ready to want to make those changes in your life. We're going to take another short break. When we come back, we'll talk some more to Linda Sunshine West. Welcome back. You're watching Books with Bridgetti only on 100 TV. Now, Linda, you are on a mission to empower 5 million men and women to share their stories. First of all, 5 million is an ambitious year. I want to know, you know, like, how did you even come up with the number 5,000? Why 5,000? And I want to know 5 million. And then I want to know is, you know, what advice would you give people who are struggling to get their stories out?
Yeah, the 5 million number came up. It was kind of funny how it came up because, well, first of all, my favorite number is 5. So it was easy that I was going to pick a number that was 5. And, you know, with the SMART goals, right, you have, was it, I don't remember, but there's a measurable one, which is the M, right, in SMART goals. And it was specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound. And so I said, okay, I got to come up with an M, a measurable number. So I came up with 50,000. That was my number, because I figured 50,000 was a number that I might be able to achieve while I'm still alive. And then I said, oh yeah, that's right. Grant Cardone, he says you got to 10x it. So I 10x'd it to 5 million. And then I stepped back and I said, oh, that's 100x. So I accidentally 100x'd my number. And I said, I'm not going back. I'm not going to go to 500,000. So that's how the 5 million came up. It was completely on accident. So getting your story out there. It's really about you wanting to step into that growth piece of sharing your story, sharing your message. What message do you want to share? So one of the messages that I love to share is to never give up, right? This is my story, is never giving up. Like I was like, I had this desire, so strong, burning desire. Napoleon Hill talks about it in Think and Grow Rich, as having this burning desire. And I had this burning desire to be more, to do more, to have more. And so how was I going to get there? That burning desire was a driving factor, but I didn't know what the result was going to be or how I was going to be able to fill that burning desire. But I knew I needed to keep going to figure that out. So that persistence pays off. So part of my story is about never giving up, is about persistence. Part of my story is about you're never too old to start something new. I was 51 years old when I left corporate. I didn't have pension. With 49 jobs, you do not build a pension. Like I didn't have an IRA. I didn't have any of that stuff. I was not financially stable. I was not financially ready to make the moves. But I also knew that my burning desire was stronger than my desire to have a pension. Okay, so these are decisions that I made for myself. So you look at your story, your life, and you see, what lessons can I teach people? What lessons does my story hold? And then you're able to sit down and start writing your story. But you got to know the end result. Like, what end result do you want them to have? So for us, like at Action Takers Publishing, we publish nonfiction. We publish in business books, books that are going to help people in their business. These are the things that we focus on. So all of our collaboration books are nonfiction, and they're stories of real people who have gone through real experiences to get the results that they have today. It's called the hero's journey. I was here, I did this, and I got here, right? I was here, I did this, and I got here. So we want to hear that journey that takes you through that path there to get the results that you have today. But look at your story. Every single one of us has an incredible story to tell. And you probably have a lot more than one story. But think about it. What is it that you want to help people with? And then go tell that story. Bring that story out into the world where it will make a greater impact on the planet. Because sitting in your head is not serving that purpose.
Wow, that is absolutely powerful. Now, we've talked about your failures and your learning from that. What have been some of your biggest accomplishments that you are most proud of?
Well, first, every book that we've published to date, all 15 of them are, #1 international best-selling books. So that is like the first thing. But something that happened recently that here's the thing about life. Something can happen in our lives that can change it in an instant. But are you going to take the action to make it happen? Right? It's that action that we have to take to make it happen. So I was sitting at my desk. This was only a couple weeks ago, sitting at my desk, and it just popped into my head. I wonder what it takes to be a writer for Entrepreneur Magazine. So I Googled it. How do I become a writer for Entrepreneur Magazine? And this website popped up and it said, you apply. And I was like, that's it? I just need to apply. And so I clicked that apply button and I submitted my application. And then the next morning, I got an email from Entrepreneur Magazine. You have been accepted. I was like, what? Oh my gosh. Like all I needed to do was apply for it and I got accepted. And within 12 days, my first article was published on Entrepreneur Magazine. This was huge for me because first of all, I never considered, again, just never thought about it, being a writer for Entrepreneur Magazine. Remember, I spent my whole life saying, I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer. But apparently I am a writer because Entrepreneur has accepted me as an applicant. But not only that, but my first article was already published on their magazine. So that right there was like one of my hugest accomplishments to date. And it wasn't the fact of being an entrepreneur writer. It's the fact that I applied. Sometimes it's the simplest steps that we take that get us the results that we didn't even know we could have. But we got to step up and we got to show out and we have to take action. So one thing I like to say is you can hope, dream, pray, manifest, whatever you want in life. But if it's staring you in the face and you don't take action, nothing is going to happen. You have to take the action, and don't let your fear stop you. Don't let your fear stop you.
That is absolutely massive. And, now, why did you choose Entrepreneur Magazine? Why is that so big for your business? Because you've also got to be very strategic with your choices. And I know that it was not accidental that you decided to apply to Entrepreneur Magazine. What kind of exposure does that give you and Action Takers Publishing?
Yeah, they have 14 million subscribers. And it's interesting that you said strategic, because it really wasn't. A lot of things I do really are not strategic, Bridgetti. I know they might look like they are, but they're actually just things like, oh, I think that would be cool. Let me go do it. So a lot of my driving forward is just, I think it would be fun or it would be cool, because fun is actually like my number one pillar in life. I decided 8 years ago that I was going to spend the rest of my life having as much fun as possible, hanging out with positive and uplifting people who are making a positive impact on the planet. So if it doesn't fit the fun factor, I'm not doing it, period. It has to be fun. So I thought this would be kind of cool. This would be kind of fun. Let me see. So I put it out there. There's a fee. It's like a membership fee that you pay to be an entrepreneur writer, a contributing writer for them. And so I paid that fee. But that was where it became strategic. The applying was not strategic. Do I invest in it was the strategic move. And so I said, you know what, I think this is an investment worth it, because they have 14 million subscribers. Those are entrepreneurs, because it's entrepreneur.com. My publishing company, we work with entrepreneurs. So this is who we want to get in front of. And so the strategic move was that. Now comes the next strategic piece, is what types of articles am I going to write? What types of articles am I going to write? So I already have a list of different articles that I'm coming up with, and being more strategic. So the strategery did not start at the beginning, but it's getting honed in as I go. And this is how I operate a lot of the things I do. I jump in because it would be fun. That's like why I jump in there. So it might not be the greatest, the greatest business model, but it's worked for me so far. And if I'm not having fun, simply, I'm not doing it.
Wow. I think that fun factor is a very important one as well, because, I think it's very hard to be really, really successful and to attract the people that you want to be surrounded with if you don't have that fun factor. I like hanging out with you. And if I look at all your social media posts, everybody that you've attracted make this journey a lot of fun. Now, you've done stuff that most people would dream of. I mean, you interviewed the president of Mexico. A president, like for real president. Wow. Like, how in the world did that even happen, Linda?
That was a crazy one. Yeah, that's actually my favorite. I've, interviewed hundreds of people, hundreds and hundreds. I interviewed stars on the red carpet, movie stars and, football stars, like all these different people. But the interview, Jack Canfield, Les Brown, like some really absolutely incredible people. But that moment was that, wow, I actually interviewed the president of Mexico, the country, Mexico. That was kind of a crazy one there. And how that happened was I had, during my journey, I had inserted myself into this environment that was, again, very positive, supportive, uplifting environment. And one of the people that I connected with, my mentor, Greg Reed, he hosts an event every year called Secret Knock. And I was attending the event for a couple years. And then after about, I think it was 2 years of attending it, I asked myself, I wonder what it would be like to volunteer. I asked myself a lot of questions, by the way. And these are questions like, I wonder what it would be like to do something. And so I just reached out and said, hey, can I volunteer for the event? And so I volunteered a couple times. And that was a huge, great move. Again, a non-strategic move of my thought going into it, but it ended up becoming a strategic move. And so I ended up volunteering for about 2 years for that. And then the organizer of the event moved. And so Greg, who ended up becoming my mentor, it was his event. He said, hey, Kat's moving. Do you want to organize the event? And I was like, of course I do. It's like a Forbes #1 rated, Inc. magazine #1 rated, Entrepreneur magazine #1 rated event to attend. And so I said, yes, of course I want to organize it. Because remember, I had done some events before, and I had actually put on over 100 events by that time myself. So I became the organizer of Secret Knock. And one of the things I did as an organizer is to organize the speakers. One of the speakers was the president of Mexico. And so I reached out to his assistant to get him on the schedule, flight, his hotel, and all this stuff. And I said, hey, you know what? I want to interview him while he's here. Let's see if we can find a half-hour slot that he has available and slot me in. And that's what I said to her. And so she slotted me in. And I made it happen. I showed up at his hotel. He was at the presidential suite. I had never seen a presidential suite before, but now I have, And so I showed up at the hotel. I had my videographer. I just said, hey, we're here and we're going to set up. We'll be ready and we'll be out of your hair within a half hour. Now, here's the thing. I showed up in jeans, a cutoff shirt, purple in my hair, and tennis shoes. I wasn't worried about what he thought about me. I showed up as me. And that was the greatest thing about this whole thing was, first of all, that I reached out and I said, put me on his schedule. That was the first thing. The second thing was I showed up as myself without any worries about him judging me. And you know what? He was non-judgmental. And what was amazing about it is at the beginning, I could sense there was a little like, who are you? What are we doing here kind of thing. But then I asked him one question, Bridgetti. And as you know, when you ask that question that makes them lean in, that's when you know you got him. And that's what exactly happened. He leaned in. And that was my moment that I was like, I'm doing a great job, And I walked out of there and I said, that was my Barbara Walters moment. Like I interviewed the president of Mexico, the country.
Oh my goodness. It just goes to show that amazing things can happen if you say yes. And it's saying yes to yourself, first of all, giving yourself permission to do things. Because, unless you step up to the plate and you are an action taker, nothing actually will happen, Now, I know a lot of people say, where do you see yourself in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time? Those are long shots. Where do you see action takers in the next year?
Thank you for that, because I like to say I don't see myself 5 years down the line, even a year, because like I said, like that Entrepreneur magazine, I'm use this as a great example. It was a split-second decision that I said, I wonder what it would be like to be a writer for Entrepreneur. I Googled it, I applied, and now I'm a writer for Entrepreneur. It wasn't like I had been planning that for a year. So how can I possibly tell you where I'll be in 5 years? I have no idea. I can't even tell you where I'll be in a month from now. But with Action Takers Publishing, where I see us, like this year, our goal is to publish 25 books. We did 8 last year, like 8 books that we published last year to go to 25. So we're tripling that, right? So in a year, where I see us is that we have published 25 books in 2023. And I see that we have a staff of, I'm going to add like 3 more people to our team, and everything is running smoothly where I can shine where I shine. Instead of like right now, I'm doing a lot of the behind the scenes work. My goal is to work myself out of that, which I'm good at, but that doesn't mean I should be doing it. This was huge for me. I can be really good at something, but it doesn't mean that that's where I should be spending my time, energy, and effort, because that's not where I shine. So to show where I shine, that's my goal, is that I myself, as the owner of the company, that I'm shining where I need to be shining, because I have delegated enough things to other people that help me to shine.
Actually, Linda, you've touched on a really important point there, because I think, and I think it's appropriate we talk about it for a second, talking about entrepreneurs and entrepreneur magazines. A lot of us, when we start out in our entrepreneurial journey, it's very, very hard letting go of your little baby that you've nurtured and grown. And you've now made that shift. And I think, the next person you take on board will be easier and easier. But how did you figure out that you needed help, and how did you accept the help to take on someone to help you grow Action Takers Publishing?
Yeah, that was actually through Sally Green. She's our VP of author development. She reached out to me when we were doing the 2 books, The Fearless Entrepreneurs and Invisible No More, Invincible Forevermore. I didn't say we were doing them. I was doing them. It was my thing. Like, I was the only one working on that. Right. And so Sally reached out to me and she was like, you seem a little stressed. Now, she was in those books. So she was part of the process and she saw what was going on behind the scenes. And I had known her for a couple of years by then. And so she said, can I help you with anything? Just anything. And so that was the first thing, is for me to first of all, somebody recognized that I looked a little stressed. And I say, okay, I must be a little stressed more than I am admitting, I am admitting. And then, so I said, yeah, I could use some help with something. So I gave her something that was very small, very minor, that if it didn't get done, that it would be okay. And that was my start of learning how to delegate. And the reason I did that is because I myself didn't have enough trust in how I delegate. That's what it really was. It wasn't about trusting her. It was about trusting myself. So Sally did that assignment, whatever it was that I gave her. And she came back. She said, okay, that's done. Do you have anything else? What else can I do for you? And she just kept asking, what else can I do for you? So next thing you know, it was a couple months later that I said, Sally, we work really well together and I love, having you help. She was volunteering, by the way. It wasn't a paid position. She was volunteering for me. I said, will you join my team officially? And then we ended up, making her the vice president of author development. And she has been instrumental in the growth of our company because she brought something to me that I didn't know I had. She helped me to learn that I am a leader. She helped me to see that I do know how to delegate. She helped me to see that I can trust not only myself, but I can trust others to do a good job. Brian Smith, he's the founder of UGG Boots, which is a company that, like $1 billion company. And Brian Smith says, if somebody else can do it 80% as good as you, is that good enough? Is that good enough? So when I looked at that, because I knew that Brian said that, and I looked at that and I said, yes, if somebody can do something 80% as good as me, yes, that is good enough. And that will help us to move forward. So just accepting those responsibilities myself and accepting, again, who I am, that I am a leader, I do know how to delegate, and let's go. Let's go.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. One final word before we wrap up. Thank you so much for spending this time with us and sharing your journey with all of us. If you were to meet someone now that is still struggling to get their story out, that's afraid to get started, your final piece of advice for them, and how can Action Takers Publishing help that person?
Yeah, well, here's the thing about collaboration books. It's only one short story, right? It's 2,000, 3,000 words, something like that. So if you're struggling to get your story out there, again, look at that piece and say, what lessons can I teach people? And then figure out what part of your story would go to that lesson. And then just do it. Just do it. As Nike says, right? Just do it. One thing I like to say is see the opportunity, then seize the opportunity. Opportunities are all around. You can find many, many different companies that put together these collaboration books. Maybe ours isn't the one for you, but maybe it is. So you can check it out at actiontakerspublishing.com. See if any of those titles resonate with you. Then reach out to me and let's get your story told. Because I'll tell you this, once you start to tell your story, you see how much easier it is and that it helps you to grow yourself as a human being. So once you start to tell that story, you're going to want to tell it again and again and again.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you to our amazing audience. You're watching Books with Bridgetti only on 100 TV. Thank you for joining us on Books with Bridgetti. Join us next time for industry experts and award-winning authors only on 100 TV.
All that is in
This might be, I've been on over 24 different podcasts and radio shows in the last couple of months. And this has to be one of the most sophisticated, what the kids that I used to teach call bomb.com shows and presentations that I've ever been on. It's fantastic. Thank you for having me here.
Available wherever great books are sold near you.
Hi, I'm Jody Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. This is 100 TV.
Trust is vital for building strong online and offline relationships and building effective communication with others in your life. It can also build teamwork. It can also reduce stress in your life, which we all certainly need. In this world today, we're full of challenging situations. Trust is at a premium right now, and that has a lot to do with why I'm doing this podcast or this video show. Is trust, I believe, is the number one challenge that we have in our culture and our society today. We don't tend to trust others. We don't tend to trust organizations. We don't tend to trust leaders in our world experience. And I'm not exactly sure why that's being eroded at such a significant level right now, but that's what's really driven me to do this show and this podcast, because I believe that it's so important for all of us to really think about these things, because it may actually create a more positive experience for all of us in our lives, as well as build a better culture and better society.
You're watching 100 TV.
I'm content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with the superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing. I'm content creator Joie Gharrity, and I have a hot show for you today. It's how to leverage your unique professional style. And with every show, I would start with a Hollywood story. How did I learn professional style? I learned it from one of my first mentors. He is one of the biggest directors in Hollywood, blockbuster movies. And when we would go to the red carpet, he would wear tuxedo and he'd always wear Converse tennis shoes with that. I remember one time I asked him about that because that was kind of unusual, right? Me wearing Converse tennis shoes with a tuxedo. And he said, it's part of my professional unique style. It's a way where people can hook into my professional style out there and they'll recognize me right away for my Converse tennis shoes. And it was so true, right? And after that, I decided I was going to come up with my own professional unique style. And so my hair is definitely one of them. I'm also known for wearing, I have a style about myself. I like casual chic around about myself. And so that's how you'll find me out there. And then I'm always wearing my iWatch as well. And I get a different band often so that can be part of my professional style. I love the shirt because it has little spotlights on it, right? And that's a big part of my brand out there. So let's jump in. Let's talk about how you can be leveraging your professional, unique style out there in the marketplace. What I want to talk about today is I'm going to first talk about why it's important to have one. You really want people to start hooking into you on every level as often as possible. And so in the marketplace, people do still judge a book by its cover. It is very true. And so I want to ask you, sisters and brothers, what is your professional style and what signal are you sending out there with your professional style, right? Again, for me, I like casual chic. That's a big part of me and my brand. And so that's what I want people to know me for. And absolutely. And for a while there too, I was wearing big rings, for instance. And what will happen with your professional style, get this, sisters and brothers, is that when people hook into it, you'll start receiving it. So all of a sudden, for my birthday or just out of the blue, people would mail me or give me presents. And it would be, guess what? Big ring, right? And because they were hooking into that and they knew that that was one of my passion points out there. And so that's fun too, right? So it's something else to be thinking about when you're developing your professional style. Okay, so what can you incorporate into your branded style that uniquely defines who you are and the kind of signals you want to put out there in the marketplace, right? And I want to be really clear about this. I'm not asking you, suggesting that you buy an entire new wardrobe or you spend a huge amount of money or you do a radical makeover. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. Instead, just like my first mentor, right? He liked Converse tennis shoes. And so he wanted to do something that was casual on the red carpet that went along with his stylish tuxedo, right? And so he was just tapping into who he is. That's all he's doing. Just like I tapping into who I am as well. So, but being your unique self, there is only one you. And so there's going to be qualities about you that you're putting out there that maybe you just haven't identified yet. Maybe it is your hair. Maybe it is your lipstick color. Maybe there is a certain way that you like to present yourself. Maybe you, women out there, maybe you're wearing a dress and you're wearing kicks, tennis shoes with that dress. That's having a unique professional style. Or maybe you're wearing Prada, right? Heels with your dress, right? So there's different ways that you can be creating this. So I'm just asking you, you want to really tap into it. You want to take a look at how you're showing up with your professional style out there. All right, so with every show, I'm going to be sharing a red carpet strategy. And so an easy way to tell your professional story you want to convey to clients, customers in the marketplace could be as simple as incorporating accessories into your professional wardrobe. It could be that simple, honestly. People are paying attention to you, right? And especially with all of us being in the online world now with social media, right? So what kind of accessories have you or could you incorporate into your professional style that's unique, that really helps you to stand out there? It could be a purse. It could be maybe it could be your watch. Maybe it could be a pair of sunglasses. It could be a wallet. For me too, part of my professional style is I love water bottles. And I particularly like this one because I like this pink. I use this water bottle and this brand on every single one of my shows currently. And the reason I'm doing it too is because it's part of my professional style, right? It's great for travel, by the way. But also too, because it breaks up the camera. It breaks up so that I have a pop of color, right? Because I do tend to like to wear more dark. I wear some bright colors right now too, right? But it breaks up the shot, right? And I like the way it looks and it's very stylish. So that's another example, right? What's another accessory that you could be incorporating into your professional style? So I talked about this earlier. I love watches. I love watches. They're a great, easy way of just having a unique style about yourself. And like I said, I change out my watch band, right? And so when I see something that's cool and hip and chic, then I'll buy that and then I'll change that out, right? This one has polka dots. It's by Kate Spade, right? And I love Kate Spade. I love that brand. Very much part of my unique style, right? And with the polka dots, it's like little spotlights. Yes, just like my top. So you can also be thinking about your unique style in regards to symbolism out there. So be thinking about a watch, for instance. It could be a great way for you to incorporate a new professional style. I love this hot pink, right? Hot pink's really in right now, right? So it's another way. And this is also an old school watch. Old school watches are very trendy and very in, right? And so it doesn't always have to be my Apple Watch, for instance, but I like this pop of pink, right? And I think that's super cool. And it will gain you attention out in the marketplace. There's no doubt. So again, be thinking about accessories and how you could be incorporating accessories out there. So another red carpet strategy, another easy solution that can make an impact is by incorporating business accessories that uniquely defines who you are. So for all you guys out there, for instance, right, I pulled this image, right? And I've been seeing more and more men wear bags. Like they're wearing like the messenger bag, or they're wearing like even a fanny bag, right? Fanny pack bag, right? So it's very cool and hip for men to have bags, and why shouldn't you? It'd make your life so much easier, right? And it can really make a statement piece, right? So there's that, for instance. Also, too, how you are showing up in regards to with your iPad or even your laptop computer case is a great way of making a statement. It says who you are. So when you're walking into a meeting, an in-person meeting, which those are happening again now, so yay. You're walking into a boardroom or you walk into a coffee shop and you're going to sit down with a potential client, right? It's fantastic for you to get out an accessory that actually screams your unique professional style. And do not think for a second that people are not taking notice, because they are. I travel with this water bottle as well, right? And so I have this in my backpack when I'm traveling, and because I, got to stay hydrated, right? So staying hydrated. But again, this is an extension of my personal style. And so there's no accessory out there that you can't go overboard with. This is what I'm really trying to say, right? So I want you to really take a step back and be thinking about what other unique ways could you be showing up in the marketplace with your professional unique style? Because you're telling a story, right? Just like my first mentor is telling a story out there on the red carpet. Yes, of course we wanted our talent, the superstars, to have the spotlight, but he was a director, so why shouldn't he have spotlight too, right? And his Converse definitely made a statement, right? I want you to be looking around to other people that you admire in the marketplace. Maybe a live stream or a podcaster out there, or a social media influencer, and really start seeing what kind of signals are they sending out with their professional unique style? Because you know that they are. That's why they're influencers, right? And then really start looking at how detailed they're getting with their unique professional style. So I sat down with my hairdresser last year because I used to have really, really brunette hair. And we started looking through my shows, and we came up with decisions together that we were going to highlight my hair with all these blonde streaks. This was a big, big jumping point for me, right? I was used to being a brunette, but because my hair is part of my professional unique style, right? Is that I know how important it is. And so as we were looking through the shows, we both made the decision that I was going to go bright and light. And it's been such a great decision. Of course, at first, it took me a minute to get used to it, but it does look better on camera, right? Because it has texture in it, right? It has texture. And this blunt cut is part of my unique professional style with my hair. It's just another way where you could be looking at what could you do with your hair, right? So make an impact that makes you memorable and helps clients, customers in the marketplace identify, emotionally connect with your unique professional style, right? I talked about it earlier about hair, right? And recently I was watching a reality TV show on TLC, and one of the reality stars, or talent, I call them, right? She had this exact haircut, right? And I was like, oh, I love her unique style. It's fantastic, right? She also has a way that she dresses, right? And she's become very memorable. So I pulled this haircut. I love this wave. I love how this haircut has integrated the different highlights, right? Very memorable, right? And then, of course, for men, I love this haircut too. And I like, and you can see this on a lot of the reality stars out there, right? So it's something to be thinking about because being unique is the new chic. So how are you being unique out in the marketplace, sisters and brothers? Right? It's really is that important. I see people working on logos and their branding and their marketing and their social media like crazy. And I'm like, yes, of course, that's all important, right? Well, but what's your unique brand, right? Because you are a walking billboard. So I share this in my trainings with my clients out there. When I was living in Hollywood, and I was going to the Beverly Hills Hotel, I would start on Highland and Sunset because I was living over there. And so as I was driving down Hollywood and Sunset, I'd be, just, by the way, just like populated with a ton of billboards, right? Hollywood has no problem like spotlighting themselves all the time, right? And the first one, I would see like a movie billboard and it'd be Mission Impossible. And then I'd go down and then, the next corner and then it'd be Mission Impossible. And the next corner, Mission Impossible. And the next corner, Mission Impossible, right? And I'd see it. And then by the time I got to the Beverly Hills Hotel and I sat down and I was sitting down with friends for lunch, what do you think we were all talking about? Mission Impossible, right? So that's why I look at personal, unique branding and finding your own style is that we are walking, talking billboards. So I want you to be thinking about how are you going to be your own Mission Impossible. So by the time someone sees you over and whether it's online or in person, over and over and over again, that you're top of mind and they're sitting down at lunch, right? And someone mentions something and all of a sudden you're top of mind. I have a very dear friend and colleague, and she loves zebras, right? Zebra, everything, right? And so every time I see a zebra, anything, right? Zebra print t-shirt, zebra print notebook, whatever it is, right? Any kind of business accessory, right? I think of her, right? And that is how deep this is rooted, right? And it's so clever that she's incorporated the zebra into her branding. And I know for holidays and Christmas and birthdays, she gets endless zebra everything. But that's okay because that means that she's top of mind in terms of her brand unique style, right? And when she's online, recently she was wearing zebra tennis shoes and she took a picture of it and she got a ton of comments, right? And I was scrolling, I didn't even have to think twice of who it was. Of course I knew it was her because it was zebra, right? And so that's how far you could really be taking this. So I want you to be thinking in this way. How could you right now, today, right, before you get online, before you take another social media picture for a post, another selfie, before you go into another boardroom, into another room, into another virtual coffee or coffee in person for a meeting, how have you incorporated your unique branded style? Right? And it can be, like I said, as simple as your watch, right? It could be as simple as your iPhone cover. Mine has the Beverly Hills on it, right? I just told you a story about Beverly Hills, right? So I got this cover, right? So this reminds me of my Hollywood days, and I love, love, love their font, and I like their color scheme, right? Makes sense, right? So even something as what you might think is simple as your phone cover, you could be incorporating that into your professional style. And I'm not telling you have to buy expensive brands like Rolex and Gucci. Of course not. You could just find something that's very trendy. And like that watch that I was showing you, that pink watch, for instance, you could find something like that out there that you really like, right? And then you could incorporate this into your professional style and wear it often. Wear it often because people will take notice and they'll see. And this is just a trendy watch. This isn't a Rolex or a Gucci or anything like that, though. I do love myself a Rolex and Gucci, right? And if you want to do it that and can go in that direction, go in that direction, of course. But I'm saying you don't have to do that. You don't have to splurge endless amount of cash out there, right? You can just do what you can, but have fun with it. You definitely want to have some fun with this, right? And again, remember that you can do it as easy to and you can do it, just keep things fresh and keep things current. I walk into any store out there or buy online and I look at the trends, right? And I buy those trends because I want to be current with my unique style. And then I incorporate those trends into my style. Now, for instance, if a new trend is off unique style for me, then I won't buy it. I don't care about it. But for instance, right now, these type of shirts are very much trending, right? So I have this shirt in a hot pink. I have it in a light pink. I have it in stripes, right? Because this particular style fits my unique style, right? And so I've incorporated that into everything that I do out there. I do a lot of keynoting too. So when I'm up there on stage, right, I want to make sure that I have my unique style and that I'm trending. Something that I'm known for as well is I'm known for red lipstick. And I do not care if it's spring, winter, fall, it does not matter to me. You will never find me without red lipstick. And just on a side note, even during COVID, underneath my mask, I was wearing red lipstick. I love it. I love everything about it. Right? But it is part of my unique style. I have had people that I haven't seen in a while, and they'll say to me, "Oh, I see you're wearing your red lipstick. How cool!" Right? But you can pick any lipstick color that's right for you. I just happen to like to have a red lip, and I use this type of imagery even in my branding because people know me for the red lipstick. So, and even when I'm wearing a hot pink top, I'm still wearing red lipstick. So that's what I'm confident in. It has that casual chic feeling for me. It brings me a lot of confidence and I like the way it looks. And so I've incorporated that into my brand. It's something just to think about, sisters out there. How are you incorporating your lips, especially if you are doing video, right? You want to pop. You want to pop on video. And so I have a network myself, and I was telling the talent, which is all women, I said, hey, even if you're not used to wearing lipstick, I want you to start wearing lipstick and pick one that can be part of your unique style because you want to pop when you're on screen, right? I'm even telling them about my hair. I'm like, sit down with your beautician and look at shows and look at pictures of yourself, and together with an expert, what's going to look best when you're on your show, when you're doing selfies, because that's the world we live in now, right? And so I went from a brunette to a blonde, essentially, and I'm really glad that I did. But anyways, you want to be thinking about this, right? Again, it could be as simple as a red lipstick, which that's inexpensive. Red lipsticks, that's not expensive at all, right? It's like $24, right? And it'll last you forever. So you want to be thinking about that. But you also want to be thinking about, again, it could be the iPad case. It could be a bag that you're interested in, that you like. Maybe you like a certain type of bag. When I'm out, I like to take a fanny pack and then wear it across like a messenger bag, right? It's part of this unique style that I like. And it's simple, right? But it's something to notice. Your water bottle, your iPhone cover, right? I mean, your notebook, your pens. So I like sparkly pens. And so I always have a sparkly pen with me, right? Even when I'm on a show and I'm writing for some reason, or I'm taking notes, or if I'm out in public or I'm traveling, I always have this sort of pen, right? It's part of my unique style. And I love it, and it makes me feel good. So I use those pens all the time. I also love, I have a face spray that I use that it puts the nutrients back into. So what do I have? A pink bottle, right? That I throw into my backpack. I love backpacks, by the way. And so I'm known for backpacks too. And I love kicks. I wear tennis shoes all the time. So even if I'm wearing a suit jacket, a shirt like this, beautiful pants, I will pair it with a white pair of kicks. And I'll wear that with a backpack and bring my water bottle and and all my accessories with me. And you get it, right? So again, these are just ideas. I'd love to hear your ideas and what you're thinking about now. And if you already have a unique style that people know you for, please share it with me. I'd love to hear about that. If you haven't really put a lot of time or thought into it yet, I hope that you will now, right? Because again, my first mentors, and you can even go back in TV history. I mean, Jennifer Aniston, she was famous for her hair, right? Anytime Jennifer Aniston got a haircut, right, every beautician out there would learn how to do that haircut because people in the masses would get that haircut too. But this isn't just for superstars anymore. We're all online now, right? And I believe that we're all our own reality star. We're the new reality stars out there, right? And I know you have community out there that are watching you, right? Sisters and brothers. And so how can that community continue to hook into you with your personal professional brand and gain you greater impact and visibility? It can go a long way. You can learn more about me at joieg113 about my products and services.com. Everything in the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing, I am pulling from my book, The Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence. Again, I worked in the Hollywood entertainment business for 15 plus years, and I talk about my journey in Hollywood in this book. I talk about how studios are just big brands, right? That just hand you millions of dollars worth of influence, and you need to gain your own and work your own influence and gain your own influence so you're not beholden to a big brand. Whether it's a studio or it's a job that you're in, that you're creating your own brand visibility and influence out there. It's really important that you do that for yourself. So if one day, if you want to kick that job to the curb, you can, because you've got your own unique brand and you have your own influence, and you could start your own company, but you'll already have the influences sitting there. But I'll make sure I want you to grab a copy of this book, and you'll see that it's really, I keep it really simple too. It's a step-by-step book. It doubles as a guidebook, which I love guidebooks. And so that you can be everywhere. But I love myself a guidebook. And you can actually, it's a workbook, guidebook. So you can work in this, and I take you step by step of how to build your own visibility, influence in social media and branding and your unique brand style. I talk a lot about that in this book as well. So grab your copy of this book, and I will be covering branding and marketing every single episode. And I'll always start with a Hollywood story of what I learned when I was in Hollywood and how that has shaped my personal, professional, and business style out there in the marketplace. I had a ball. I was down there for 15 plus years, and I will be talking more about that. I was very fortunate. I started in the movie business, then moved over to TV, and then branded entertainment. And that, sisters and brothers, is how I fell in love with the online world. Because the online world, I saw a freedom flag where we can all be our own influencers, build our own influence, build our own brand, and build our own visibility out there in the marketplace. And you don't have to ask for permission. That's actually my favorite part of the online world. So just quickly, just an overview is pick some accessories for yourself out there that you can incorporate into your everyday brand unique style. Have fun with that, right? You can also incorporate, make sure you incorporate your accessories around your technology and your business particularly if you're walking into a lot of rooms out there, or if you're doing a lot of virtual coffees, or you're on stage like myself, right? People are noticing all that about you as well. You can also do something as simple as like a red lipstick, like I do. I love red lipstick. I want to be known for that. People absolutely out in the marketplace that know me know that I'm obsessed with that. I'm also doing things like around hair. Hair's an easy go-to to create a unique style for yourself. I picked this one because I do like the new reality star on TLC. She's very, very cool. She's definitely going to be a superstar, and I'm telling you, it's her unique brand. I mean, she's chic and cool, and she's so memorable, right? And so I love what she's doing. But you could keep it simple. If you don't want to go crazy with your hair, don't go crazy with your hair. Just pick something. Just pick something else. It could even be that you wear a lot of one particular color, and people really notice that about you. To go one step further to whatever's behind you, if you're doing video, be very mindful about that, because I have Paris behind me because it's part of my branding. It reminds me daily that what's possible. I never left the country before, and one of the first movies I ever worked on, we went on a press junket around the world, and one of our stops was Paris, and it was absolutely breathtaking and a game changer for me. And so that's why I utilize it behind me in the video component, but it's also a reminder for myself that anything is possible, just like anything is possible for you, sisters and brothers. Thank you so much for joining me today. I look forward to seeing you on the red carpet next week for another episode of the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing. I appreciate your time, and I always end it like this. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. It is your birthright to stand in your spotlight and shine bright, sisters and brothers. Until next time, thank you so much. And it's been such a pleasure. Thank you for joining me today. You can learn more about me, my products and services at joieg113.com. Make sure to join me for another episode every week on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
Time is really what YouTube is looking for. The reason watch time is so important is because that is keeping people on YouTube, and that's what YouTube really wants the most. So you could have, a million subscribers, but if your watch time is low, and it's not just the views, because someone could view for 30 seconds on a 5-minute video, or they could watch 4 minutes of the 5-minute video, and there's a big difference. That YouTube looks at all of that. They are going to serve the videos out further that have more watch time. So there are a lot of things people are doing now, you'll see, to kind of increase that ratio. People are no longer starting with huge long introductions and graphics and things like that. They're not sitting there yammering on about themselves, which, at some point might be interesting for you guys to know more about me personally. But right now, what you really want to know is what I can teach you to grow your YouTube channel, right? So it's things like that that you have to think about.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a rewind. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewine. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from classic episodes of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this first episode of the Rewind, we take a look back to where it all began, with the very first episode of Drink with Rick, in which I open, taste, and review a red wine produced by a big box retailer. Did I like it? Well, let's find out. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the review of the Collections 2016 Cabernet Sauvignon. Okay, this is going to be fun. All right. Normally, this is the set of the Free Stuff Show live stream that Tommy and I do. As you can see, Tommy and I, Tommy's not here tonight. He was here earlier. But let me turn down this audio a little bit. Tommy's not here. It's his bedtime now. That means it's time for me to try this wine. I don't know if you've heard about it, but Target has, a couple of years ago, Target released a low-budget wine, about a $5 wine. It got some interesting reviews. Some people liked it. And this year, just a few days ago, Target released another line of wine. They released a premium wine, I guess, to go with their budget one. And this one is called The Collection. And I think there are 4 or 5 wines in this collection. They have a few whites, a couple of reds. They have a red blend. They have a couple of whites, and they have this cab. I picked up the cab because I'm really not a white wine kind of guy, and sometimes I can drink a Chardonnay or something like that, but really I prefer the drier reds and the kind of the fruitier reds. And the cab kind of fit the bill for that one. And this one looks pretty interesting. I can't say I'm crazy about the label. Doesn't look like much. I mean, for a premium, especially for a wine that's being sold as a premium wine, I would have expected something maybe a little bit, I don't know. Maybe they could, some people call this classy, but I don't know. It looks like they didn't put a lot into the label itself. That's just my taste, I guess, for art, for labels. But there are some wines that I do like. So we're going to open up this bottle. We're going to give it a try. And you have to bear with me on the opener because this one's falling apart on me. I've gone through 3 corkscrews in about the last year. And, well, yeah, I drink a lot of wine. But there we go. So we're going to try this out. I'm going to pour this into my glass. I have a nice crystal glass here. That we have a set of these crystal glasses that we have had some years ago. And I'm going to give this now. I do not have an aerator up here with me. So normally I would have a nice wine aerator, and I can't really pour it as I would like to because I'm up here in the studio, and I want to be very careful I don't spill anything on anything here because I have some other stuff in the studio I don't want to disturb. But let's take a look at this one. Now, of course, I've got the studio lights on, so I'll hold it up and let's see who's joining us in the chat here while I'm at it. Gina's in the chat. Great. Just in case. Gina says, do you have an ambulance standing by? Just in case. I'm a little concerned about Target doing their own wine. So am I, Gina. So am I. No, but I have a nurse in the next room. It smells okay. It smells safe. You know, it tastes kind of young. It tastes it's a little, I don't know. It tastes a little young, but it's not bad. No, it's not smoky. Penny, it's not smoky. It's kind of light. It's not heavy. It's definitely not a heavy wine. Yeah, yeah, I'll keep drinking. Let's try a few more. That's actually, I'm not going to say that's the idea, but it is an idea. I guess we have to try some more, just to be sure. Yeah, Penny, this could get interesting.
Interesting indeed. It became even more interesting as I started to get down into the bottle. Incidentally, that little ding sound you may have heard as I went to pick up the crystal glass, it was the first of what was to become a weekly tradition on the wine stream. I've dinged the glass on almost every episode since.
Does it have a bite? Not really. No, Gina, it doesn't really have a bite. It has more of a... Well, no, not really. It's a vintage. It's supposed to be a 2016. At least that's what it says on the. I don't know if you can see the label from here. See if I put it down here without spilling it. Maybe I can put it down. This might be a little bit darker. Oops, there. I don't know if you can see it down here or not. Nope. Let's try it back up here. It's supposed to be a 2016. That's. Yeah, it says it is. I don't know if it's, would I call it dry? It's fairly dry. Carrie, it's fairly dry. It's not, I mean, I've had a lot drier wines. It's not, it tastes like a mild cab. It's not, I don't really want to. Here's the thing. I got this wine. I don't want to say it's a bad wine. I can't say it's my favorite wine right now. Of course, I'd have to have another glass or two to really determine that. But it's I've had better cabs. Let me just say that I've had better cabs. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. But I've had better cabs.
Now, I've had a lot of cabs in my day, and at the outset, I wasn't sure what to make of this one. I had to give it more time and another glass. I also had a little cheese.
Yeah, I'm going to have a little cheese here, too, because I don't want to lose it too fast here. This is the first time I've done this, so bear with me. If it seems kind of stiff here, if it seems kind of awkward, it's because I haven't done a live wine tasting before like this. I haven't conducted a live wine tasting before like this. But if this, I could make this a regular thing. Saturday Night Live wine tasting. Weekend wino, that kind of thing. That's right, slipped a little bit. Yeah, this is, I tell you what, it's starting to taste a little better now after a glass or two. I can't say it's great, but it's starting to taste a little bit better. Yeah, that would be fun. Let me, I could do that, Gina. I could do it. I don't have one in my collection right now, but I can get one. Now, here's the thing. I think what we need to do is, rather than just sit here and watch me drink wine, I think everyone should join me and get a bottle of wine, open up a bottle of wine, and let's just sit around and have a weekend wino. A wine tasting. Hey, Charles. Wow, it's good to see you, Charles. Glad to see you in the chat. Welcome. I think everybody just wants to join in and see me get drunk. That's what it is. Yeah. Well, look, I'm gonna have a little more. But,
I'm not recording this live stream. I usually do record them, but I was trying to save resources here on this computer, and this is probably the one I should record. There's still one. Yes, there is. I'm going to drink it. I'm going to drink it. I know that everybody over there is just enjoying this, aren't they? You're all enjoying this, aren't you? Big report. I don't want to choke on this, but I'll have to say that it's not a bad wine. It's not a bad wine. It's not the best cab I've had, but it's not awful either. It's definitely not. It's definitely not $2 It's definitely not. I think it's a little better than a Rex Goliath, which is about 2 steps up from a $2 I'm not sure what it says about us sitting here and watching you drink on a Saturday night, but it is what it is. Thanks for the entertainment. You're welcome, Carrie. You're welcome. Join us. Open a bottle and join us. Let's do this all together. I think that's the way to do it. As I said in the clip, I didn't record it, but Facebook did save it for me. So here we are. When we come back, this week in Drunk History, a very expensive wine story, and my final review of the collection's Cabernet Sauvignon. There's more to come, so stick around. The very first episode of Drink with Rick started off as an experimental, casual live stream of a wine review. By the middle of the stream, it began to morph into something more. This is where the live chat began to really direct the content of the show. Now, there is a wine from Trader Joe's that I miss. Yeah, it does. No problem. Penny said something here. I missed up. What was that? It's now time for you to do an impromptu episode of Drunk History, please. Drunk History. Today in Drunk History, Otis Campbell. Otis Campbell could not enter his cell in Mayberry because there was a goat in it, and they locked the goat in there because they thought that he had eaten dynamite, and they were afraid it was going to blow up half the town. So they put him in the cell, and Otis went in there into a cell and didn't really register with him at first until he realized that the goat had taken over his cell and was sleeping in his bed, and he got pretty angry, and he was just about to kick the goat out, and Andy and Barney came in and told him no, because the goat had been eating dynamite, and that sobered Otis up pretty quick. It sobered him up really quick, and that was the fastest I've ever seen Otis Campbell get sober on TV. So that's that's my today in Drunk History. I don't know if it actually happened today, but in history, but that's the only story I could come up with for the moment. Thanks, Penny. This is the best thing I've seen on social media in a long time. I don't mind making a fool of myself as long as I have this here. I have an excuse. So, where were we? Oh, yeah. Penny brought me a bottle of wine that had my name on it. Wow, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Gina is the queen of good wine. Yeah, I would say so. Penny knows her wines too. It's almost time for a second bottle. I got to finish this one first. Anyway, where was I going with any of this? I don't remember now. It's starting to kick in. So what's the verdict? I think I need a little more to really... The final verdict, I think I need a little more to determine that. It's going to take just a little more time. But... yeah, it's starting to grow on me a little bit. It's starting to grow on me. Just a little. I was going to say that there was another wine that at Trader Joe's that I really, really liked, and that was the Alexander Fitch. And the thing is, they had it up until about a year ago, and they had a couple of really good wines. I really liked that wine. It was about $8 or $9 a bottle, but it was I really liked it for the price. The Alexander Fitch. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. I don't know if they carry it in all the Trader Joe's or around. I know that sometimes it kind of depends on the area and what distributor they get in a certain region or area, and the distributor kind of controls some of that. But in the Trader Joe's here in Charlotte, they carried it, and the Alexander Finch was a really good wine. And then all of a sudden, boom! It was no longer available, just off the shelves, and they couldn't. I had asked them about it several times, and they had said, "Well, we don't know when we're going to get back, or if we're ever going to get it back." And so far, I have not seen it reappear at Trader Joe's, and that was. That's been a disappointment for me, because that was one wine that I really enjoyed, and like I said, it was a good price, but it was a decent wine. So, the more I drink, the better it gets. Yeah, it's true. The thing is, I'm doing this up in the studio. I hope I remember to turn everything off before I leave tonight. But yeah, I'll drink to that. So I don't know if you've ever tried the Alexander Fitch, or if it's or if it was available at some point in your area. But I would recommend that wine if you ever run across it. A couple other good ones. Let's see, wines that I've had recently. One of my favorite wines was a Caymus, 40th anniversary Caymus. I remember that because we opened it up on Thanksgiving. It was given to me as a gift one year from my boss. And I was saving it for a couple of years, and because it was, I think, what year was it? It was 20... I can't remember what the year was, 2011, 20, it was a 40th anniversary Caymus wine. And I looked it up, and it was about $95 a bottle. And I thought, well, I better save this. And I tried to, but then one Thanksgiving we had friends over, family, and I just got all excited having everybody there. And I said, we have to open up this bottle of wine. So we did, and it was really, really good. It was a great wine, and I would say it was definitely worth $95 a bottle. Unfortunately, I no longer have that wine because we drank it, and all I have left is the bottle. I saved the bottle, and now I'm just kicking myself because that bottle, I believe that wine is worth quite a bit more now. So had I saved it and not opened it, I think I would have, I still have it. I still have that bottle of Caymus, and it's still empty. About this time, it was becoming clear this Saturday night wine stream had the potential to become a regular thing. And as the bottle began to empty, the ideas began to flow. It's 2/3, not quite 3/4. Now it's Saturday Night Wino. Yes, Saturday Night Wino. There you go. I like that. Carrie, thanks. I'm going to make that a regular thing, and we'll pick another bottle. You know what? As a matter of fact, I think this would be your. Well, at least you don't have to drive home. That's true. Thanks, Benny. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will take suggestions from everyone as to what to try next. Now, I'll do this on a regular basis every Saturday night. Now, I'll take suggestions. What do you think that I should try? And then I'll purchase a bottle, and we'll open it up right here live, and we'll do it. And maybe I'll pick a cheese too. If you're having people over and you're going to serve, say, I think this would probably go okay with burgers and hot dogs and things like that. If you're going to serve something light fare like that, I would say that it is probably fine for something like that. I wouldn't serve this with a fine steak. I wouldn't serve it with, well, definitely not fish because it's a red wine. But if I wouldn't serve it with something really nice, with a nice dinner. I would say that if it's, if you're having burgers and hot dogs or something, you're grilling something, and you just want something just to serve some people, company coming over, nobody that you want to impress, just some friends. It's probably okay. It's an okay wine. It's not bad, but I wouldn't. It's not a wine that I would drink if you're really, if you're having the boss over. I wouldn't serve this. It's probably an okay burger wine, but it's not. There are better wines out there. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's definitely it's not on the low end. But for a $10 wine, I could think of a couple of better $10 wines. To be honest, it's all right. It's okay. But maybe if it was like, if this was like $7, I would say go for it. $6 or $7, I'd say fine. It's okay. $10, I think, is a little bit much for this wine. There you go. Although I have to say, for Saturday Night Wino thing, it's holding its own. It's okay. By the way, that does empty the bottle. All I have to do now is empty the glass. At this point in time, when you get to down to this much, you really won't care. You really won't. It's actually pretty good. It's not. Penny's gone, so I can say this right. It's actually pretty good now. It's not once again, it's not a bad wine. Just to sum this up, because we're gonna wrap it up here. I finished it. See, I did finish it, and I finished the bottle. Look at that; it's an empty bottle now. I did say that it's not a bad wine. It's not the best wine, but it is. Thank you. I survived. That's cheese line. That's my wife's line. 25 years we're married. I survived. That's hers. But it's really not a bad wine. Whether it's a $10 bottle of wine, I guess it kind of depends on what you're used to purchasing, what you're used to buying. It's not. It's definitely not a $15 bottle of wine. It's, I really say it's more like a $7 bottle of wine, maybe. It's not bad. It's not the worst I've had, but it's not the best cab. It's not the best cab I've had. So anyway, I think that does it for our live stream. But oh wow, it was a great experience. Trying the Target collection wine, and next week I think next time we do this, it'll be the week after next, because I'll be at Podfest next week. It'll be Podfest in Orlando,
But the next week after that, we'll do this again, and we'll open up another bottle of wine, and we'll have some fun, and open up some wine with me. Don't make me drink alone. Open it up with me, and we'll have some more stories. We'll have some more anecdotes, and we'll have a great time. The Saturday Night Wino. I like that. Thanks for watching. You all have a great evening, or rest of the evening. I know I will. I'm doing pretty well right now. And that's how it all began. Of course, I did change the name from Wino to Winestream to give it more legitimacy and class, but the overall concept of a wine stream of consciousness remained. In our next episode, we review a Super Tuscan red wine blend, and the Saturday Night Wine Stream becomes more than just a show about wine. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
And so the way to overcome this, or the way we're flipping the script at 100 TV, is we're gathering a bunch of creators into a collaborative network, and that network, starting out, we're going to have more things in the future, including a podcast network. We'll get into that more in a bit. But in the beginning, we're starting out on YouTube. And so we're gathering all these creators into one single channel. Now we have a channel where instead of the audience subscribing to dozens, hundreds of different channels to watch their favorite independent creators, they have a single destination where they can come to watch independent creators. That channel, in addition to being a convenience for the viewers, that channel can organize itself so there's no overlap. There's not 10 of us going live at the same time, or everybody dropping their episode at 5 in the morning on a Tuesday or whenever it might be, and having to keep track of all of those notifications if you actually want to stay on top of what's going on in the creator community. Instead, we arrange a lineup, and we come to you streaming that in live linear fashion starting on Monday. We're going to build it out. Every month we're going to add another day. So in June we will launch Tuesday's shows. In July we'll launch Wednesday's shows, and so forth, until we have 7 days a week of live linear programming.
Thanks for watching 100 TV. Subscribe for daily uploads and join us again next Monday for another full day of live streaming new shows.